It's quarterfinals Friday in Malmo, Sweden. This is a day 40 matches in the making as the top 4 teams from each of the 2 groups face off in sudden death matchups. And only 4 can drive away into finals day tomorrow. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden Malmo, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket because it's quarterfinals Friday. Why don't you be our QFF today on the European Cricket Network, as 8 teams in Malmo will become 4. The 4 winners of today's quarterfinals will go through to finals day tomorrow. Unfortunately, the ECS journey will be over for the 4 teams that do not win today. So it's going to be a massive day of cricket, 4 T10 matches just around the corner. And we're starting with a big clash, match 41. The first quarterfinal is Ariana CC versus Malmo. Now, both of these teams had plenty of bright moments in the group stages, but who will perform on the big stage today? We're about to find out. Let's go to the toss. Rob Kemming, the match referee, is with the 2 captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss for the first quarterfinal.
It's tails. It's tails. Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called.
It is heads.
What would you like to do, Ankit?
We'll bat first.
It is Malmo that win the coin toss, and they've elected to bat first. I think both captains probably were keen to bat first, get the runs on the board in the final. And look, Malmo themselves, they've got some really talented players. Now look, they are missing Patanaik, the regular opener, with that injury, but they still got Malhotra at the top of the order. Danasekara, well, he's showing glimpses of what he can do. Also, we'll probably see the captain Ankit Gupta at 3, and he's the only player to score a century so far in this series, and what a century it was off only 30 balls. Rizwan Tarat makes up a very strong top 4 for Malmo, who had a 4-3 record. They're 3rd in Group B, and so they are the lower ranked side, but really there's not too much between these sides at all. And look, Ariana CC, one of my favourite teams to watch in this region. They are led by the one and only Nusratullah Sultan. Can the Sultan put a big score on the board? He's only gone past 50 once, 75 off 30 balls versus Malmo in the first week of action. But also they've got Mahmoud Babar at the top, and the Big Bash, will he get bashing today? Bashir Ahmed, he's another one to watch, and Qatar Khan. Again, some really talented players between these 2 teams, and I really think it is a coin toss who will go through to the finals day. Ariana CC, they were 6-2, 2nd in Group A. We've seen the best and the worst of them so far, but what will we get on QFF? It's not easy for the Group A teams, don't forget, to come back after a week without playing any competitive cricket. And let's talk about the conditions today in Malmo. I can tell you that there's a bit of cloud cover. The current temperature is about 18 degrees. We're heading for a maximum temperature of about 23. There's the threat of an occasional shower, but I just checked the forecast. It looks mostly fine. So hopefully we get a full day's cricket, and we don't want too many rain interruptions for sure, with so much on the line. And this blue pitch, well, I'm going to miss it when we go, and I hope it's not the last blue pitch we've seen. It's a bit of bounce, I think, outside the off stump on occasion, but I think for the most part it's a good batting surface. And I know that Rico Full, he's been predicting some high scores in the finals, but the pressure is on. Here's a man that eats pressure for breakfast. It's Rico Full, my commentary partner. Let's get ready for a huge day of quarterfinal action. Over to the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball.
Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibowan. Yes, a very good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Well, what a day this is going to be. It's the quarterfinals, and this is quarterfinal number 1 between 2 big teams. Now look, I'm excited about this one. I mean, look at the players that we've got there. First of all, Ariana CC, top performers in this series so far. You've got their captain Sultan, 176 runs he scored, and remember that magnificent 75 not out. And then I think 2 men that'll really play a big part in this match, and especially here in this innings with Malmo deciding to bat first. Well, this is an opportunity for Yusuf Sahak. He's taken 13 wickets so far. He's 2nd in the table, but the one for me to watch the one I'm really liking the look of, and I think because of this surface, will do really well as a leg spinner. Dawood Shazad, he's taken 14 wickets. He's the top bowler in the series. But, well, look, Malmo, they've got some good batsmen there as well that they've got to contend with. Don't forget, Anik Gupta, he's the only man so far that scored a century. 100 he scored, 104. The 100 came up in just 30 balls. He's on 173 runs. And, well, the big news is, and this was, well, late news, just hot off the press, that the man Sambit Patanaika, he is going to play. So he's decided at the last minute that he's been nursing that injury for a couple of days. He's going to be out there. So that is a big plus for Malmo. Well, as long as he's fit, of course, everything to play for. And don't forget, Malhotra as well is going to be key as we get ready for the first ball in this quarterfinal. Here we go. We are off and running. And it's well bowled. And, well, sadly, just starting to drizzle. Exactly what Maxi was saying that we don't want. We know there's going to be a little bit of this wet stuff around today. But hopefully, it's not going to have a big impact on the way the day goes. So Atif Mohammed comes in once more. Bowling to Patanaik, the man who is nursing an injury. This is a nice shot. It's going to be a chase on for the field. He can't get there. 4 runs. Beautifully played. Well, look, he didn't get it out in the middle of the bat, but it was the placement and the timing and the first boundary of the quarterfinal. 4 carreras. Well, this is a nice positive shot, and this is why I think it's so important for Malmo to have him in the team. He is their regular opener, and he can get them off to a good start. With this rain, this is not what Haryana CC were wanting. They're going to struggle now here with the ball. It's getting wetter. This one's played out on the offside, so a bit of work to do for the fielder. And he's elected to go with his feet there. That was very unusual, very casual bit of fielding, to say the least here. And, well, I think his captain might have a thing or two to say about him there. The fielder there opting to go with feet. And that was the captain. Sultan's out. There you go. If anybody can get away with it and not get an earful, there's the captain. This one's been whipped away, too short, and that's, well, I think it's gone all the way. Balle. Ginna, Buddha, Shaka. Well, we've seen the 4, and now it's time to see the 6 carreras. And, well, this is why it's so important to him. Patanaik. Lovely shot, pure timing, no mistake there. Well, rain, the drizzle, maybe that also featured in the toss by Nick Gupta. Maybe he also saw the forecast and thought, well, look, bat first, put the pressure on Haryana CC. Well, he's certainly done that here. 12 the score. What a marvellous start so far. Smashed away outside the off, 4 more runs, beautiful shot. The bowler just struggling to get his line right, Mohammed, and that was beautifully executed. Look at the balance, look at the shape, look at the footwork, and look at the result. 4 more. Well, just making sure that he keeps stretching that muscle that's been giving him the trouble. It was right high up on his leg when we saw him really struggling with this injury. But at the moment, he's standing and delivering. Well, he doesn't have to run too much if he's hitting the ball as well as this. Mohammed. This one is a better delivery. It was into him. And you can see there straight away that Patanaik is not interested in the quick single. Well, what an amazing start that has been. Amazing start to the first quarterfinal here this morning. Here in Malmo. Score 16 without loss after the first over. Something to think about. The captain Sultan, and as the new bowler gets ready to mark up his run up, Sultan straight away adjusting the field. Looks like it's going to be Upsar Khan. The field at the moment, they're still sticking with the man out on the offside boundary at point and the 3rd man. And I know that you probably know that myself and Vinny do like to see the third man in play. But man on the off rather than on the onside. Here comes Khan. Well, he doesn't release the delivery. Didn't quite feel right about his footing. And appropriate time to welcome in the man who is wearing the same colours as the pitch we're playing on. Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, good morning to you.
Good morning. Very excited for quarterfinal Friday, as are so many of our viewers. Here's Absa Khan.
Good start. In the right areas. And Malhotra, I think at the moment all he'll be thinking about is just getting a single and giving the strike right back to Patanaik. Explosive start, Vinny.
Yeah, it's surprised to see him out there. Like I say, I thought he was out for the week, but he's back from the dead almost.
Swing and a miss. And Malhotra, we've seen him play some really nice innings. And he's a classy all-rounder for Malmohurst. Not only does he bat really well and scores good runs, but also does well with the bat. He scored over 200 runs in this series, 201, and also taken 10 wickets. So that's an outstanding performance from him. In the air and diving in the air for trying to take the catch, but it was too quick. Beat the fielder there. It was on the up, and he's one of these batsmen who likes to play it on the up. He's not concentrating trying to keep this down at all. And you'll see here the diving, desperate lunge from the fielder. Good work there from Spring Productions, the camera crew here. And good morning to them, Martin, Karina, and Chris Taps.
Yeah, it was a game of inches, wasn't it? Because, I mean, that's a kind of brilliance if you can pull off a catch like this, but it was just out of his reach. And Malhotra gets his first boundary.
Oh, this one is played beautifully. Gets on top of it, but the field is set for that. It's a better shot, I think, rather than risking the aerial route. Guides it down to the man, third man. So he gets the single, so he's done his job here. He's played a cracking shot for 4, gets the single, and now, well, Patanaik has got a few deliveries, a couple of deliveries to face off the bowler Khan and see what he can do. Well, at the moment, the way he started, he's a man on the mission. No change to the field. He opted for a shorter delivery outside the off. I think Patanaik were disappointed he's missed out on this. He had plenty of room to manoeuvre with.
Yeah, it's good areas. Absa Khan's been really good through the group stages as well. And bowls with good pace and control. This is what we love about quarterfinals Friday. You get the best against the best. Some of these matchups are really mouth-watering. Absa Khan against Patanaik, who's off to a flyer.
It's well bowled, just a good response. Good bit of bowling there. The first one outside the off stump, giving him a bit of room. And Patanaik probably thinking about the next time he puts it there, he's going to play a shot. And this one was right at him. So good finish to the end of the over. 21 without loss.
Yes, and let's have a look at what's coming up today on quarterfinal Friday. We are so excited to bring it to you. 4 matches, each one of them sudden death encounter. The winner goes through to finals day. The loser out of the tournament. Ariana CC against Malmo. That's what you're watching right now. And then we have Lance Krona versus Malmo in the second match of the day, followed by Ariana Akif versus Lund. And then finally, we'll close out with quarterfinal number 4, Gothenburg City versus Jönköping. It was quite challenging for the Group A teams to come back, I think, after 5 or 6 days. They may be a little bit more refreshed, but perhaps skill-wise, it might take them a bit to get into it. I guess time will tell.
Mohammed gone down to his legs. Just Mohammed here has taken the, I think it's probably a good decision. He's just taken a few paces off his run up. I think with that little shower that we've had, there's still a little bit of, I think it's just a little bit of drizzle in the air. So he's deciding not to commit 100% into his run. He's concentrating more, just getting ball in the right areas. But there's other options available to the captain, but he's wanting Mohammed to bowl himself out. Mohammed once more. That's well bowled. This is really well bowled. Good running as well. And a direct hit. He's going to go. Well, this was not the best bit of cricket from the batting side here from Malmo. You know you got a man there who's, well, he's not going to be too quick, is he, in between the wickets? He's got an injury. And he's called it, actually. He's called, but you can see there, he just couldn't get going. And I think that's instincts. When you're playing the game, you know what you should be doing, the right things to do. And I think there, Patanaika thought, yeah, single here. Then as he's got going, he thought, right, I've forgotten about my injury. And good bit of work, though. Needed a direct hit. That is a huge wicket. It really is.
I mean, the mind was willing, but the body wasn't really, wasn't it, from Samit Patanaik. He has contributed a handy 16, though. Got them off to a pretty good start. Has countered some of the opening bowlers. I don't think it's a bad time to have this man stride to the crease, Ankit Gupta, the only centurion in this series so far. And let's see what he can deliver on quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, that was a good bit of work, though, wasn't it? He had to be sharp, he had to be alert, and I think that's one thing that Haryana CC were. They knew of the injury, and they thought, well, hang on, we've got a chance here, and they took it. Oh, that's really well bowled, and this has gone through. I don't know if this has taken anything on the way through. I suspect it hasn't. Let's keep an eye on the umpire. Well, no signal, so it's definitely taken, well, some bat here.
Yeah, interesting replay. Look at that movement. It might have just taken some of the glove or the handle of the bat on the way through. Have a look here. Yeah, I think it just hits the glove. Significant movement from Atif Mohammed.
Interesting to see. He's taken the pace off, but he's getting the reward. He's getting the bounce, and also the ball's cutting in. Over the top, and this is going to be 4 runs. Now, they did have the third man back. That's how they started off the innings. Well, he's been brought back in, and you can see there straight away Malhotra. He's onto it like a flash. This is a good shot. It's up and over. Gets himself into the position. Slightly shorter delivery from the man there you saw on your screen from Mohammed, and latched onto it pretty quick. It's important now here that I suppose that Malhotra, he gets going, and we've seen Anik Gupta. He's coming at number 3. I know that in the last few matches in the group stages, he preferred to come in a lot later down to give others a chance. In the air, chance. Oh, he's taken it. What a catch that is. Well, that's a Biostrath super catch indeed. It was hit hard. Well, it hit his hands with pace, but luckily for him, it popped out. And while on the move, he was able to snatch it with one hand. This is sheer brilliance.
Unbelievable stuff. And look at that. Oh, almost got away from him. But a big moment in the game. Baz Ayubi comes up with the catch. And, well, that was a bit of brilliance, really. Spilt it on the first attempt, but grabbed it. Literally grabbed it on the second. And Malmo lose a second wicket now. It's 26 for 2. That's the end of Malhotra for 9.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, and it's come at a perfect time. They've just managed in the space of a couple of deliveries. They've got the 2 openers out, and I was saying that that Ankit Gupta has come out at number 3. We've seen him come down a bit lower on, so he's obviously hoping that his form, remember the only man that scored a century in this series, is going to pay dividends here. He's joined by Tara, who's on strike. Plays and misses. And what a good over this has been as it comes to an end. Well, remember Mohammed, he went for his first over for 16 runs. He was slipping and sliding a bit. Then he's taken the pace off the ball, and he's got the ball in the right areas, and he's got the just rewards. So 26 for 2. That's the end of the power play.
Well, action. You'll find it right here. Didn't have to wait too long, did we? We know there's not much between these two teams, so the little things can make all the difference, can't they? Tremendous excitement around this clash.
Well, just looking around now to see how the field is starting to spread. So straight away, the 2 men straight. Long on, long off are in place. Square leg has gone back. Gone with, kept the 3rd man back on the boundary now. And then also protection on the boundary at point. But nobody in really close there on that offside. Well bowled, good bounce. That really is good bounce. You know, one thing I see immediately here, Vinny, and I know that I wasn't able to see the Group A teams with the ball, and it's the difference in the bowling, the difference
Yeah.
in the pace. I mean, I was saying, looking at the Group B matches, I haven't really seen, apart from Raheem Safi, a good quick bowler who's used his pitch well, got the bounce. Well, I'm seeing it here. And it's not surprising because Ariana CC, as this one is played out to the offside, they're the team that is leading with the bowling. I mean, we've got Shazad, he's taken 14 wickets at the top. Second in that table is Yusuf Sahak, he's taken 13. And then the man that's taken that brilliant catch, Ayubi, he's on 11. So it just goes to show you the difference between the two groups. One group predominantly very good bowling, and the other probably stronger in batting. Nicely played. Gets to the pitch of this ball, just guides this down to the man at point to take the single. So a little bit of rebuilding and regrouping going on here. I think that's important for Malmo after losing those 2 quick wickets. The rate that they're going at, they won't be too bothered about that, but they don't want to be losing any more wickets at this point. I think this is the point between perhaps this over and maybe up to the 7th over, with these two just have to take the singles, rotate the strike, put away the bad ball. That's a lovely delivery, asking the question. The umpire is not moved. The umpires for this match, umpire Rafi and umpire Ashish. And a little nod of the head there from Salman Khan. Ashish saying, no, not out. Khan once more swinging into the batsman, and this is a lovely shot. There's nobody up there. This is a nice shot to be playing. He knows there's no extra cover in place. If he gets it over the infield, it's going to be a boundary, and that's exactly what he's done. And you can see there, he gets himself in the right position, and like the way that he's used his hands and he's lofted that over the inner circle, and as soon as it's gone over the top there, 4 runs. The rain, the drizzle is persisting, which isn't making things easy for the fielding side. So Khan once more. This is hit in the same area, and it's hit big, and that's a lovely shot, and it's going to be 4 more runs. So straight away, pressure being put on Sultan, and Gupta showing the sort of form that he was in when he scored that 100. Now, will they change the field? I think probably. So it's going to be 3rd man that comes back inside to the circle as extra cover gets put into place. But that will be at the end of, well, the start of the next over to him.
Yeah, 36, the score after 4 overs, 2 wickets down, 2 key wickets. But I think, you know, this is the thing. They've got a solid batting order. Patanayak, he played despite the injury and actually cost him in the end. But he did get them off to a good start with 16 runs. Gupta comes to the crease in the 3rd over, and now really the captain needs to step up. It's a pressure game. Doesn't get more pressurised than this. Remember that each of the 4 winners today will go through the finals day. And whoever wins this competition in Malmo, they will take on Albi Zalmi, the Stockholm champions, for the right to play in next year's European Cricket League. They'll get an all-expenses paid trip to that location.
Hit up in the air. This is going to be a chance. Is it going to be taken? Yes, it is. Beautifully done. No mistake from the fielder. Going for the shot there, Tara. And this is, look, take nothing away from how big a catch this is. These conditions, it's still raining. So as he's looking up in the air to this, there's rain that is falling into his eyes. But that's good technique. Gets himself in the right position. And the big bash. Well, taking a big wicket.
Yeah, Big Bash takes a big catch. And how about that? 3rd wicket goes now. Let's have a look at these side by side to see Ariana CC. They finished 2nd. Malmo finished 3rd. But have a look at their stats. You can see that Malmo scored a lot more runs scored at a higher rate, I should say.
It's just they're asking for it to go bowlers in, and the throw. It's a wild one. Nobody really in that part of the ground backing it up, so it would go all the way for an overthrow and 2 leg byes.
As you see here, this Group B overall was higher scoring, wasn't it? So 116 they're averaging with the bat per 10 overs, conceding 9.9. Both of these teams very good with the avoidables. Look, only 5.6 avoidables per 10 overs, Ariana CC. That's right up there with the best in the tournament. But Malmo, they're the only team giving less than 5 runs per 10 overs in avoidables. So they don't give too many away for free.
Oh, this is 4 runs, and he's trying to get the Yorkers in here. Rabzai, and the one ball before straps on the pads. This one, well, he's got a good bit of chunk of the bat onto this, and it sails away for 4 runs. The rain just starting to get a little heavier, and I think the 2 umpires will keep looking to each other, and the umpire Rafi is at the bowler's end at the moment, just keeping an eye on him and umpire Ashish. Rabzai in once more. And once more, it's down, drifting towards the legs. It's going to be 4 more runs. He's just not getting the control right on the delivery. He's still going full, still going for the Yorker length deliveries, but every time it drifts onto the legs, it's going to be a boundary. You see here, going down leg side, it's the movement, it's the swing. He's not being able to control it. 4 more runs, and valuable runs.
Yeah.
And the one man that you don't want to be feeding is Anik Gupta, because once he gets into his groove, once he's there, he'll go on and punish you.
Exactly right. And yeah, this rain is a bit of a concern. We didn't want to see this. I mean, the forecast actually looked pretty good, but it's so unpredictable. It's a bit like a box of chocolates, as I said, the weather in Sweden. You never know what you're going to get. Get that forecast. You can tell you what you can do with it. Throw it in the dustbin.
His hard and straight says Carreras Shakalagya.
What a shot through the line. Gupta cutting through the rain. He has no problems at all. Look how he hits that. Slightly inside out. It's probably middle and leg. He's got such a good swing of the bat. Really good technique. Gupta stepping up on QFF.
Perfect shot. Beautiful. Positioning was great. And this one is angled in at the pads. Asking for the LB, but the umpire here, he already knows the movement that Rabzai is getting, and that one is probably doing the same. Look, there you go. There's the movement, and that was probably missing. Well, would have probably hit the leg stump of the second set of stumps that's there, but good movement. But what the bowler hasn't been able to do there, as the 50 comes up in that over, hasn't been able to get that ball starting sort of outside off and swinging in. If he's able to do that, it's going to be, well, a difficult one to play, especially a batsman that's trying to give himself a bit of room. 52 for 3. And, well, the halfway point we're at now. So the 100 from here definitely looks on, but I think we know that Mamahos will be thinking more about the 120. So that's why the acceleration, the push is on.
Yeah, exactly right. So, an exciting match we've got on our hands here. Absolutely anything can happen.
Oh, he's trying to drift that into the left-hander. They'll take a single, and at the moment, I think Nord, that's all he's been looking to do. Keep one end going and give as much strike as possible to the captain. So, what's the bowler going to do here now? He does come change himself. So it looks like Little Bass. This is Ayubi. We were saying that he's bowled really well, Ayubi. He's the 3rd highest wicket taker at the moment. Goes short, and it may work for him. This looks like it's going to be put straight into the hands of the fielder. It has, and that is a huge wicket. And, well, it was a brave move, wasn't it, from the young bowler? Because you just think here, if you get this wrong, this is going to go many a mile. He's banged it in. The eyes have lit up of Ankit Gupta, but all he has done is put it straight into the hands of the fielder, and this is a big moment in this match. And, well, we were talking about, at this point, looking at getting to the 100 and beyond, 120, but with that man not there, that's going to take some doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a real crossroads in the innings. And here's a man who's shown glimpses of what he can do, Raseka Danasekara. Really entertaining cricketer. We've seen him at the top of the order on occasion, especially when Patanayak was out with that injury. Now, he certainly is capable. What will his approach be with about half the innings left? He's there with Sharon Nord, who's on strike. And Ayubi, as he's done so often in this series, popping up with a vital wicket.
Oh, they're taking the single on. Nicely played. It's never going to be easy here now, this ball. If it's hit along the ground like that, to be able to pick it up first time and get it in. So I think the batsmen do need to take on the fielders here a bit. They know that one big hit has gone. Look, he played a fine innings, didn't he? Dennis Akira, the last time we saw him, hit the ball really well. And he'll be hoping to show that sort of form here. And this one's will be a single. That's what he needs to do here at the moment, and that was what was important when the captain was there. They just took time to get themselves going, and then the big shots come. But that one, we won't want to watch that shot again. It was a disappointing way for him to get out.
Yeah, he'll be upset with that for sure.
And he's knocked him over, another wicket. So that man Ayubi, he does the job, and to the delight of the Ariana CC players. Let's have a look at this one. Gets it in the right place. The batsman, well, looking to take him on. He knows that there's nobody there at square, and that's a disappointing end. Nord, he has to go. 2 of the 3 balls he's faced, and well, just the rewards there of getting the ball in the right area, and it's done well here in these conditions. And in fact, you have to say, Ariana CC, though, there's always been those little passages of play where you think that Malmo are going to just accelerate and get away from them. They've always come back, and the UB taking 2 more wickets here. That's taking him up to 13, so now he's right up there with, well, his teammate Yusuf Safa with 13 wickets.
Yeah, well, that's a big one, isn't it? Yubi, 2 for 3. What an over. Talk about game-changing overs. I mean, Gupta, he was going great guns, wasn't he? Just an over ago, and that's how quickly the game can change in T10 cricket.
Brilliant bowling. Certainly doing the job that his captain Sultan would have wanted him to do. Comes to Yubi again. That's well bowled. Full and straight. And the Vulapalli, well, where is he? He's just in no man's land.
Oof.
And fortunately gets back, and that's all about the time taken, I think. You can see them screaming at the fielder saying, get it in, and in the end he did. But fortunately, well, Dennis Akira is able to get back. We know that he's going to entertain us. That's one thing he does do. Well, look, he wasn't in the picture there for a moment. Well, they survive, but yeah, take nothing away from how important that over was there from Ayubi. Sensational stuff from him. 2 wickets taken just for 4 runs. Amazing, and you see the bowlers there. Didn't start so well with Atif Mummy, but I must say Atif, he did come back well after the first one went for 16. I think he and all the other bowlers used so far have been very sensible, and they've just decided, right, okay, we can't afford to be running in here at full pace. It's not the right conditions, but what we do need to do is get the ball in the right area. And for most of the time, this pitch has served them well. They've got good movement, and they've got good bounce from it as well. Well, Duvalapalli, he's the man who's out there to try and see if he and Dansakakera, we know that he can bat, he can score runs, but a big partnership is required here. 56 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, 6 over check-in. Well, on track for something in the 90s. I think they want 100 plus, but where's it going to come from? It's Shirzad. Big appeal. So it looks pretty high to me, though. Even with the ball skidding on a bit on this surface, I think we do see a lot of bounce. We'll see this one. For me, it was all about the bounce here. You seemed to hit him above the pad. And also, I think it's probably going down the leg side.
Yeah, good
so
call.
I think I saw where it hit him first. Didn't really look at the line, but I think on both counts, that's a good decision by the umpire.
So this man, Shazad, though with Shazad is a man, I thought his leg spin would be quite key. He's fired this one in a bit quicker. Gets the dot ball in, batsman disappointed. Then it's Akira that he wasn't able to get this one away.
A lot of pressure on these players, isn't it? That's what makes it so watchable.
Plays This one down into the deck. You see a bit of a slip there from the bowler from Shazad. I think he's okay. Just slips as he follows through. Just got to be careful here, the batsman there. They are coming out their crease to him, but the keeper is right there. I'm looking to take him off. Kedar Khan. Oh, this one's gone all the way through, and it's, well, I think, I just mentioned Khan. I thought Khan thought this has bowled him. I think he was short, and that's why he wasn't able to stop it. It will be given as byes. Let's have a look at this. He didn't miss by much. Good delivery, flatter and straight. And you can see he thought, surely that's bowled him. So he didn't really get behind the ball at all. Well, they'll take any runs at the moment here as they're trying to rebuild. This one's played out for another single. So after we saw an explosive start, several boundaries, it's all become a bit tiki-taka now here. Patanaiki hit 2 beautiful 4s and a 6, and then we saw Malhotra as well, 2 4s, and then the dangerous Aniket Gupta, the man who scored a century in the series, 4 4s and a huge 6, but then after that, boundaries have dried up. Well, as I say that, this one has been put away, and that's gone, I think, I'm sure, all the way. Yes, it is. Manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba. Eso es. 6 carreras, and this is what they need here down. They need a few big hits. They need the acceleration. Well, that one from Gopi was hit with a bang. Big 6.
Yeah. Where was the counter-attack going to come from? That was the question. And Devilapalli, he comes up with the goods. You can see at the moment we're getting pretty excited to get ready for the first ever European Cricket Championship. It starts 1 month today, Rico. Can you believe it? And we are super excited to be involved in that. It's going to be basically the Euros, but for cricket, and the official host venue. I mean, tell us a bit about this Khatma Oval in Malaga. It looks like a wonderful place to play cricket, Rico.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's picturesque. I mean, you can see the pictures there now. And now, don't forget, that is going to be, well, it's going to be, dare I say it, tarted up. It's going to look the bee's knees. And, well, I can't wait to be there. And if you've got the opportunity, get yourself there. There's going to be plenty there for the spectators as well. There's this one. Oh, another one that just misses. They're taking him on. If it hits, he's going to be in trouble. It could be both ends. And they're asking a question of both ends. He's giving him out. Has he given? No, he hasn't given him out. Relax, Rico. Well, I saw the umpire putting the finger up there.
Whole hand, though.
But he's given the bye. Wow. How about this? But look at this one. How does that miss? Once again, the keeper, Khan, doesn't do too well.
Ooh.
He ends up going to the other end. Here's the throw. No, he's well in. But I don't know if you see this. You don't see the umpire putting the hand up. I thought, he can't be. Surely not.
All action.
But just giving the bye. But yeah, Cartermania. Well, there's a little bit of Cartermania here already as well. Getting excited. It's going to be super, and plenty. People have asked, is there going to be spaces there for the spectators? I said, oh yeah, for sure. And it's going to be all sorts of things happening there for the spectators. Slower delivery. He's played that lovely shot. Really nicely played. It's almost like he preempted the shot he was going to play. The bowler fires it in slow, and the batsman, though he's got into position early, he's waited long enough. There he is, and plays that nicely. This is a lovely shot. So Gopi, he's stepping up to the mark here. Nice shot there from that man, Gopi Devilapalli. Yeah, plenty there will be at Carnival for the spectators. Going to be food tents as well. And, well, who knows? Maybe we'll have a little bit of music blaring as well. So you got a chance to just enjoy the cricket, have some fun, have a dance, have a few bevies. But most importantly, you'll be watching quality T10 at its best. Firmly hit. Running the first one quick, that's nice to see. Putting the pressure on. And this is what we're talking about. This is good cricket here now. These two batsmen, they're attacking. They're playing some shots. They're getting some boundaries. But they're also attacking the fielders. And what I'm liking also, as I'm looking up to the skies, there's some brighter, clearer stuff coming this way. So hopefully this rain will stop pretty soon. But Devilapalli at the moment is going at 2 a ball. That's exactly what they needed at this point, the acceleration. So Huck in once more, over pitching, but gets away with it. Just batsman there maybe just needed to wait and let the ball come to him. Then a Sakira, and he would have been able to play this to that vacant area sort of square leg. It wasn't able to. Actually went to the ball. This man bowling, as I've already said, he's also one of the top bowlers, key bowlers in this series so far. And 13 wickets to his name. Slower delivery, that's well bowled. This one will be close. In fact, it won't be close. It will be plumb. LBW, that's well bowled. And he now goes up on the 14 wickets. That was certainly a busy character. Look, steams in, even though these conditions get this one full and straight. Yeah, no doubt about that. And that was one of the easiest decisions I think that umpire Salman Khan would make. Umpire Ashish, he's gone. Big wicket.
Yeah, umpires have a very important job to do as well. I think you're exactly right. Doesn't get too much more plumb than that. So the wickets are a concern. It's the pressure of finals cricket, I think, as well. Yusuf Sahak, I mean, what a series he's had, Yusuf Sahak. You knew you'd get amongst the wickets sooner rather than later. He took 4 wickets in 4 balls earlier in the series. The only time we've ever seen that in the FanCode European Cricket Series. And he normally wears number 4 on his back. I think the 4 is just not, doesn't feel worthy. Doesn't even have a number on his back today.
Well, I think it's because he's taken 5 for 6. He said, I can't have 4, I've got to have 5.
Maybe.
He probably would like 56 on the back, 5 for 6. But when he's got nothing, I think the numbers eluded him. But what hasn't is his bowling and his line. He's really bowled well and he's well full of energy and gets the radar in the right place. And that's a terrific reply. Coming at the right time as well, because you just saw there that Gopi was putting some pressure on him. He's gone for 12 of just 7 deliveries, but he got some acceleration in there. I think one of the 2 batsmen had to go for the shot, but in the end done by a classy Yorker. One thing that we say, Vinny, don't we, that sometimes that bowlers are guilty of not getting the ball full and pitched up, which allows the batsmen to get the ball away. Well, he's come back with a peach of a delivery to get rid of a batsman that was looking in pretty good form. So Devapalli goes. So pressure now back on I think here, Dana Sakira. I think he's got to start playing a few shots. He's joined out there by Usman Safi. Full, and this is gone the distance. Balle, balle, balle. Well, it was a Gandhi ball. And Gandhi balls need to be put away, but that was put away emphatically. Used his feet lovelily, got to the pitch and smashes it. 6 runs. He's off and he's running.
Yeah, well, this man, I can tell you, he is capable. This could be the game we can break out. He's into double figures. Oh, and he goes again, and this one's even bigger. This one's a full toss. A UB over pitches, and Dhanasekara is after him. Maximo! Wow. Right out of the middle, Rico, and 6 more.
Cracking shot. It's all about the feet. Look how quick. You say it's a full toss, but it's how quickly he makes it into a full toss. That's 2 in 2, and that's all down to the footwork of that man there, Dhanasekara. Lovely shots, big hitting, thunderous hitting, and now I'm pretty sure this next ball is going to be a short one. He's not going to try that again. It's going to be short outside the off stump. It has to be. Otherwise, well, we can see a hat-trick of 6s here. This ball still hasn't come back. It's gone miles.
That one. You have to go get that one on horseback. And Yubi, that's the look of a man, which is his days just turned around very quickly. And how about that from Dhanasekara, though? I mean, how cleanly did he hit that? And let's checking that ball, seeing what shape it's in. I assume it's probably pretty hot as well after that kind of an impact. But how's the counter-attack? And the momentum swings that we've seen in this innings already, Rico, it's quite incredible. And this is the kind of action you expect on quarter-final Friday.
Well, we hold our breath to see where this one's going to go. And it's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs. It ends up being another full toss. He'd gone for the slower delivery. Well, I think Dhanasekara could have done anything with this. He could have played the same shot again, but he decides, well, no, I'll be crafty. I'll be cheeky. And that's nicely played. And the height, well, that's another thing the umpires would have had to consider. But they've said it's okay, probably because it was the slower delivery and dipping. But it's been put away
as well, wasn't he? As he played that.
Yeah.
Very clever. He's always one step ahead at the moment, Dhanasekara.
And this is hit hard as well, but the fielder has to keep an eye on it. It does, gets down. The batsman think about the 2. The throw comes in. Well, they will go here now. No. This is clever batting. They put the pressure on early with the first one, and now will they make it into 3? Will they say, let's watch it, well, maybe? And, well, this is going to be dodgy. And he could be
Oh,
gone. He will.
no.
Oh, they just got too excited. They got too carried away. And he's been run out. But, well, how about this? This is not what you need. The only good thing about it is Safi. Well, he was sent out there to run. Look,
He certainly did that.
they did well here. Look, this was good. They said, yeah, this is an easy one. And even though Safi wasn't ready, he makes it easy. But this one, I weren't so sure about. I think the fielder could have thrown this. But the difference here is look where Dansakira started from.
Yeah.
He'd already taken a few yards, whereas Safi, he was inside his crease.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Safi had to hold his ground because that's the throw. That was the end that the throw was coming into. So you see, Dansakira can back up a little bit, but he can't really get going because if that throw is hitting the stumps or close to the stumps, and an excellent decision by the umpire. Wow, that's the kind of action. Oh, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Pound for pound, you won't find better cricket entertainment anywhere else on the planet.
Slow delivery. This could be another chance. If it goes to hand, it doesn't. It drops in the gap in between three players. The Bermuda Triangle. When they do pick it up, in comes the throw. He's taken two. Well, this score and where it ends up is all down to this man, Dansakira.
You know what over it is, Rico? Give you one guess. It's the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as we always say here on the European Cricket Network. The UB, we've had sixes. I mean, the double overthrow run out. Last ball of it coming up.
Oh, that's a good one. He gets a good one in there.
Yeah, I don't mind that, though, because Dansakira will be on strike as we start the 10th over shortly. It's 93 for 7 after 9.
So the 100 has got to be the first landmark they need to get to.
This is a few key stats here, and you can see that Malmo, when batting first, they've always posted 100, 103 their lowest. They're averaging 124, a high of 171. They're not going to get near that today. But just have a look at the high successful chases. Neither team has actually chased 100 in the series successfully so far, and Ariana CC's best chase is 86. So it just shows you. Both teams, though, I'll tell you something, they haven't lost batting second. See, they're both 3-0 batting second. So that's very interesting. Neither team has had an unsuccessful chase in the series.
Oh, he's knocked him over, and who is it? It only can be just one man. And, well, this bowling of Sahak has been fantastic. Comes in, charges in, and, well, probably not the best of shots there in the end to finish up with. But Dansakira, he's done brilliantly well for his team. It's accelerated, but with that wicket going, does that mean that they're going to struggle here with 5 balls to go to get to the 100?
Well, I like him better when he hits straight. It kind of makes up his mind he's going to go across the line. But that's the kind of delivery that he can probably drive straight out of the ground. Instead, he takes the risk and doesn't pay off. So now they're running out of wickets as well. Incredibly, they've lost 8 wickets now in the innings. Dansakira goes for a quick fire 22, and it's 93 for 8. 5 balls remaining. Yeah,
good delivery. I think that one probably didn't come up as much as Dansakira was expecting to do so. There we go, interesting. They're really going to have to now push hard here. The Yorker, well bowled. Excellent bowling. What a delivery that is. I mean, under these conditions, under this scenario, to get the ball, to get this in the right place all the time, this is incredible. And you know what? Watching this, I'm not surprised that Ariana CC, that the top 3 positions in the stats of the bowling, the top wicket takers are from their club. I think they've been sensational in the bowling.
Sahak's had an incredible tournament. He's also chipped in with the bat when required. Tell you what, the skill of these players under these conditions, can't really talk about it enough. It's very slippery.
Yep.
To execute that Yorker with such consistency, and you can see why he's taken so many wickets. And at the death, there's been no one better in the tournament. 4 balls remaining. Is Rajput on strike?
Hit this pretty well, and they'll need to push, and they have to go for 2 here. And, well, he's got there in the end. I think a lot of that was to do with perhaps the throw. I think it's a long boundary there. I mean,
also, slight fumble.
You know, there was a fumble.
You can predict a fumble. You don't have to be Nostradamus to know that in the slippery conditions, there might be a good chance of the ball not being cleanly fielded. So even with 8 wickets down, I think that's the sort of one you can go for.
Yeah.
96. Can they crack the ton?
Bit of bat on this, I think. Well,
oh dear.
Well, I thought I heard a bit of bat now. It could have been pad bat.
Yeah, it could have been. Well, the other thing is he could have hit his pad with his bat as well. Definite double noise.
We'll probably see it better from the other angle. Let's see what we can pick up here.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, the thing is, we'd heard 2 noises, but it doesn't certainly appear like there's an edge on that one. And sometimes you can just flick your pad with your bat, as as it goes past. So if the umpire was satisfied there was kind of daylight between bat and ball, and it's a very fair decision. So Sahak delivering for Ariana CC, takes a third wicket, 3 for 9. And with 2 balls remaining, they're down to their last batsman. Now I think, yeah, if you just can scrape 3 or 4 off these last 2 balls, you're happy. They won't get anything here.
Ooh,
and
very well bowled. He knew he was going to go for the Yorker there, Vinny.
Yeah, of course. And so, I don't think Shahbaz Hussain thought that he'd be out there. He's recovering from a little bit of a finger injury that he sustained during a run out the other day. It's good to see him back in the side. Hopefully it's okay to bowl.
Well, speaking of run out, this will be a run or a run out. They've just got to go. It's the last delivery. You've got to go. You've got to try and get that extra run. It could be valuable. And there's the running.
Oh. Keeper got a finger on that, I think. Got to keep running now. And they'll just settle for 2 in the end, Rico.
3 leg byes.
Yeah, let's have a look at this shot. I'll tell you what, it's probably not the shot I thought I was going to see from Hussain, the number 11. And actually, this probably would have been a wide as well. And have a look at this on the replay. This is why maybe it wasn't that clever, because to be heading down the leg side, but just got a bit of pat on it.
Yeah,
and the result is a score of 98. So 99, not quite the 100, but still certainly a very challenging chase. Remember, Ariana CC, they haven't chased anything over 86 in the series so far, but they haven't unsuccessfully chased anything because they have won all 3 matches that they've played, batting second. And Malmo, they do have the runs on the board. I mean, I think they would have liked a few more. It was their lowest score batting first in the series, but still, runs on the board are good runs. And certainly I can't wait for the second half of this, as one of these teams will remain. One of these teams will be out of the tournament. Quarterfinals Friday action, the first game of the day. And it was Malmo who are off to a blistering start.
And what a start it was. The man who we didn't know if he was going to play or not came out there, Patanaika, and he played some thrilling shots. He really did. And he looked classy. But one thing we knew is that he had an injury. It was always going to be a problem running. And you saw that there. And that's how he was out. A direct hit. Some great work from the wicketkeeper, Khan. And, well, that brought Anit Gupta out. And this one, well, what a catch that one was. That was the one that got the wicket of Malhotra. We know how dangerous he was. Gupta played some nice shots. But this was an important one for me. That one up in the air, and you just thought, right, okay, difficult conditions, is wet out there. Is he going to be able to take the catch? He does. But what a huge catch it was indeed to remove Gupta. That was from Baba. And then wickets started to fall. They needed somebody to stick around and play some good shots. And there's another one there. That was good bowling there from Ayubi as well. But in the end, it all came down to the power hitting of Dhanasakera. He hit some nice shots. But then this man here, what a spell of bowling it was from Sahak. Well, he's demonstrated why he's so dangerous. And he's demonstrated here today in his bowling just why he has now moved right up there to the top of the table of the number of wickets taken 16. Well, they had to go and try and get the 100. And with this wicket going in with the first ball of the 10th over, it was the wicket of Dhanasakera. They were going to struggle. This one, LBW, we thought we heard a bit of bat, and it wasn't to be. He went straight through. The umpires have been solid, and they've been absolutely fantastic and spot on. So the score, it finishes as we will see the scorecard there coming up in front of you on 98 for 9. And you just see there that there were starts, weren't there? It was starts at the beginning from Patnaik. He batted really well. Good little partnership there with Malhotra. 16 he scored. Then it Gupta, the captain, 24 before he was caught brilliantly by Babar. And then there towards the end, doesn't scare up. But the only thing again that we see so many times, batsmen making starts but not able to go a little bit further, not able to get those 10 more deliveries, 10 more balls that could make a difference off the score here. 98 for 9. Well, if any of those 3 batsmen could have been there for another 10 deliveries, we probably would have seen the 120 go up. But now they've got the hard work to do. What about the bowling here? Look, all of the bowlers, I mean, it was a shaky start from Mohammed, and there was a point there also where Ayubi bowled a few bad balls, but really nothing that was disrespectful. But look at the end there. The man, Yusuf Sahak, 3 wickets from his 2 overs and only conceding just 9 runs. That's absolutely fabulous. Brilliant bowling. It was supported well there by Khan as well. Khan, I think, bowled at a difficult time. When 16 came off the first, he had to be good, and he came back and did the job for his captain. So this, the first quarterfinal here in Landskrona in Malmo, Sweden, is, well, I think it's evenly poised. You see that both these teams, they've not lost matches when they've been chasing. So I think, but the happier team for me right now is going to be Haryana CC, because I think they know that they've done very well to keep that score to 98, and they fielded well and bowled well in different conditions. Those conditions where it looks like they are eventually going to change at some point today, but at the moment still, the outfield is very wet. The ball is going to be wet to start off with for Malmöhus, so they've got some work to do here, but they themselves know there's some big wickets that they need to try and get, but the biggest one has got to be off the captain, Nuratullah Sultan. If they can get him out early, well, they've got a chance. Anyway, this is going to be an exciting finale to this very first quarterfinal here today. Join me right back, Rika Full, and also Vinny Sandu for the conclusion of the first quarterfinal in just under 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back. A very warm welcome to you wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're watching us via our YouTube channel, EuropeanCricket.com, or whether it's by FanCode, namaste to you. And I'm sure you are all as excited as I am alongside Mr. Maximo about this match, because it's really going to be an interesting finish to our first quarter-final. The rain has stopped. Brighter weather on the way. Look, with that score, with that 98 scored, I can tell you this, 7,000 runs, 7,004 to be precise, have been scored in this series so far. And, well, believe you me, it's not the last of them. I think we're going to see some more bigger scores. A little bit of a conference between the Malmo captain and some key players deciding who's going to bowl this first one. I think they may have made that decision already before now, but it could be that they've decided to make a late change here. I think the bowler's gone out there, maybe looked at the conditions and maybe not fancied it first up. So it looks like they're going to go with Malhotra. Now this man, Malhotra, I think he's been key. He's certainly, I mean, a player that has got a chance. I mean, depending on how this match goes and if they make their way all the way through to the final, got a chance of maybe being the MVP as well. He's been performing with bat and with ball. Well, he's certainly got to perform well here now with the ball. He's going to be bowling to Kidar Khan, the wicket-keeper. And he's joined out there. The non-striker is Mahmood Babar. And that's the start of the first ball. And straight away, you're seeing the conditions not ideal for fielding. Fielders are going to slip and slide. But thank you for joining me, Rico Full. And alongside me, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks very much, Rico. And what a great chase we've got in our hands here. 99 for victory. Let's have a look at Group A versus Group B, Rico. It was interesting. You know, you mentioned a couple of key differences between the statistical analysis between two groups.
Yeah, I mean, look, big difference there. One thing I've seen is the batting certainly be much better. And we'll probably just have that pop up on the screen once more. This one has been nicely placed. He's pierced the two fielders. That'll be the first boundary in this run chase. Lovely shot and a confident shot played by Baba first up.
Yeah, it's a good shot, wasn't it? Just got it in the gap. A little bit of width to work with from Malhotra, who's been really, really tight with his bowling in the first stage of this tournament.
Yeah, nicely played indeed. Just about timing, and they've got to sort that gap out. But yeah, you see there also, I always like to see the two columns there about the number of sixes and also the number of fours. It just gives you an idea. When you look at those numbers, I'm sure there's people looking down and said, no, it can't be. Trust me, they're correct. And I look at them each night as well. So, well, as I said, now over 7,000 runs scored. But you can see the difference between A and B. B was very much more about the runs, 300 plus runs scored by Group B in the group stages. A was all about the bowling. This one's been played well, and this is going to be 4 more. So the same way, the brisk start that was made by Malmo at the beginning, well, it's a brisk start here being made by Ariana CC. And you can see the bowler there not giving the whip this time, putting it a bit shorter.
He did well. Yeah, sorry, Rico. No, he adjusted to the extra bounce there.
Yeah.
I think it bounced a bit more, but he just kind of made a late adjustment, went with it. So Malhotra has some things to think about.
Certainly does. Came back. And yeah, you're right to pick up on that, how quickly he adjusted and played this shot well. So a slight change, movement in the field. Malhotra, can he get this one right? Comes down the track, is hit and hit firmly. This could go all the way. It has. Balle. Well, Babar is on the march. And this was a spectacular shot to hit this outside the off, go all the way for 6 runs. What a shot. What a beauty.
Yeah, it wasn't too much wrong with this ball from Malhotra, really, was it? I mean, maybe it was a little bit wide, but there's no margin for error. Only 2 outfielders allowed. They put a deep backward point back now. There's a deep extra cover as well.
It's up in the air. This will be a chance. It could be spicy. Oh, is he not going to get to it? Oh, he's gone all the way around. It's a little bit of ring of roses about this one. Well, it was never going to be easy, but he had to pick it up. Wasn't able to. Gets a single. Gets lucky.
Izzy Wizzy, let's get dizzy. Because he eventually found out where it was when it bounced. And it did seem like it was going to go a bit finer than that. There's absolutely no wind, though, so you can't blame it on that. It was just a real steepler. So it's all going to be about taking the chances. And we saw Ariana CC do that very well in their innings. Here's Kidar Khan on strike for the first time.
Just plays this one down. And interestingly enough, the scores at the moment 16, and it was 16 that Malmo got off their first over. And I believe that could be over. Just checking the umpires. But yeah, well, there it is. So 16 apiece. So that just tells you how close this game is going to be. And well, I'm liking the batting there, Baba. He was confident. He attacked the ball. He played some nice shots, but he also did get lucky.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, it's about those half chances. You know, we saw some of them taken, like I said, in the first half of this game. I mean, 98 doesn't quite have the beauty of 100 when you look at it, when you see the target of 99. But I tell you what, it's 99% as hard as a chase of 100, and it's a lot of runs to get in the second innings of a sudden death match. And, you know, we're always looking at the dailies, and 9.9, typically that's been the run rate, average run rate all the way along. So it's pretty much a pass score that they're chasing Ariana CC. And, of course, Nusratullah Sultan, he's a huge player for them. Yet to bat, of course. Second overtime, Sharon Nord with the ball.
Bowls well, and the batsman just guides this down, sort of the backward point area. We didn't see too much of Nord, did we? I mean, he's obviously a player that wasn't available for some of their games, but here he is now playing this all-important quarter-final. Remember, it's as simple as this. The team that loses will not play any further part in this series. This is knockout time. Big match.
High pressure.
Sharon Nord. Left hander, he's played up in the air, should be a catch, and it has been taken comfortably. It was a little bit of catching practice, and I think this one was a lot easier than the last time. I think it is Munir. Yes, it is. Well, Munir, we saw him running in rings before. Well, he didn't get dizzy, luckily, because he was able to stand up and take this catch, and that's a wicket. And, well, it's almost similar pattern to the innings of Mamahus. Well, how about that? So, soft dismissal, isn't it? He'll be disappointed, Khan. He's literally just giving catching practice to the fielder there.
Yeah, and look, it's all about placement. If that goes into a gap, probably runs away for 4. So I think he wasn't too worried about hitting it hard. He just wanted to get bat on ball, and he's taking the chance that it wouldn't be straight to field it. His luck was out because, as far as Munir, this one, he couldn't get out of the way of it. It was straight to him. The first wicket falls for Ariana CC. 17 for 1. That'll bring the big bash. Bashir Ahmed to the crease at number 3. So still got Nusratullah Sultan up their sleeve. And I don't think, I'll be honest, what I've seen this series so far, Sultan, he can be a little bit suspect in the power play with the ball swinging around. I think he wants to bat the middle overs, so they have sent out Bashir Ahmed, who we've seen opening a fair bit in this series anyway.
Faces his first ball. It's pretty wide. Taking the single on, a direct hit could be interesting. And now it's all about the backing up. And, well, let's see how close this was.
This is an indoor cricket shot. When you bounce it into the ground, it gives you time to run through. There's plenty of time when it was in the air. Felt like he was just home.
Yeah.
And, yeah, good bit of backing up as well. These are all important as well. Look, every run could be important. It's got that kind of golden ball feel about it. We have seen Ariana CC in a golden ball before. That was last year against their arch nemesis, Ariana O'Keefe.
Nord to the hard-hitting batsman, and this is going to be a chase on, and the Kookaburra is, despite the rain, not going to slow up. 4 runs. And the bowler, he's not impressed that this has gone for 4 runs. He's saying, how's that gone for 4?
It's not the prettiest shot, is it? But it's effective. It's outfield, despite that light rain that's been falling. At the moment, it's held off, but pretty fast. Sensational cricket ground, isn't it? Not just the blue pitch, the surroundings, the outfield. I like the way there's a lot of greenery and a lot of trees around.
Yeah, it looks the part, doesn't it? I think that's the word. It certainly looks the part, the outfield, and of course the natural beauty that we're surrounded by. This one's going down the legs, and that's not going to be out. And in fact, the batsman there, Babar, I know he likes to attack every ball. If he had just stepped inside of this, it would have been a wide.
Yeah, again, every run could be crucial. That's why these little things, if you can get extra ball, extra run, they all add up in the end.
Definitely. I mean, you see there now, he's making a big effort to go really wide and angle the ball in to the right-hander. He's really not trying to bowl straight. Watch this. Look how wide he's going. Goes wide again, angles it in. This time it's played to the fielder. No run. And that is the end of the over. So there was that one boundary from there, but Nord picks up the wicket. And the score at the end of the second, 22 for 1.
Yeah, 22 off 2. So slightly ahead of the rate. And starting Monday, we have a brand new series for you. We'll be in Germany once again. We'll be in Dresden in the east of the country for another 2-week series. 10 teams there ready to go. We did have a series there last year. It was very, very entertaining. And I know that so many of you would love to join us on Monday for the start of that series. For more, you can go to EuropeanCricket.com. Have a look at some of the team previews. And Rico, you'll be there in Dresden. Danny Hudacek will also be joining you in Dresden. I'll be having a little bit of time off in the middle of Dresden. Just getting a few things ready for ECC next month. But I'm sure I'm leaving it in capable hands. And I bet you're looking forward to another exciting series.
Yeah, certainly am. Looking forward to going back to Germany as well. Certainly had some pleasant times in Germany and seen some excellent cricket as well. And obviously there's the T10 in Kiel, and then also last week there was the T20I Internationals as well. And I've heard good things about Dresden, and I'm excited to see the teams and the players there. But at the moment, all the excitement is around this ground in Malmo. It's quarterfinals Friday, and this is quarterfinal number 1, and it's evenly poised. And well, Ahmed got 1 from 1 so far. Was very keen to get off the mark straight away, and now he's got Usman Safi to contend with. In comes Safi, and he starts with a bad ball, and probably just this is all about the bowler here in his mind. He wants to get the first one over. He also doesn't know what the pitch is going to do. Is it going to be slippery? I mean, the left armer.
Got away with that one though.
But we've said this, yeah. But it's one thing we've said about Usman, isn't it, Vinny? When we've seen him before, what he doesn't always do is get the ball going across the right-hander, which he has to. Bowls too much down the leg, and he can get punished. This one's hit hard. The fielder's got to try and get down to it. He can't, so he's going to race away from him. 4 runs. So that's another one that's been played out there. It's not been the shot the batsman looking for, but enough on it for 4. And I think they'll be quite keen to get this, the third over, out the way as quick as they can so they can start to spread this field.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, there's nothing too much wrong with his delivery. He doesn't really have the pace to bother the batsman. And the big bash goes bash. Gets 4. Plenty of gaps on that leg side. So they're kind of encouraging him, I think, to hit the ball on the onside because there's only 3 fielders on that side. So plenty of gaps, but it is a risky stroke. Now he's around the wicket.
Better line, isn't it? He's got a bowl. I mean, if you look at that field, especially, he's got to be looking to hit the line outside the off stump all the time. That's what the field has been set for. You've got the man sort of, it's almost like, so third man on the boundary, you've then got like a backward point and point.
Yeah.
Cover, extra cover. And
it's not the kind of field you can bowl too straight to, is it?
No, no. This one's down the leg. He's got away with it.
Yeah, he really has got away with a couple here, Safi. Game of inches, isn't it? I mean, with no fine leg, a little bit of bat on that, it's 4.
Yeah.
There's no fine leg in or out of the circle. And well, he's playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette at the moment. But so far, he's still walking. He's still talking.
Safi, he'd love to get the bash out here. It's a chance, and he's got him. Not only would he love to get him out, he does get him out. It wasn't the best of shots, wasn't able to get the power behind it, and they stuck with the field, they stuck with the plan, and it's paid off.
It has, and yeah, it was an interesting bit of strategy. I think in the end, he just goes inside out, doesn't get enough bat on it, doesn't time it at all. And the big bash, there's a bit of smash, but then he's out of there. He's got to go for only 5. The second wicket falls, 27 for 2. And, well, for me, the match rests on the very large shoulders of this gentleman, Nusratullah Sultan, as he comes to the crease. If he gets runs, I think they get home Ariana CC. If he goes, I think they're going to be in some serious trouble. And well, he's one of the most exciting cricketers to watch. I don't think he particularly likes being in this early, just to be honest. I think he likes a bit of freedom, knowing that there's a bit more of a base on the board when he comes to the crease. I think he likes to come in the kind of, maybe the 5th over or so. But anyway, what a big moment for the captain to lead from the front, and he's facing Usman Safi, who's got 1 for 5.
Safi bowls a good delivery, but look, the power and the timing in this. Look, this is his first ball, and just to drop the bat onto this is just sheer timing. This is a glorious stroke कई बारी पावर दी नहीं गल होंदी टाइमिंग दी होंदी है टाइमिंग बहुत अच्छी सी फील्डिंग दी कोशिश तो कीती पर चौका लग गया lovely shot
Just a push, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It's all
just a
about the
push.
timing.
It was interesting that when he was coming in the sun was shining brightly, so was this going to be his day? Was that a sign or was that shining for the bowling side Malmo when they got that wicket? Well, this is in the air and it's gone through the gap. It's going to be 4 more runs. There was a scream of catch. Now, for a moment, I thought this was going to go to hand because the field, the way it was to start off the over for Safi, there was a man there, but he's been moved. They've moved him wider because of the shot that he played before.
35 for 2. Now, you remember Nusratullah, this is one of the moments of last year in the Ariana versus Ariana O'Keefe derby. It's a golden ball. Nusratullah, there's no chance he's getting 2, is he? But then the keeper fumbles. And have a look at Nusratullah. He slides in. And this is, what do we all remember? The 4 big chest punches. The big man. And it might have been on a mistimed shot that he ended up getting 2 for. And that was a huge moment. And, well, that was right in the midst of the social distancing. And well, went out the window that day because they were super excited. And could we have another golden ball on our hands here? We'll soon find out. I mean, Nusratullah, that was Ariana CC that day. You know, they won that golden ball game, but then they lost the final to Ariana O'Keefe a bit later. And this is poor Gulami. That's Gulami playing for O'Keefe with his little left-handers. And just couldn't believe the scenes and the celebrations. And that was the golden ball from 2020. We have had one in 2021. Spare a thought for the keeper here as well. He made an absolute meal of it. Back to the present day.
Nice start.
Rajput bowling.
Good start there. Gets this ball right up there. Not worried about getting any pace on it. It's all about getting the line. And in fact, I think keeping the pace off seems to be something that's worked well on this pitch, especially the last few days, especially when it's a little bit wet as well. And he slices this away. Chase on for the fielder. He will get there. Munir. Rajput going for full and straight at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good tactic. Yeah, they get Sultan cheaply. I say cheaply, he's already struck 2 boundaries, but you know, it'll be huge. You'll hear a huge roar go up amongst the Malmahus players and support staff if they can get the Sultan. But how are they going to get him? It's Rajput with the ball.
Well, this is hit hard and just to the left of us here. The fielder does come across, not able to do anything about it. It's 6 more. And there's the power of Babar as well. Well, this one was Sultan, but don't forget, as I'm saying, the power of Babar, he's still there, 21 of 10 deliveries. So this partnership, well, this is the one. I think if both these batsmen can get going, we know that they've got the power, they've got the shots as well, where they can knock these runs off in no time.
Yeah, the Sultan's gone 4-4-6 off the 3 balls that he's bowled. He is the sort of player who can make any total look small when he's in full flight. Just the ease with which he does it, just stroke that one down the ground. Will he give an opportunity?
And this one, he just waits for it, smashes it away. I think that's probably going to be 1 bounce 4. Yes, it is. And not the best of delivery. He started well with 2 pitched ones pitched up, but this one too short. And he just stands. And, well, it just like squats it away, doesn't he? Look at this. Inside, deep inside his crease. And, well, lovely shot.
Here's a slow ball. So it wasn't bad thinking from Rajput, but you just feel like Sultan's 1 step ahead and was probably expecting it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't super short because it was a slower ball. Because of the fairly predictable bounce on this artificial surface, Sultan gets across and he identified the gap at deep square leg and he hit it very well. So he's hit a boundary of every single ball he's faced so far. He's on 18 off only 4 balls.
Trying around the wicket, and this one slides away, and it's going to be another 4. And that's the danger. He's coming round the wicket. He's trying to fire it across, but you haven't got your 3rd man in place. So gets anything on this, it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, 1 straight through the gate. Well, this is not really opportunity, but certainly it's a moral victory from the bowler. That one ended up on the path. Take a free drop if you're playing golf. Look both ways before you get that ball as well. Plenty of cyclists around this area. This is a horror over at the moment. 15 off it. Last ball of the over.
And this has been hit hard as well, firmly. And the catch goes down. That was a massive moment. Really was. The sun starts to shine. We thought it was going to be shining on that man there, taking the catch. It goes down. He's sort of, well, he's run into this hard, isn't he? You see, he's just wasn't able to get any balance. What he needed to be doing there is stopping himself and getting ready to take the ball. Instead, he ran into it, hit it with a thump, down it goes, and is that the opportunity? And that's the end of the over. 51 for 2.
Can
What
you
a
believe it?
What a huge opportunity to get out the big man.
Yeah, we were waiting for the big moment, weren't we? And that was it. And look, it wasn't an easy catch because he had to run. He hit the ball at pace, and he's meeting the ball at pace.
Yeah.
So it's hard to meet the ball and then to kind of have the soft hands to receive the ball. So he kind of put the hands up. He was hoping, but like you couldn't have a bigger moment in the match than Sultan giving an opportunity. And he's hit every single ball to the boundary until that one.
Yeah.
And he was 22 off 5 with 4 fours and a 6 off his 5 previous deliveries. And he goes down. But he is on strike now for the start of the new over.
It's up in the air. Chance to catch it. We're not catching that. All he's going to do is fetch it. Forget catch it. 4 more. And, well, that drop catch did do. He allowed him get the single. He stays on strike. And he just, well, he wants to finish this in a hurry. There's no doubting that. And they've gone with Safi to bowl this one. They need something to happen. And I think after this one, maybe they'll go to Nord as well. They need to get this wicket as this one's been hit out. And it's 4 more when he's just dealing in boundaries. This is power hitting at his best. Okay, there's been a chance. He's given a chance. But, wow, isn't he making the most of it? This is just incredible batting. He's in the 30s, 31 of just 8 deliveries.
Sensational placement, though. That's been the key to this assault right now.
So if he goes for the short one, Gandhi ball, and that's gone all the way. Balle. Well, he's got the strength, he's got the power, he doesn't need to be fed. This was fed, and this one crashes into the boundary fence.
Yeah, well, Safi, he might have gotten away with it to the bash, but the Sultan was having none of it. I don't know if that fence will still be standing with a couple more blows like this. It was short, it was down the leg side. There was absolutely no risk to that shot at all for Nusratullah. He's on track for one of the fastest 50s we've ever seen. He's 37 off 9 balls.
Safi goes full and gets the respect this time from the Sultan. And that's nice to see. That tells you that this is not about slogging.
Yeah.
This is not about closing your eyes and having a swing. If the ball needs to be respected, it gets respected. That was a good ball. And the Sultan decided, well, no, I'm not giving my wicket away to you. Slower and put away. The fielder has to do with it and does. Slower ball. It was a full toss.
Well, I think it's called a no ball as well. I'm not sure if it was for the height. It was around waist height, and so it'll be no ball +1, and Babar will be on strike for the free hit.
Yeah, it was because of the speaking, the conversation there with umpire Rafi to the bowler. It was because of height, so he's on his warning as well. This one's, well, remember, here's a free hit, so it will not be out.
And this one is another one.
Well, he could be off then here.
He'll be off. He will be off. It's
Yep.
2 consecutives. I mean, he only had 2 balls to go anyway. But if you have a look here, this one, Babar on the free hit. Yeah, I don't mind that call. That's a waist-high full toss. And umpires are very quick to call it. So somebody have the unenviable task of bowling this free hit. And, well, this is what's crazy about Nusratullah Sultan, the way he plays his cricket. He hasn't always come off in this series. In fact, he hasn't really come off except for a big 75 that he scored in the group stage. But if he can get going, he can make the game. He can take the game away from you so quickly. And it's just been a couple of overs here that he's just gone on a boundary hitting rampage. And suddenly, it does seem like there's almost no way back into this game for Malmahus.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take something special here now, isn't it? And when you think just matter of 30 runs required, they can do it in run a ball, but there's that man there. Well, both these batsmen, Babar, who made the start, and Sultan, well, both have played just 11 balls. One is on 22 and Sultan is on 38. Free hit again here. And it's going to be Tarar who's come to bowl the remaining deliveries in the over. Starts short, it's sliced away. This is a free hit, remember. So just going to be 4 more runs. There's no fielder there, nobody there looking to take the catch. And, well, this has been an incredible chase so far. And they're doing it in style. And what are you thinking here if you're Malmo? What are you thinking here if you're Ankit Gupta? He's got to try and find a way to break this partnership and
He'd be
really give them
shell-shocked.
some hope. Yeah, he will
I
be.
think that's the thing. It's happened so quickly. Last ball of the over.
And it's going to be 4 more. And they're just dealing in boundaries. It'd be interesting to see just how many of these runs, and we'll work it out for you, know that, have come just off boundaries. It's been amazing. I can only remember just a handful of singles. All the rest have been boundaries, and they're flowing off the bat of Ariana CC.
I'll have to get the accountants in to look at that over. I've got it as 26, the combined over from Safi and Rizwan Tara that came and finished it off. So that's a magical over. At a key time as well. I mean, your only way back into this, you need to get both of these batsmen and then hope for some sort of a collapse, but it's hard to see where it'll come from. I just want to say hello to Nomad Sabir. He says, can we shout Chokka? Which means 6 in Bangla. I thought Chokka is 4.
Yeah, Chokka is 6. Chokka is Chokka lag. Yeah, I would say that's 4. Chokka.
Yeah. It's okay. Nomad, we're all learning here. Rico, he's my resident language expert. Anyway, here's Nord to come back to bowl the 6th.
Well bowled. Gets that one right up there. And, well, he needs... The thing is, though, this is Nord's second. After that, he's off. Well, who else is going to be able to come on and really slow this man? Baba, he's stealing the strike a little at the moment.
Joma Mubarak to all our viewers as well, watching in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
You know what? Go back to this in a minute as this one is drilled away and fielder does do the work. And some people are superstitious. I wonder if Mama Hus are superstitious because it is a Friday and it is the 13th.
Well, it is Friday the 13th, isn't it? Thanks for reminding me.
It's some people will say it's lucky, so maybe it's the case of it's going to be lucky for Ariana CC, but not so much for Mama Hus. They're certainly having this is definitely a Friday the 13th sort of bowling performance, isn't it? Well, I can't even say that. It's just been a Friday the 13th type of batting from Ariana CC. That one's too wide, and the last thing that you need to be doing here is bowling wide. You need wickets. You need your best bowler to provide you something.
Yeah, I think so. I've obviously turned to Nord, who had a very good first over. He's got a bit of a plan to stay outside there off stump, and we'll go any way back into this. It's hard to say how, but it does involve taking a bunch of wickets very quickly and hoping a bit of panic sets in for Ariana CC.
Well, they're taking the single, or thought about it anyway.
No, Sultan says no. I just want to stay here. He's slowed down a bit, hasn't he? 46 off 14 now. It's an incredible start to his innings. I mean, all of those boundaries, with the exception of that drop catch. Again, a lot of people in the chat are saying catch, miss, match, miss. Well, I'd say it's as simple as that, but certainly a huge moment in this first quarterfinal.
This one's hit away. Fielder keeps his eye on it. Does well. Oh, look, so far 70 runs have come from the boundaries and the 4 extras. So 66 in boundaries and 4 extras. And that tells you a story. 70. So they definitely have been dealing in boundaries. Up in the air. And there is nobody out there at all. So it's going to be 4 more. So make that 72 coming from boundaries of this score. And I think at the moment here, Vinny, I'm just sensing that Mama Hus, they just like this to be over and come off the field. This is hurting them.
It's actually incredible. I mean, we talked a lot about Group A having to sit out a week. Will they come back a bit rusty? Well, I'm not seeing any rust on these two out there.
No.
Babar, remember him? He's still there. He's 27 off 14. Sultan with 47 off 15. They've been going absolutely great guns.
That's a rare dot ball, a very, very rare dot ball. And it will be one that brings the end of the over. So the score here now at the moment, we're on 84 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up next. And we got the second quarterfinal. Well, this will be a really interesting match. Lance Corona, well, they lost their first 3 matches of the series. They won their last 5.
Yeah.
Playing really well at the moment. And they're taking on Malmo. They're another team that had a similar path. They lost their first 4 matches and then won their last 3 matches in the group stage, including an incredible, impossible chase in the last group match that they played a week ago today. And It's going to be Lance Corona who are batting first. They won the toss and elected to bat, and they bat all the way down. I love their approach. I think it's a good toss to win for them because they don't have the pressure of any particular score. They can just go out, bat the way that they want to bat, and that match is starting in approximately half an hour. You don't want to miss it right here on the European Cricket Network.
Well, the captain of Haryana CC, Sultan, he's, well, one boundary away from what would be a fantastic half-century. And he gets a little bit of inside edge onto this. He'll set it for a single. I think that's not the thing that's on his mind at the moment. Being the captain, it's all about winning this game, getting it done, getting their name booked into tomorrow's semi-final. Babar now on strike. The bowler, Munir. It's nicely hit. Very straight back down the ground. Just missing the stumps on his way through. Here comes the throw. So it's another single.
It's just amazing how quick the life has gone out of this game.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally talking a 10, 15 minute period. The game's been wrestled away from Malmohus.
Another single. Munir goes down. I think he's hurt himself in the process, I think. Just over stretching there, but he seems okay. Gets himself back up. Yeah, I think though that from when Sultan came in, I mean the shots that he played, just boundary after boundary, and how well he played it. I still remember his first ball where he just sort of just punched it through.
Defended it for 4.
Yeah, and that just serious timing. This one's hit high up in the air. There is a fielder out there, but he's not going to be able to do anything about that. And the boundaries just keep coming. And manos arriba, Vitro Rafi. Well, hang on a minute. Well, maybe they've got it wrong. Maybe he'll have to put his hands back down again. We're just having a look at this again. Yeah, it's definitely a maximo. So 6 more runs. And that's what we're talking about. Some of these sixes, there haven't been huge swings. It's just been timing. And this one, better delivery. And, well, that's the sort of bowling perhaps we haven't seen so much of. And I think that's where Haryana CC were at their best. I mean, when you saw, and Ayubi bowled really well, good full deliveries. But that man there, Sahak, he just didn't give you any width. And he got the big wickets, the big men before they got going. Slower delivery once more. He's trying to split the fielder there. Keeps his eye on it. Plays it safe. Keeps the ball in play. And just keeps his ball game alive. But what they're not able to do is stop the Sultan getting to his 50. Well batted. What a 50 it's been. It's come off 18 deliveries. It really is. It's, well, certainly been a match-winning innings. And the difference here, Vinny, we saw some good knocks. I mean, Ankit Gupta, he went out there and played, started in very similar fashion. Problem was, he wasn't able to continue making it into big score. That's certainly one of the things that I saw in the Group B matches. We always saw batsmen make starts. For example, Rahim Safi as well. They made big starts, but they always were getting out. They weren't able to go all the way, and that's been the difference between the two teams here. We've seen good batting also for Malmohus, and don't forget there was also that great knock as well from Dansakira, but they weren't able to go big when it mattered. They weren't able to take it from the 20s into the 50s, and Sultan has shown you that's the way to do it. And this one, gone for the big hit, not able to get it. They only need 3 runs here for victory, 3 runs, and Haryana CC continue their path upwards into the semi-finals. They will go tomorrow. And certainly I can say this, Vinny, from what I've seen, and this one's floated up there, slower delivery up in the air, will just be a easy single take. And what I've seen, if they perform on the day, it's their batsmen not looking. This quite easily could have been more runs. They're not interested. But they're going to take some beating. They bowled really well for me. We saw them take some stunning catches, and with the bat, you've got some powerful batsmen there as well. Sultan, he's going to take some doing. It's going to take something to knock him over. Babar has batted really well here as well.
It's a little bit of a kind of, I won't say a stagger over the finish line, but
it was all those middle overs where this innings was just torn apart. Remember, they were 22 off 2, and we had overs of 13, 16, and 26. So when you see that those overs went for 55 in 3 overs, broke the back of this chase.
And this will be it, as the match is completed with a boundary. And what an authoritative display this has been from Ariana CC. And I think they've made a statement out there, haven't they? They've showed the other teams that they certainly are going to be one to beat. And it was a marvellous, marvellous display from them. And they did it the hard way. Don't forget the conditions that they had to field in and bowl in, and they did that really well. And I think only good teams and top players are able to do that. And they restricted a very good Malmo team to 98 for 9, and they went out there and finished the job with ease. So it's going to be, again, it's going to be a shame to say goodbye to Malmo. I mean, they've been wonderful. I love the approach that they've had to the game. I've loved speaking to their captain, Ankit Gupta. What a lovely man he is. And don't forget, he's still the only man that has scored a century in this series. But we won't see them again. But, well, we have to say congratulations to Ariana CC as well for making it into tomorrow's semi-finals.
Yeah, congratulations where it's due to Ariana CC. And Malmo, sorry to see them go. This is what's coming up next. It's match 42. The second quarter final starts in about 25 minutes time right back here on ECN. Let's Corona 5-3. They're on a winning streak, but so are Malmo, who won their last 3 group matches. But one of them, their winning streak is going to come to an end in this sudden death encounter. And we certainly didn't see any cobwebs on the bats of the Ariana CC batsmen this morning. But Malmo, can they continue their form? They'll have to chase, but they are the impossible chasers against Lance Corona, who bat all the way down. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the second innings of this, the first quarter final. 99 for victory. You knew there's always going to be 1 or 2 key moments in this chase. And early on, the openers went about it. It was Baba that got away to a bit of a flyer. And eventually, the wicket was taken. That was Qatar Khan. Went for just 1. And it was well held by Munir after he wasn't able to judge quite an interesting high ball. Then the big bash. Not too much bash from him, just the 1 boundary. And he bashed his pads. He was furious with himself when enter the Sultan. You know, he's the sort of player that can change a game very quickly, and he showed it right here. Now he's one of the most feared batsmen in the country, Nusratullah Sultan. And he wasn't bashing his chest this time. He was bashing the ball all around the ground. Really, they didn't bowl well to him on some occasions, but some were just really good shots to some decent deliveries. And then after the assault from Sultan, there weren't too many left.
It was an outstanding knock. It really was. I mean, we talk about, I mean, I often talk about master blasters and batsmen that are hitting the ball so sweet. Well, looking at one here, and he's giving it the thumbs up there because that was an almighty performance from him. I just think that it wasn't just the power. What I liked about him, sometimes you see batsmen that do hit the ball well and do like to be attacking, but you can get them out because you bowl. Sometimes we'll say, look, if you pitch one up right up to him, you're going to get him because all he's doing is swinging wild. That is not the case with Sultan because every time he did get a good ball, he got in line, respected it. He wasn't worried about having to take a single because he knew if they bowled short, if they bowled wide, if they bowled it in the slot, he was going to put it away. But anything that needed to be respected, he did respect it. I think that was an outstanding knock. Certainly one of the best that I've seen so far in this
game situation as well, because there's so much pressure on his shoulders. But he handled it great. 52, not out for him. Also, don't forget the 40, which was also a pretty good effort from Mahmood Babar. Let's have a look at the bowling. Well, Sharon Nord actually bowled pretty well, 1 for 13. He avoided the eye of the storm. But all the other bowlers going for plenty. Safi got the other wicket, but he kind of lost the plot a little bit with a couple of high full tosses. He was removed from the attack. 4 balls into his second over. But look, Malmo, I think you said it perfectly, Rico. Their captain, Ankit Gupta, and all of their players, they are sensational guys to have involved in this series. I know they'll be bitterly disappointed to not go through to finals day. They played some excellent cricket all the way through. Unfortunately, they just couldn't fire. I think what we saw there is no Malmo batsman got out of the 20s. Gupta himself with 24. Danasekara, he looked dangerous. Got out in the last over. Patanaik, same thing, ran himself out. Has that injury. And so, unfortunately, they were just a few too short. You know, on another day, Gupta gets going. Maybe they post something like 130. You see, even with that assault, 102 pretty much at the end of 8 overs. And might have had a crackerjack finish. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. And the first final spot is confirmed as Ariana CC through to the semis. You might want to take a chance to go to our website, europeancricket.com, in the meantime. We've got about 20 minutes until the start of the second quarter final. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. But for now, from Quarterfinals Friday, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for this second quarterfinal. Let's get ready to rumble as we've got Lance Corona, who are on the way, taking on Malmo. See you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Malmo. And after all the excitement of the first quarterfinal, it's time for quarterfinal number 2, match 42 on the calendar. And it's the hosts, Landskrona, who are here to take on Malmo Cricket Club. I think this will be a very spicy encounter between two exciting teams. Let's go to Rob Kemming, the match referee, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Yes, it's tails. Your call.
Tails. Tails is called. It is heads.
What would you like to do, Sagar?
We're going to bat first.
Landskrona win the toss in the second quarterfinal. They've elected to bat first. Look, they know the power of runs on the board, and they certainly are a very exciting team. When they bat first without the pressure of a target, they do back themselves. They can all hit boundaries, Landskrona. They bat very deep. We'll probably see Dalvi and Kiani at the top. Look, I love Wally out. He missed out yesterday, but we know how destructive he can be with the bat. And even the captain, Sagar Hanif, he is a very, very talented batsman, and he can adapt to the situation at hand. So watch out for Landskrona. They'll want to put a big score on the board. And look, they probably might need to against Malmo. Remember, they orchestrated the miracle chase, the impossible chase, when they chased 127 in their last group match against Jönköping. And it was the captain, Hamad Rafiq, that came and finished it off with 5 incredible sixes in 1 over. Who could forget that? And Rafiq, he would have had a week for his arm to recover. So I guess we will see him probably batting in his customary number 3 position, but also watch out for Sunny Sharma and Nikhil Mathur at the top of the order. So it's going to be a huge encounter. We're going to see who will make it through to finals day and who will be going home. Rico Full, well, you're right at home in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball of quarterfinal number 2.
Hello and welcome back as we leave you to see these magnificent drone shot of where we are, the Landskrona Cricket Club here in Malmo. A lovely setting. How picturesque is that? And you can see to one side we've got that beautiful athletics track as well. And well, the other side of those marquees are where the horses are. So we have a look at this match. This is going to be an interesting one for me. Don't forget Landskrona. They're the team that have won 5 matches on the spin here now. Yesterday they defeated Lund, scoring 138 and restricting Lund to just 60. And it was Javid Khan, 37 of 12 deliveries. And then also, well, chasing down Lund's 71 in, well, it was an easy victory again for them again. And that time it was Imran Kiani getting runs. He's going to be a key player for me, and that's why he's right up there with the fantasy points. But, well, Malmo, they themselves also, don't forget, they are unbeaten in the last 4 as well. They were winning 3 on the trot, and the last game for them was a no result. So we've got 2 informed teams going into this second quarterfinal. And, of course, the man that Vinny was talking about there, you know, Hamad Rafiq. Well, he was the man who hit those 5 sixes to win the game. So we've certainly got an interesting contest here. And don't forget, they've got a very good bowler in the side as well with Azim Chinwari. He's taken 10 wickets in the series. He's best 3 for 9. So on paper, this is going to be an exciting one, I think. And Landskrona there showing a positive side as well, winning the toss and batting first. Conditions, well, they've changed dramatically, haven't they, this morning? There was the cloud cover, there was the rain, the drizzle, which was making it difficult for the fielding side. And though Ariana CC did very well, it wasn't easy out there. But now, glorious sunshine. So I think it's a good coin toss to win, going out there to bat first. As we get ready for this match. And the match officials for this one, Ajish and Suprit, Man in Black, and shout out to them. They've done a fantastic job. They've been led very well by the tournament referee, Rob Kemming, as well. They've worked superbly as a team together. So we're getting ready for the start of the match then. And it's going to be Shah with the first ball. And that's nicely played, but it's got it straight to the fielder, looking to get this through the gap. Nicely stopped, and Kiani, man I was talking about, was in good form yesterday. Wouldn't he love to continue in that form here today? It's a very important cricketer for his side. Batting with ball. And, well, he could be gone to a horrible one. He has. Well, this is not the start he wanted. And this one, I just think maybe he just popped up at him. But he goes softly. He's a key batsman for me. Remember the last time we saw him, that was against Lund. Yesterday, he scored 32 of 25 deliveries. That one was a very easy dismissal, and he's smiling as he's having a chat with the opposition. He's probably getting some advice, and he's thinking it's too late for that. Catch taken by Muhammad Ali. The Shah picks up a wicket straight away. So some early pressure on Landskroner. Well, there's one thing that Vinny Sandhu always says, well, if you're going to get out, don't waste too many balls doing it. And he hasn't. As he goes. Sadly for him, not really able to get off the mark. So he did play a very nice shot, didn't he? His very first ball. But straight to the fielder. A 2-ball duck. And Shah gets the first. And Dalby comes out. We saw Dalby bat very well as well yesterday. Played some nice shots. He looks like a good player. This is a good time for him to shine. Takes his guard. Shah, very tall man. Angles this down the leg side. So runs on the board. Courtesy of that wide ball. It's 1 for 1. Two men out, third man, and the man at point. Nicely played. We'll take a single. Well run. Good communication between the two batsmen here, between Dalby and Krishna. So Krishna gets an opportunity to face his first delivery. Krishna. It's a strike to Dalby, and Dalby returns it back to him. Just trying to steady the ship slightly after that early wicket of Kiani. He went for a 2-ball duck. Quarter-final number 2. Everything to play for. Well bowled. Gets this one in the right area outside that off stump, using his height. Get a good bounce on the ball. It's one of those where the batsman really is looking then to try and get over the top of it and try and hit it on the upper way. Third man has now come into the circle because they've elected to go for long on back. So they're obviously thinking that these batsmen are going to go for the shots in front of the wicket. And that one was an attempt. This is very well run. Excellent running. Good backing up from Dalby. And that will be the end of the first over. And they've struggled to get bat onto ball. Hence the score is on 4 for 1. So a good start here from Malmo. The team played very well, especially towards the end of their campaign in the group. They had some difficult matches as well. Don't forget the golden ball. So they're certainly used to a battle. And the man who's seen many a battle, as he's travelled around Europe, comes and joins me in the commentary box, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, there's a song from my country that says, I've been to cities that never close down. Well, the action never closes down in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Aziz to continue, starts with a wide. Yeah, it's going to be a great showdown between these two teams. Here's some key insights, thanks to Ravi. Our Stats Gun key insights. And see, Landskroner, they finished with 5 wins in a row. They are undefeated batting first. And that's why I think it was a good toss for them to win. They're 3-0. The only games they've lost were chasing, both on the first day, actually. And they're averaging 123 when batting first. This next one is punched away over point. And it's a nice bit of work from the outfielder. That's a sensational bit of fielding. Sad Mohammed down there. So keep that to 1. But it's their approach, Landskroner. They like to throw the bat all the way through the innings. See their leading run scorer, Ramiz Dalvi. He's at the crease right now, 183 runs. And as far as Malmo, though, see, they've actually only won 1 game chasing. They've lost the other 4 when they've been chasing. This one's worked away. Nice little tuck away on the leg side for a single. And you can see that one that they did chase, it was that impossible chase of 127. And Rafiq went absolutely crazy. He's their leading run scorer. Also watch out for Amritanchu Singh's been very good with the ball. 11 wickets for Lance Krona, and Chimwari with 10 wickets has been an important bowler for Malmo. Little edge and gone. Yeah, he's got to go. And it's Haris Aziz. Little short ball. Krishna just wafted the bat at it. This is the sort of shot which occasionally you get enough bat in it to get it to the third man boundary, but it was just a little fine edge. And there was no mistake from Nikhil Mathur behind the stumps. The second wicket falls. Lance Krona, some early trouble at 7 for 2.
Yeah, and it's got to say that the 2 wickets that we have seen, you can see really was the effort ball from the bowler. He'll be over the moon getting that wicket, Haris Aziz. But we've seen 2 wickets to fall, and you got to say that it wasn't the best bit of batting that we saw from Lance Krona. We saw the wicket of Gianni just looping the ball up. Wasn't the best of shots to play. And there's another one there from Krishna. So they're putting themselves in a spot of bother. 7 for 2.
So that's the kind of delivery, like I said, that can easily go to the boundary. Instead, that's the nature of the game. But they won't be bothered, Lance Krona. I mean, they might be a little bit bothered, but the thing is, it won't change their approach. Yeah. They will attack, and this is Sagar Hanif, the captain, coming to the crease. He's an important player for them. They've got so many hitters all the way down to 8, 9, 10 that will keep attacking. And like I said, it reminds me a little bit of the Budapest Blinders, the way they went about their cricket in Hungary earlier this year, where they would just back each other. Don't waste too many balls. Somebody will come off. Who will it be here in quarterfinals Friday? Hanif goes back and punches this one, and he gets the boundary immediately. Beautiful shot by the captain. He was very quick to spot that one, and he rocked back onto the back foot, and that takes him into double figures. Nice, confident start from the captain.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's a tall man, isn't he, Hanif? And I think if you're bowling a short ball to him, you've really got to get it right. But that one just held up for him. And then he plays that at the sound of the bat. That ball hitting bat sounded beautiful. And that's a nice start for him, and certainly will make him feel a bit confident. Maybe just getting a little bit too excited there, the bowler. Trying to get another short one in. So is this, what's the reply going to be?
Goes again. This one hurries him a little bit. Almost carried all the way out to Sunny Sharma, who's down on the long on boundary. Was one that maybe a little bit of extra pace. Seemed to slightly beaten for pace that time, Hanif, compared to the ball before. So bring Dalby back on strike, who hasn't had too much of the strike at all. We know he's their leading run scorer in the tournament. He's an important cog of their batting lineup. But he just wafts at this one here. It's been a pretty good over from Aziz. Yeah. Picks up a key wicket, and at the end of 2 overs, it's 12 for 2. Oh, Rico, it's always interesting to look at how these teams stack up side by side. Lance Krona, they've been scoring plenty of runs, 112, but they've been conceding 100. And one thing I think they need to work on is their avoidables, 9.5 avoidables per 10 over innings. And Malmo, you can see that they've also been conceding 100s. So both these teams have conceded a lot of runs. Malmo, their batting hasn't really clicked, but when it did in that impossible chase, it was an amazing game. So really anything can happen between these two teams.
Yeah, I think Malmo, certainly looking at that, they're a team that on the day, if they shine, they can make anything happen. And with Lance Krona, they've been pretty stable, haven't they? We've seen them winning 5 out of 5. Like I say, they're on the back foot a little bit here at the moment. And these two batsmen, I think the captain Hanif and Dalvi, they're two accomplished players. They've shown signs of great form in this series, and they need to put it together here now. I know they do like to both play the shots. Hanif already showed that, but need to occupy the crease a little bit here. I think they need to be perhaps staying together to up until maybe the end of the 6th over, and then go big there. And this one will again drop wide of the fielder. They'll take 4 more runs. So this is something they may want to have a look at here with Dalvi and Hanif both attacking that part of the ground. Well, this is the 3rd over. After this one, they can obviously get another man out there, but I'm sure we're going to see mid-wicket go into play straight away. It's an area they're not going to attack the ball, especially if it's slightly shorter. And Shah needs to get this one fuller. Go short once more, but this time this is outside the off. There comes the attacking throw. The backing up is there, but
Very good running, isn't it?
yeah, I was going to say that though it's been backed up, the running, they were quick to see the alertness there of the two batsmen was really good, and they took that single straight away.
It's almost that it's all about the expectation. As soon as that ball came past the stumps, they saw it wasn't going to get taken. It's almost like you're hitting a ball to a fielder, and they were both alert. They both went straight away. Interesting what you're saying about maybe being a bit more conservative, building a partnership. But what we've seen so far is that's just not the approach of Lance Corona. I think they're probably going to keep playing their shots and not be too bothered about it. It's worked for them so far in the series. They have won 5 in a row. And this has worked around the corner. Just a little bit too straight to Hanif. And he moves into double figures in style. Zuckland Shah doesn't bowl too many bad balls. This wasn't the worst, but I think on this pitch you can normally trust the bounce, can't you, on the artificial surface. And he just helped that one around the corner for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different, the conditions, to the first quarterfinal we saw. The sun is out. It has been out for a while now, so things are drying up quickly. And one thing we've observed is if you get yourself in on this pitch, especially on a day like this, what it's turned out to be now, you should go on to score runs. We've seen a few batsmen guilty of getting starts and then getting themselves out, but I think a batsman here like Hanif, the way he started, and particularly Dalby, I think they will know the importance here now of not throwing their wicket away. They've already given 2 gifts, I think, away to Malmo, and they won't be wanting to give another one.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But important phase of this match as we head into the middle overs. 2 balls left in this power play. Slower ball, and it fools him. And this should be out. 2 fielders converge, and they mess it up. Well, that's a huge moment. And now, even worse, they're going to come back for 2. Oh, this is an absolute cook-up of the highest proportions.
Yep.
It was an excellent bit of bowling by Sharp in the first place. And Saga Hanif completely mistiming that. And there must have been no calling there between the 2 fielders.
No, the bowler disgusted. I think Chima is one of the fielders involved. And the worst thing about it is they started talking about it and gesturing to each other while the batsmen say, well, okay, if they're not interested, we'll take a second. Back to the action. Flicked up in the air. Will just drop short. Once again, in that area that they're targeting. And the fielder there has got a lot of work to do. It's got a lot of area to cover. So the ball is going area. There has been chances, but that is a big let off. And just have a look at the body language of the bowler. He's absolutely disgusted, and Shah has every right to be. He knows he should have had the second, and I think that what hurts you more is when you've put a plan in place as a bowler. So he's deliberately bowled that slower ball. It should have got him the wicket. It does not.
Yeah, well, into the power play. 25 for 2. Unbelievable. We've seen a couple of big drops today, obviously. We saw the Hulk, Nusratullah Sultan, in the last game. He got dropped early in his innings. I say early. He was already at about 24 off about 6 balls. But he ended up scoring a 50 and taking the game away from Malmahus very quickly. And then Hanif, who started very brightly, but we didn't need to go after that slower ball. I think he wasn't really in position to play the shot. He went for it anyway.
But this is what we're saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But you quite rightly say they bat one way.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
And sometimes it works. And on this occasion, you could go on and score big runs here and say, yeah, I did give a chance. But sometimes that's the way it goes. If you get lucky, you make the most of it. And he's be hoping to do that here.
I think it's the right way to play in theory. I mean, after watching so many of these games, I think that it does make a significant difference. If you keep going for your shots, someone normally comes off. If not, of course, it's very ugly. Anyway, here's Musadak Mubarak, who's going to come in with his left arm spinners. First one's driven down to long off. Of course, we are out of the power play now, so up to 5 outfielders are allowed in this phase. I'm sure we'll see 5 men pushed back. Dalby, great opportunity for him as well to stamp his authority. He was run out without facing a ball the first match he faced. And he goes after this one. Could be a catch, and it is taken. And this is the captain taking the catch, Hamad Rafiq. He took 4 catches the other day as well. He's a key fielder as well as being an important batsman. And well, when he's fit, he's an important bowler as well for Malmo. But this one's just missed time by Dalby, who went across the line. Good catch by Rafiq. But really, taking the pace off the ball has immediate rewards for Malmo.
Yeah, and it's that area. I was saying that as soon as the power play's over with, a fielder will go out there straight away. That's the area that both these batsmen have hit balls. They've hit it aerial, They were always going to give a chance. We've seen one chance go down. But this time, no mistakes. And as you said quite rightly, the captain, who's shown on a number of occasions, he's got safe hands, getting the wicket and getting the important wicket of Amanda Dalby, who's the kind of batsman who plays his shots and can bat all the way through the innings. But not on this case. The first chance he gives, it gets taken.
So Mubarak, the successful bowler, they've decided to go for Kaiser Zaman at number 5. Still got Wally out in the shed. We've seen him bat high up, but he 2 single-digit scores yesterday. Maybe he's just fallen out of favour, but I think he's, for me, probably one of the most exciting batsmen for Lance Corona. Well, this one, is this pad first? Yeah, he's given him. Well, to me, it did seem like it was pad first, then bounced onto the bat. And Mubarak gets 2 in 2, and it's a clever bit of bowling. He pushes this one through. I think the new batsman just wasn't quite ready for this. He's wide of the crease. Yeah, well, if that's pad first, I think that's out. I think we've seen enough of these now.
Just having a look at this again. For me, I'm not as 100% as you, Vinny. I mean, I would say maybe... Yeah, I would say maybe that ball is coming forward. I think the direction of that ball was actually going to take it past the leg stump personally. I mean, the umpires have to give it as they see it. They're standing full on. They're in the right position. Looking at that, I thought, seeing where the batsman finished off, I thought that ball was probably going to go into mid-leg.
Take your point. He is wide of the crease that he's delivering it
yeah,
from. But he doesn't really get a good... He doesn't get a big stride in. Have a look at this again. Okay, for me, I reckon that's straightening enough. No, I think... We agree to disagree on this one. You tell us what you think at home.
But you know what? I'm going to say this, though.
Not missing.
I'm going to say this, though. He should not have been there. How can the catch be taken there and the batsman not cross?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Good point. Anyway, hat-trick ball for Mubarak. Oh, it's another big appeal. This time he's not going to give it out. Can't believe you think that one was missing leg stump. We'll have to get the ball tracking fired up.
Missing. Get the ball tracker in.
Fire up the supercomputer.
Let us know what you think at home. But anyway, here's another one.
This one, I think, was missing off. Or hits him outside off at least.
Hits him outside. Got to take into consideration the bounce as well, Vinny, you know.
Yeah, the bounce was more of a concern for me than missing leg stump. Because we know on these concrete pitches it can go up. But, I mean, it was a good shout. And, look, you know, that's the kind of LBW you never used to see it given. But I think we've seen enough with technology in national cricket that, you know, these pad first ones, if it hits your pad first, you're a candidate for LBW. I think it was a good decision if it wasn't going over the top. What a good over it has been, though. All things considered. At the end of it, Lance Corona, they're 26 for 4. Only 1 run off that over from Mubarak, picking up 2 wickets along the way. Hello to all of our wonderful viewers. It's great to have your company today. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Mr. Rico Full. I guess that's one of the things about cricket. There's always debate about these things.
Yeah, of course.
Certainly wasn't a terrible decision.
No, it wasn't a clanger.
No, it certainly wasn't. It's one that, like I say, there are a couple of factors. I mean, for me, and the side on, I was pretty confident that it's flicked the pad before it hits the bat. It's the sort of one you never used to see given. Anyway, while we're here, we might as well show you some of the progress we've made so far. We have our first semi-finalist, Ariana CC, winning over Malmo in the first quarterfinal of the day. And they will actually play the winner of Gothenburg City and Jönköping in their semi-final tomorrow. The winners of quarterfinals 2 and 3, they will play each other in the other semi-final. So, something to look forward to. It's nice to see this man with the ball in his hand. It's Hamad Rafiq. He was struggling with an arm injury, but he's had a week to recover. I think that will help Malmo. They're one team that could have used a rest. They had a few injury concerns.
Yeah, is this the arm injury that he had when he hit the 5-6s?
Yeah, he said basically, he came out to bat, said I probably won't bat. If I do, I won't be able to play any big shots because I don't have too much power in my arm. And it's kind of a muscular issue. He retired hurt the day before with it. Didn't come back in the innings, though. Then he just whacked 5 Maximos and the game was over. Can't be good, be quick. Full toss. This is captain to captain.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's called no ball. I'm not sure about this one. Well, Ahmed Rafiq can't believe it. Because, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fair. It shows you we don't have a great angle at that, do we? But I think that is a fair call. Next one's a wide, so it will be another free hit. It's one of those ones, like we've said it before many, many times, but if they're around the waist, I mean, they're not deliveries you should be bowling as a bowler. Yeah. They shouldn't be that high, so you bring the umpires into the game. This is what Rafiq will do. He's not afraid to take all the pace off the ball and push the occasional one through, and he's a very crafty bowler.
Yeah, and that's not a bad ball to bowl, is it? A dot ball when you're on a free hit. This has missed everything, gone through. Umpire has signalled a wide.
Yeah, this is just a little snatch from Arthur behind the stumps. He's a pretty good keeper, but this is just a little bit of basics. You see, he's thinking about a stumping, but he goes back to the stumps without the ball.
Whips this away, fielder has to get down and does very well indeed. Now that the ball goes pretty quickly there.
Nadeem Khan has come out and he's had a bit of a slow start. He's been a pretty good player for Landskrona in this series, but misses out on this one. And yeah, it's really good stuff by Malmo at the moment. Remember, they finished third, a lower ranked team than Landskrona, who ended up finishing in second position, but not that much between these two teams. Hamid Rafiq's rushing through this over. Nadeem Khan will get a single. They'll put him back on strike, but not the greatest run production at this stage for Landskrona at the 5 over mark. They are 33 for 4.
Yeah, good. I mean, you've seen there that the introduction of spin has slowed things up straight away, and it's. I think they're inviting, aren't they? Inviting either one of these batsmen to come down and take them on. I think when the ball's being floated up like that and it's in that spot, the batsman's got to make up his mind. He's going to say, right, okay, I'm going to take a couple of steps and hit it straight back over you. But at the moment, they're just a little bit reluctant to do it. And I'm just wondering if they've picked up on the fact that they believe that Hanif certainly likes the pace coming onto the ball and not the slow stuff.
Yeah, I think that could be a factor. Mubarak, no surprises, comes back to bowl his second. Gets some significant bounce, big appeal, and the umpire is on the other side. This is always hilarious. I used to do this sometimes. The umpire's actually gone to point because of the sun. So he's appealing, and he sees where the umpire should be, and he sees nothing.
Yeah, and that's why you've got to consider the bounce for the LBW decisions, Vinny. And, well, I think that's the most artistic bit of work on the back of the shirt of Mubarak. It's number 71, and this one flicks away. He's trying to get this one to come into him. That's nicely played. And at the moment, you can see the fielding side, Malmo, they're not that bothered at all about these singles. They're protecting the boundary. 3 men there. Back on the leg side. So square leg is back. Mid-wicket as well and long on. But nobody inside the circle apart from that man there on the 45 on the leg side.
Speaking of the leg side, that's where this one goes. And picks him out. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, this is where, if your tactics are that you're going to go all the way through the innings hard, you've got to do it. And Nadeem Khan, 3 off 9, isn't really good enough. Needs to hit out or get out here. Again, it's a little proddy shot, isn't it? I mean, I just think of who they've got in the shed, and they've got lots more good hitters in the shed. I mean, I'm sure we'll see Waliat come in next. Even Amrit Tanshu Singh has been good. Javed Khan.
Yeah.
All these batsmen waiting for an opportunity. So
I have to say, that's what surprised me. I thought Javed Khan would be out next. He's batted really well yesterday. In that first match against Luna, when he scored 37 of just 12 balls he hit. And surely he's the guy I thought would have been in that. And he played the spin really well as well.
He did it at number 8 as well. And they weren't afraid to shuffle their batting order. Nadeem Khan, look, he's had some good innings as well. So I can see what they're thinking there. But if it's not coming off, I think you need to get him out of there. This one's pretty straight. Umpire says it's gone. And spin works again. Mubarak gets another LBW. And this one seemed fuller. And he gets the big wicket of the captain, Saga Hanif. And that's always creates pressure on the set batsman as well when you've got someone that's not really scoring. And that one for me, I know the angle, but he is straightening it a little bit down the line on occasion. I'm fine with that one. Again, and the old-fashioned umpires will say it's pretty much impossible to get an LBW from that angle, but I think we've seen enough technologically these days. For me, I'm fine with that umpire's call. Rico, thoughts?
He's got to do a lot, hasn't he? He's got to do a lot. I think the angle of the ball's coming. It was clever bowling. He fired it through quicker. It was really clever bowling. And just look at his figures at the moment. He's taking 3 wickets, just 4 runs. But again, the umpire, we can look at those replays, Vinny, but remember the umpire is standing dead straight, wicket to wicket. Yeah. So whereas, like I've said on the last one, and maybe I'm going to say it with this one again, he's got to be absolutely sure that it's not going to go on because of the angle the ball's coming to go and miss that leg stump.
Certainly something to be
But,
conscious of. I
I
mean,
think wicket to wicket, the
Yeah.
umpire's in the right position to give it. So umpire's call.
Yeah, both of those batsmen weren't particularly far forward as well. All right, so it could be another one, and it is. So the collapse is on Lance Corona. Oh, they're folding like a paper cup now. The wickets are still falling, and there's no real run production to speak of. Over the last couple of overs, spin has done the work, and 36 for 6. What a great start to the over, and it's Rafiq, the captain, who gets the wicket.
Yeah, well, straight into his hands, and things. It's spin to win, maybe, here for Malmo. The spinners have come on, and they're doing the job. And this is not what Lance Corona were thinking about today. I mean, remember a team that have won the last 5 matches on the spin. They played really well for it as well. But at the moment here, well, they're going to need something special to get them out of this hole. Really struggling, and do well to get to the 80 mark from here.
Two players here that are capable of it. Neither's faced a ball. Huge 4 overs in the game.
Yeah.
Because these two, if they get going, they could still get them up to something approaching 90 or 100. But it's been some good slow bowling from Malmo that have brought them back into this match. It will be exciting because I think there's no point hanging around here, getting a run of ball and kind of staggering to something in the 50s. You got to go pedal to the metal. This one will be a wide down leg side. Good take by Martha down behind the batsman. But I think Javed Khan, who's on strike, talked about his contributions. Walliat, I mean, we've seen him bat up at number 3 and smashing the ball all around, so they're very capable. They go for it here. It's a false shot. Fielder's going back, and he spills it. Well, that could be a big moment when we look back. And it was Rafiq that induced the catch to this position earlier in this over. And that's Mustak Mubarak, who spills this one slightly behind him. Walliat just plays this one down to long off. So, yeah, I mean, once we get past these two, I mean, you still got Amritanshu Singh, who can give it a bit of a belt as well. But I think something's going to have to happen very quickly. He hits this one reasonably well, but picks out the fielder, so they'll just get one. So even the balls are hitting hard, only getting singles at this stage. And Ahmad Rafiq, gives about this man, the bionic man. It's been a sensational spell by him. Once again, up in the block hole. This will finish the 7th over. Sensational spell from the captain. 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. And Lance Corona behind the 8 ball. After 7 overs, they are 41 for 6.
Yeah, just intelligent bowling, not allowing the batsman to attack the ball. And they haven't bowled a bad ball either as we have a look at the schedule. Remember, after today, we go into finals day tomorrow here in Malmo. And we'll be crowning the champions, where they'll be getting the trophy from one of our partners, Local Lifestyle. But then our other partner comes into play, Bizaway Travel, and they'll be taking us all the way to Dresden in Germany. And that's going to be an exciting one, 2 weeks in Germany. And then, of course, it's the Netherlands in Capella. And then it's the build-up to Cardamania as we go for the ECC in Malaga, Spain.
1 month today. 1 month today, we'll start the ECC, but yeah, that Capella will be a really interesting series as well. First time we've been in the Netherlands this year. I'll be with Corey Rutgers, former Belgian coach, former ECL winner with VOC Rotterdam, helping me out in the commentary box. A bit of a guest stint. So, Corey, if you're watching, I hope you're ready for an exciting week of ECS action. Here's Kaiser Munir to bowl. Starts with low full toss. And now I think with Seam bowling back into the attack, could be trouble here. He'll be out here. That's a direct hit, and he's gone. Well, that's an amazing piece of cricket from the outfield. They decided to take him on.
That was superb, wasn't it?
And yeah, I think you'll find the ball hits direct. I mean, I think the umpire's just checking that the bowler didn't break the stumps, but he doesn't.
Oh, what a great bit of work that is. Well, it is sunny, and what a time for Sunny Sharma to shine. What a beautiful throw those were.
That's unbelievable, and that really hurts Lance Corona, because I thought this was the over where Lance Corona could turn it all around if these two could get going.
Yep.
But to get Javed Khan run out from an outfield direct hit. That just really hurts. And now, I mean, you're on the precipice of going off the cliff. 42 for 7. Well done to Sunny Sharma.
Just going from bad to worse as this one sliced out. And again, the running is not there, and they will get it now.
They're going to take
eventually.
it. I thought maybe Walliott doesn't want to take the single. But obviously, he's happy taking it in the end. It's an interesting one because I think you don't really want to be turning down runs. It lifts the pressure on him to then hit the boundary. But Amritan Singh, he can also bat, and he's come up with a couple of handy little knocks at 20 down the order here and there. This is the kind of situation where he would come in. He turns it around the corner. Called no ball. So this is a handy one, and they'll have Walliott on strike for the free hit. Seen a few of these, haven't we? The high no balls. And yeah, I'm fine with that one.
We saw there in the background of that replay, the tournament referee Rob Kemin keeping an eye on things as well.
Yeah, well, this will be exciting. So strap yourselves in. Walliott, they need runs, and he's capable of bringing them. Free hit time. Bang. Up it goes. It's high. It's long. It's strong. It's a Maximo. The 50 comes up in the 8th over. And Benier goes for 6 off the free hit.
Have a look at this. I don't know if it's on the screen. Watch this one. Keep an eye on the men in black here. Here comes the ball. It's as easy as that. That is a sensational catch, and I think that's umpire Rafi. What a catch that was.
This is back pad, and he's going to give him. So another LBW. And, well, that's unfortunate. Walliott after the 6, he's out. And now 51 for 8. Lance Kroner in some serious trouble. That's another one. It's angled in, and again, you can make up your own mind. He's wide of the crease. You see, well, Rico's giving that one. I thought that one was maybe going to slip past leg stump. I think
this
what
one
you would
is
say,
to do with the fullness of the ball.
it's
as
umpire's
well.
call, isn't it? That's umpire's call for me. Remember, only a little bit of the ball has to hit the stumps as well.
Of course, yeah.
So well, that's unfortunate for Walliott, but a good comeback ball by Kaiser Mania, who gets it full and straight. 51 for 8 in the 8th over.
Yeah, they're just nobody. It's almost like the sort of the phase that another team that we're going to see later today, Lund, got into, just weren't able to, after doing so well, they got to this phase where they just weren't able to put partnerships together, just weren't able to get runs, and that's what's happening here. Every batsman, as you keep saying, that's come out, we know can score runs. I mean, even Devata that's come in can score runs, but nobody's been able to put anything together at the moment.
They're running out of resources. Still a quarter of the innings, essentially. But this could be another one, and he's gone. So, can you believe it? 2 in 2. This innings is in tatters now for Lance Kroner, the hosts. Well, they are the team that boasts the blue pitch, but it's Lance Kroner that are singing the blues at the moment. This one, just a little feather on this one. And Devata has given his marching orders.
Yeah.
So Mania coming back 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick, and now 9 wickets down, 51 for 9.
Oh, I mean, we're talking about the batsmen. Sometimes things just don't go your way, but take nothing away from the bowling and the way that the captain here, Ahmed Rafiki, has utilised his bowlers, set the field. Sometimes everything goes your way, and when that catch we saw dropped earlier, we thought maybe it's going to be one of those days for Malmo, but they kept going, kept plugging away.
Last ball and a hat-trick ball. And now you've got to be a little bit careful with the running as well, because if you get a run out, it's all over. End of the 8th over, 51 for 9 as they turn down the single. Look, Lance Kroner, it's just why statistics are, well, they say there's lies, damn lies in statistics. You know, Lance Kroner, they're 3-0 batting first, undefeated batting first. The lowest score they've put on the board batting first is 91. It looks like they're going to get nowhere near that on this occasion. And it's just a sign that in T10 cricket, absolutely anything can happen. And, you know, form is no necessarily a reliable indicator. Not necessarily a reliable indicator to what's going to happen next. But take nothing away from Malmo. They've taken the key chances, haven't they? And even created a couple of things out of nothing, like that direct hit run out from Sunny Sharma. And some really good tight spin bowling in the middle overs as Aziz is going to come back into the attack. 1 for 8 off his first over. Now Britanshi Singh is going to take the single. I think you've got to take pretty much every run now. It's from Dingra, who has joined him at the crease. And now, I mean, look, it's your best case scenario is that maybe you can somehow get in the high 60s, maybe 70 if Amritanju Singh does his regular quick fire 20 at the end. But it's a high risk game, isn't it? Because 1 wicket now and the innings is over.
Yeah, you got to, I mean, first of all, key thing is you've got to play out the 11 balls that are remaining.
Clever slower ball that time. So
Yeah, well bowled. And, well, you can see that Singh is desperate to try and get back to the other end. I think we know, can play some nice shots. And, of course, he's going to be key in the bowling department. He wants a few more runs to bowl at.
Saad Mohammed, I should say. Pardon me, not Aziz. That's bowling at the moment. Very, very clever slower ball. He's a very smart death bowler, Saad Mohammed. Now, well, could be trouble. Will be trouble. And it's going to be all over. And this is what happens when you're too conservative sometimes. I think say, no, we don't need to risk a single there. But Dhingra, he was off with the shot.
Disaster.
Yeah.
Absolute disaster. As I was saying, you've got to try and bat all the way through. This one is another gift. I think they've gifted too many wickets away here.
Yeah, you see that he's out by some distance. I think the issue here, I think they're thinking, look, we don't want to risk a run out, but they've actually caused a run out by not going straight away. I think that Amritanju Singh probably took off, then changed his mind, but what a clinical performance that is from Malmo. And we talked a bit about Group A teams having to wait a week to come back into the competition. And in Stockholm, none of the Group A teams made it out of quarterfinals Friday alive. It's been a very different story so far. Ariana CC, they showed no signs of rust in the first quarterfinal. And now Malmo, they have knocked over the host Lankrona for only 52. And well, it would be a record if Lankrona were able to defend this. But there's a man who's not thinking about defence, Hamid Rafiq, and he was crucial with his captaincy, bowling and fielding in restricting the host to only 52 runs in the second quarterfinal.
This was a really bad start, Kiani. We know how key he is. He was all smiles there. He was hoping that at least one of the batsmen would come out and do the damage, but it wasn't to be. It just kept falling like flies. You saw that one. Another one that bit the dust. That was Krishna who went. Then there was a little bit of rear guard action. This one, we thought this was going to be crucial when the fielder getting ready to take the catch was distracted, Chima. But just plugging away all the time. This, as soon as spin was introduced, the captain there taking the catch off the, well, it was an important catch. It was Dalby, the man who was going out. And then there was a couple of LBWs that came into play as well. The umpire had a good hard look at that and decided, yep, you got to go. And then from here on in, it just never got better. It's another one. And Mubarak, well, didn't he bowl well? Sensational bit of bowling from him. And catch snapped up there. It was time for Rafiki with his spin, picking up wickets as well. Mubarak took 3 of them. And then the run out, the direct hit. And it was Sunny Sharma saying, how about that? And it's one of those, isn't it, when things are going your way. Well, whether it's when you're bowling, whether it's when you're fielding, it's the sort of thing that's happening. Maybe 1 or 2 decisions also went their way, close ones. But, well, one batsman came. They came and went and came and went. Well, this one was the first bowler. And Azar was on a hat-trick. They just weren't able to get anything going here. Lankrona, they'll be bitterly disappointed, and the ending was probably as flat as the whole innings. All smiles there, and the captain there, Ahmad Rafiki, congratulating these players that they're coming off, because he knows that they've done the hard work. They've got out Lankrona, bowled them all out for 52. With 9 balls remaining in the innings, and when you have a look at that scorecard, it's not one that Lankrona will be proud of. Nobody really got going. Hanif played some shots before he was LBW to Mubarak, and the other man getting into double figures there was towards the end. To see Waliat, he played a nice shot, hit a big boundary before he had to go as well. Disappointing, but, and this is the key thing here, but this is T10. This is sport. Strange things happen in sport. Only 53 required. But what the captain there, Hanif, will be saying to his guys is saying, look, it ain't over yet. We've got the runs on the board. They're not what we would have expected to get. We would have liked at least another 50 odd runs there. but we've got them. They've got to get them. The pressure now is on them. Let's put the pressure on them. And I think the only way they're going to be able to do that is to be positive, be upbeat, and say, look, whatever it is, if this is it, if we're going to play no further part in this match, well, look, at least we're going to do it with a fight. We don't want to go off the pitch here or go onto the pitch like we've already given up, that we already believe we're going to get beaten. We're going to be out there. We're going to fight. We're going to make them work hard for those runs. And if they can pick up, well, some quick wickets inside the first 3 overs of the power play, and then do exactly what Malmo have done there, then spread the field and get the good spin bowlers on and keep applying that pressure, anything can happen. But at the moment, Malmo, they've got a good first half in here. They've restricted a very good team to just 52 runs, and they themselves also have to apply themselves, and that's one thing that their captain will be saying, Ahmed Rafiki. He will be saying, look, I know this captain, I know that Hanif is not going to give this up. Go out there, forget that it's a low score, go out there and bat like you're batting first, go out there and bat like we need to be trying to put 100 on the board. Let's not get too overconfident, and let's not believe that this game is over. Join us in about 10 minutes time. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are in Malmo. It is quarterfinals day. Things are spicing up. Well, we saw the first semi-final. What a first quarterfinal, I should say. I'm thinking way ahead of myself. And it was a marvellous victory for Ariana CC. And it was superb batting from them that earned them that victory, chasing down 98 that Malmo has put on the board. And now we're waiting to see who else is going to go through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Will it be Landskrona or will it be Malmo? We will know as we resume in just under 10 minutes time. So join us then, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu. Bienvenidos al campo de Landskrona por el segundo cuarto final de árbitros. Ahora andando es Ajish y árbitro Suprit y de equipo de Landskrona. Ahora es en el campo and well, as the teams follow the umpires out, Landskrona taking the field, and they've got to do something special. They've got to do something which means that there's going to be more records being broken here in this beautiful location in Malmo. And having only just got 52 runs, 4 ducks in their innings, they just never got going. And only their captain, Hanif, who got to 16. And while he got with the 2 men that were able to get in double figures, it wasn't a good display. But can they fight? Can they come back strong? Can they put the pressure on this Malmo team? Remember, Malmo themselves, it took a while for them to get going. Certainly with the bat, it took them a while to get their first victory in the group games. They've been away from proceedings for a while, but certainly didn't show any signs of rustiness with their bowling. Will there be some signs with their batting? And it's going to be Singh. He's going to bowl up first. And he'll be hoping to get wickets straight away if he can, and put the pressure on Malmo. Then they're in with a chance. But they can do it just with singles. Mathur, batsman on strike. Khan is the non-striker. We get ready for, well, what could be, well, it could go 2 ways, couldn't it, this one? It could be finished rapido style, or it could be one if they get a few wickets, put the pressure on. Be a nervy, low-scoring thriller. It's the first ball, and well, it's going to be rapido style because it's balle off the first delivery. It was short, it was horrible. It was dispatched. 6 runs. And, well, that's not what you want to be doing. Got to come back strong here. And Amritanshu Singh, normally very reliable with the ball, starts off with a, well, really gundy ball. And that was a gift for the batsman. So if Nikhil Mathur was feeling any nerves, and they've disappeared after that shot. Oh, there, this one. I tell you what, who's feeling nerves? Now this is, well, this is not good at all. This is horrible, because not only was it a bad delivery, the no ball because it doesn't pitch on the playing surface, the pitch itself. Well, the fielder trying to stop this made a terrible effort. Puts his foot down, it goes all the way. So not only is it 1 no ball, that will be also 4 byes. Oh, what a start this is. Free hit, and it will stay a free hit because this is a wide ball. So at the moment, there's 12 runs scored, and we've only had a ball bowled. Think about that for a moment. 12 runs off 1 ball. Well, can you believe it? Saying that they need a strong start, and they've started in disastrous way, Landskrona. This also will be a wide. Amritanshu Singh feeling the pressure. And really, he shouldn't be. He should be pumped up for this. There should be no pressure on him. I think everybody is expecting them not to do this. They're the underdogs. No pressure there. Just go out there fearlessly. Can he get this one right? Still a free hit. And he does. It goes through. And finally gets one in the right area. But 13 off 1 ball. Well, maybe you have to get Vinny Sandy to look into that. Maybe that's the most runs we've had scored off 1. Singh, it's better, isn't it? Much better. He's got it now. The same thing happened yesterday. Hearing the earpiece, so 13 off one ball. And you can see that what that means in the equation of this match is just 40 runs needed in 57. Flicked away. Fielder has got work to do. Gets down well. That's a good pick up and gets the throw in. But he's got to hurry here and just gets himself in. What a lovely bit of fielding that was. And I think that's perhaps Javid Khan out there on the boundary. Yes, it is. Really good work. Good pick up and the turn and throw. And almost had his man rushing back there. Khan could have gone without facing. This one's played out and they're looking for two again. This is really nicely played using soft hands. And well, he's running along the boundary there, Javid Khan. Like the Bionic Man. Gets there. Two more taken. And the runs go to 17. Ball to go. And trying to lift their spirits, Nance Corona, one or two of the players. Come on, boys, come on, boys. Good one to finish. So that will be the end of the first over. And it's been an expensive one. 17 come off it. And Nance Corona, if they didn't have an uphill task to begin with, it becomes even harder here. And Vinny, well, what do you think of that first over?
Yeah.
It just couldn't have been worse, could it?
Yeah, and it's uncharacteristic of Amritanju Singh, who's had an outstanding tournament with the ball. He's been very economical, does swing the ball prodigiously, but you see a couple that just didn't go, the one that went off the pitch and ran away to the boundary. It's something we haven't seen too much of. Once again, the clouds have cleared, and the ball not necessarily swinging the way that he wanted it to. But Malmo, horror start. It's just been a horror game for Lance Corona, who are coming off a 5-game winning streak, but you wouldn't know it. This is the nature of short-form cricket. I think I said yesterday, you know, with Lund, there's times I haven't played T10, but I have played a lot of T20 cricket. As that started being played more and more, and yeah, there are some games where just things don't go right for you. And normally the merciful thing is it's normally over pretty quickly, but you just hate to have it happen in such a big game. And unfortunately for Lance Corona, it's happened on quarterfinals day for them. Here's Devata with his outswingers. Goes leg side and nails it. And that one, not sure it's gone all the way. We'll wait on the umpire. He says 4 runs, 4 carreras. And that's a pretty nice shot. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, but Sudesh Khan just dispatches it for 4. And right now, Malmo look like they're setting us up for an early lunch and a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Devata, the bowler there, he brought up the man that was in mid-wicket because he wanted 2 straight. So he pushed up, pushed back long off, and the batsman hits it straight to where the fielder was.
This time, this is out outside the off stump. But, you know, Lance Corona have been a really exciting team to watch. I like their approach with the bat, but I mean, occasionally you'll have an innings where it just all goes wrong. And I said that. That's the risk of the approach. The all-out attack. This time he doesn't miss out. He gets the length again that he wants, and he slices it away over backward point. It's 4 more to Khan. And Malmo, yeah, pretty much already halfway there. It's 25 for no loss in the second over.
Yeah, both batsmen have started with a very positive approach. I mean, it was Matur who got that horrible first ball, which he dispatched away, and that put the Mockers on Singh a little bit. It took a while then to get the ball in the right areas, and now here is the turn of Khan, playing back-to-back boundaries, and some discussion happening about perhaps they want to change the field. At the moment, he's still sticking with his 2 men straight. If you've got them both straight, you've got to be pitching up. And he's over pitched here, and he's not got the direction right. And it's going to be. I mean, look the way he's heading. It's going to be a sad way to say goodbye to a team that has really impressed us in the group stages. The way they turn the form around. Yeah,
for sure. Here's Devata. Over pitches again. It's just straight at cover. Slight fumble. So they will get a single. Yeah, look, Malmo have had such an interesting tournament as well. They lost their first 4 matches, but they were against Ariana Akif and Ariana CC, who finished 1 and 2. And at that stage, they were 0 and 4. They beat the Royals in a golden ball, and that was a game that really could have gone either way, obviously. And they dropped so many catches. They were still playing pretty badly, actually, Malmo, with their fielding. I think someone in the chat, might have been Keanu, said, I've never seen a team drop so many catches and somehow manage to win a game. But from there, they beat Helsingborg Royals again, effectively knocking them out of the competition. Then Jönköping, they had a very good win, that impossible chase when they chased down 127. So despite losing the first 4 games, they came back, won their last 3. The last one was a washout. And they're hitting form at the right time of the competition. They've been getting better all the way through. Landskrona, again, they had their similar story where they lost their first 3 games, won the last 5, but just hasn't happened for them here on quarterfinals day. This one just a little bit too wide from Devata.
Yeah, Devata, as we know, he's a bowler that doesn't like the umpire calling him for
he hates
wide.
it.
And you look here, he turns around straight away and says, no way.
They couldn't argue that one, though.
No, he couldn't, unfortunately. Nice shot, that. Let me put your banner on the flags waving away in the background.
It's edged away, and it's going to get over the infield. And despite the chase of Dingra, it'll reach the boundary at the end of another expensive over. The score at the end of 2 overs, it's 33 for no loss, and there were 16 runs off that over.
Yeah, good morning to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. And good morning to our partners as well. The title partner, FanCode, and our production partner, and the production team here that have been absolutely amazing. Martins, Karina, and Chris Taps. And don't forget, if you're liking what you see, you can join in with all our official groups. So we've got the QR codes there, WhatsApp, Telegram group as well, and the Telegram channel. And there's the phone number there as well. And of course, do join us on the chat as well, and tell your friends, tell your family. Those numbers, those subscribers are growing up all the time. It's lovely to have you. And great work being done by Spring Productions. And that's why people are tuning in all the time. Ball partner, Kookaburra, travel partner, Bizaway, and the trophy partner. Well, we see those marvellous trophies tomorrow at Rocket Lifestyles. And also Biostrath. And it looks like the captain is saying, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
It's
wouldn't normally bowl on the power play, but you might not get out of the power play the way things are going at the moment. It's like Hanif with his left arm wobblers. And this one's okay, I think. Just stays inside that line. I'll just try and sneak through and over here, I think. Can he avoid the wrath of Sadais Khan? Nice bit of bowling. And he's just a very clever bowler, clever cricketer, Hanif. And he fell at a crucial time in the chase. And he came and batted with authority. Certainly wasn't their worst performer with the bat, but just ultimately didn't have a lot of help. And he gets 3 dot balls through, so this is good. And look, he can be very proud of his team as well. They were drafted into the series at late notice as well. And the circumstances out of their control, but they performed really well, I think, in the series. This is a nice shot on the walk this time. Khan, this will probably run away for 4, and it does. So 4th time lucky for the batsman.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of a risk here because he's been beaten a couple of times outside the off stump, but he gets the bat on it and he gets 4.
Yeah, Hanif, the captain, not happy. He stood for an age, hands on hips, looking at the fielder who the ball went past. And he's still looking at him. He's not happy about that one getting through to the boundary.
And this time he goes over the top, he'll get 4 more. So I think mercifully this one's going to end a little bit before schedule. And that takes them up into the 40s. So still a very good power play. Probably only one negative for Malmo is they might not get a chance to bat for very long, which in a sense,
yeah,
they've come back, they haven't played for a week.
Good point. And this is another lovely shot. Beautiful strokes being played here.
Yeah.
And I'm liking that. First you saw the one, all right, maybe it was lucky, went through the fielder. Then the second boundary, the way he got under it, lifting it over the top. And this one, because it was a bit fuller, gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball all along the ground. That's 3 really, really nice shots being played there. And he started with 3 dots, but finished, the captain, with 3 boundaries.
45 for no loss. They're racing to victory. Only 8 more required. That means we'll have a bit of a longer break than usual. In around about 50 minutes from now, we'll be back for the 3rd quarter final. You don't want to miss this one. Ariana O'Keefe, 7-1. They went on a winning streak of 7. They lost their last group game to Ariana CC, their arch rivals. They're taking on Lund, who won their first 3, but then completely fell off the wagon, losing their last 4 and not playing very well at all yesterday. But this is the one that matters, though. This is for place against what looks like Malmo in the semi-finals tomorrow. So the news from the toss, and it was a slight surprise for me that Ariane O'Keefe, they won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So they've sent in Lund, and Lund.
I think that's got to be based on, got to be based on their struggles. Got to be based on what they've seen Lund do in their last 4 innings. Lund have scored a couple of 80s, a 70 and a 60.
Yeah, and they're without Galami as well today, who's on national team duty. He's playing the series in Denmark, playing for the Swedish national team. So, well, I guess we'll have to see how that one goes. Amritanchu Singh's come back. And he gets dispatched. This one's in the air. This one is flying. The Kookaburra is flying, and it's out of the ground. Maximo. The 50 comes up. The scores get tied. And an unhappy match for Landskrona. Getting even worse. This is a nice shot. Just picked up over the leg side. Ties the scores.
Yeah, lovely shot here from Khan. He knows it's a safe shot to play as well. There's nobody back there. So, run to win.
Oh, this will do it, I think, as well. It's flying, and that one is going to be one bounce over the boundary, and that is game, set, match. Malmo win by 10 wickets, and they do it very, very quickly. That was the old record, 3.3 overs. We've had it beaten this week, actually. It's now 2.1, but they're going to do this very, very easily with, I'll have to do my sums, I think that's 39 balls to spare. So, like I say, maybe the only negative you'd say is that no one else really got a bat, and even the ones that were there, they weren't there very long because the work was done in the field and with the ball, restricting Landskrona to only 52 all out, only batting 8.5 overs as well in their innings. But Malmo, well, they won't care how they did it. They have done it, and they've set up a semi-final showdown with either Lund or Ariane O'Keefe. Ariane O'Keefe, obviously, they're the big favourites for that next game. But imagine another matchup with Lund. I think that would also be a fascinating matchup in the semi-finals. But regardless, let's have a look at some of the highlights of this second innings of match 42, the second quarter final. Only 53 required for victory. Well, if you have any chance to defend it, you need to have a good start. And this certainly wasn't a good start for Amritanchu Singh.
No, it wasn't a good start, and really, it was done so quickly. We could probably watch the whole match, or the whole innings again, no doubt. There were some good positive shots. One thing I was saying, Vinny, is quite often you see when teams are chasing a low target, they go about things slightly different. The mindset gets a bit fuzzled up, doesn't it? But I think the key thing that the captain here, Rafiki, said to his players, said, look, forget about the 52, go out there to bat the way you would normally. Go out there to bat like we're batting, say we're batting first. And that's exactly what these two batsmen did. There was no mercy there at all. And, well, a very, very comprehensive victory by 10 wickets. And those two batsmen, well, they're ones to watch. And that will do them a lot of good. But the good point that you made, Vinny, is maybe Malmo, I mean, they're in the semi-finals, so maybe they would have liked a bit more of a test in this match, because there's a lot of players there, as we look at that scorecard, that didn't get a chance or the opportunity to get a bat or perform.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? But I think beggars can't be choosy. You get a spot in the semi-finals, you got to go full ball, and they certainly did, knocking over the runs in 3.5 overs. 56 for no loss, all about that opening partnership. Mathur, well, he was back in the side, and that impossible chase, they actually did it without quite a few of their key players. That's what made it all the more remarkable. But they do have pretty much full strength now, Malmo, and they're ready to fire. They'll have a huge semi-final clash tomorrow. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Well, so you need someone to play a blinder. Obviously, not really happening with the ball. Hanif wasn't the worst over. First half, no runs, then 4-4-4. So, look, it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to Landskrona, but they've been wonderful ambassadors for Swedish cricket. They've been really great the way they've looked after us as well as the host club. And obviously wish them all the best for the rest of their season. A lot of success in the future.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, look, thank you very much to the Landskrona club. Put a wonderful, wonderful event together here with, of course, the support of the Swedish Cricket Federation, Jamal Daftani and Lena Lindo. It's been outstanding, and they've been very good themselves as a team, but when it came to this quarter-final, well, they just fell apart with the batting. They weren't able to get themselves back in the game, and that allowed a strong team, Malmo, to, well, they saw the weakness, they went for it, they got them out cheaply, and then went and finished the job off in a very professional and also destructive way.
Yeah, so as we say goodbye to Lance Corona, it's one of the hard things about quarterfinals Friday. You've got to say goodbye to 4 teams. And already we've said goodbye to Malmohus and also to Lance Corona. Who will be next? That's the question. Join us in 45 minutes time. Bit of an extended break. You can, of course, go to our EuropeanCricket.com website in the meantime to check out what is coming your way and to check out the match preview, see what the robot thinks. And I know the robot thinks Ariane O'Keefe, but we've seen how upsets happen. We saw Albi Zalmi in Stockholm. They won the whole tournament from 4th, so anything's possible on quarterfinal Friday. Join us in just about 45 minutes time for the 3rd quarterfinal. It'll be Ariane O'Keefe versus Lund. Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu here, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to QFF on a beautiful sunny day at the moment in Malmo, Sweden, with 2 matches down, 2 more quarterfinals, sudden death encounters coming your way this afternoon. Well, it's a blue sky, blue pitch, blue uniforms. I'm in blue, and only one of these teams will have the blues though after match 43, because one of them will be out of the tournament. The other will take their place on finals day tomorrow. And it's Ariana Keefe who are here to take on Lund in the 3rd quarterfinal. The match referee Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
It's tails, your call.
Yep. Heads.
Heads is called. It's tails.
What would you like to do,
Yeah, ball first.
Like to bowl first?
Yes.
There you go, Ariana Keefe. Way win the toss. Damendra Singh says we'll have a bowl first. And they're going to send Lund in the 3rd quarterfinal. Slightly interesting decision for me. I thought maybe they'd want to have a hit first, but obviously backing their ability to chase a score down. And look, they were 7-1 in the group stage. Only lost their final match, actually, to their arch nemesis, Ariana CC. And look, it'll be very interesting to see how they go bowling first. Obviously, they want to ramp up the pressure on Lund. For Ariana Keefe, they've got some very good bowlers at their disposal. Khan Abdul Nisa, 2 to watch. And the clever left arm spin of Damendra Singh, and also the spin of Rahatullah. So watch out for them. For Ariana Keefe, they topped the group for a reason. I think they will be big favourites in this game against the Lund side, who did start with 3 wins, but they totally fell away, losing their last 4 group matches, and they didn't put in a good performance at all on the last group day yesterday. But anything can happen in sudden death cricket. Happy Virak, of course, a key player for them. Be interesting to see if he takes the gloves or whether he's used as a bowling option. They're without Galami, who is away on national team duty. So a couple of outs for them. Debajan Dash, I think he'll be a very important player for Lund. I think he has to play well. He has to fire if they're going to challenge Ariana Keefe in this 3rd quarterfinal. And Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball of match number 43, the 3rd quarterfinal. The news from the toss is Ariana Keefe. They won the toss. They're bowling first.
Thank you very much. Vinny Sandhu there. Doesn't he look dashing? I like that, the coin toss done. In the background there, you can see the Scania flag blowing. We are in Malmo, which is located near the southern western tip of Sweden, in the province of Skåne. And, well, speaking of flags, have you noticed the outfit Vinny's wearing? Yeah, it's the same colours as the Swedish flag. Yeah, I'm liking that. And I'm liking the look of this fantasy dashboard as well. I think these 2 teams, Ariana Keefe, well, they've got an all-star cast, haven't they? Looking forward to seeing Dilwara Khan. Not only does he perform with the bat, 113 runs so far, but also with the ball. Damendra Singh, he's going to be key here, the captain himself. 6 wickets he's taken. And they've got plenty of firepower with the bat, haven't they? But Ishan Shahzad, he's the one who's leading the way. 157 runs, 57 not out was his highest score. Then he also got the hard-hitting Khalid Mohammed. Well, Lund, they've got good players. The difference is, when you look at the stats between the teams, I think whereas Lund batsmen, the likes of Debajan Dash, 120 runs, the captain, Hardeep Virk, 79, and also Buna Prakash, 69. They've scored runs, but they haven't scored the big runs. In other words, they've always got to 20 plus, 20 to 30, but nobody's gone and accelerated beyond that, and that's what they need to do here. But the other big factor is going to be, and I think that's why they've been put in the last 4 matches that they've lost. They haven't been able to score valuable runs. Well, the man is going to try to exploit them straight away. If the bowler, Abdul Nasir. Oh, that's a good start from the left armour, right on the money. No mistake there. And Barrage, oh, he has to dig this one out. Beautiful, beautiful setting, and what a lovely day for cricket on this lovely ground, the Landskrona ground. But we've had to say goodbye to Landskrona though. And got him, absolutely got him, done him with pace. That is a boogie oogie oogie Kookaburra fireball. The first one was good, but this one was better, and this was quick. He's done him all ends up. What a beauty. Have a look at this. And look at the shape on the ball as well. Well, I think this has got to be one of the better balls that we've seen. We've seen some nice Yorker length slow balls, but that one, the shape on it, oh, that's classy. Really is nice. It's sort of delivery that if you're a bowler, and if something like this comes out of your hand early on, then I think you're going to know you're going to go on to have a good day. This really was a lovely ball, and just catching the edge off the off stump there, but that's all courtesy of that in-swinging movement. Now, we always say sometimes the left-arm bowlers that we see don't quite get the line right what he has. Now to the new batsman, Winner Prakash, and this time he's gone just a little bit too wide. The umpire spreads his hands. That one's wasted. What he needed there to the new batsman is the same delivery again. You see here, this one hasn't come in at all. It's got the radar wrong. I'm sure that Winner Prakash was expecting this to be right at him. There once more. Once more. Too wide outside the off stump. Well, what did I say? Once you get 2 deliveries like that at the start of the over, you know you're going to have a good day. You know you're going to be on the money. And all of a sudden, the next 2 have been wides. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't understand it. What goes through the mind of a bowler sometimes. So 2 deliveries to Winner Prakash being wide. Still not faced a legitimate delivery. This time it's better, but it's full outside the off. He tries to negotiate this away, the man at point, but that's well picked up. No run there. Going to see it back where he needs to be. Plenty of noise out there from the Ariana Akif players. Oh, he's done him. That is an absolute corker. What a delivery this is. This is too good. Look, I tell you this, Winner Prakash has been done with a delivery which, well, I think many a batsman would find difficult to play this. This was a gem. Oh, this one makes an old man very happy. What a delivery. Well, that one was literally unplayable. Well, he's bowled 2 unbelievable deliveries, and would you believe it, he's taken 2 wickets, but those 2 runs, courtesy of 2 wide, so at the moment 2 for 2, 2 more deliveries to come, and well, he's knocked over Winner Prakash as well, after knocking over the opening batsman, Maharaj. What a spell this is. Well, can he get this one? I'll tell you what, gets this one there again, he's going to get another. The left armer working his magic here and piling on the pressure, and learned under pressure anyway, their batsman. Well, Ali, the new man, it's there again. He could be gone. He's got to go for me. It's that Yorker. This is just too good. It is just too good. Another one goes. What a bit of bowling this is. 3 wickets in the first. As soon as this one strikes the pad, yep, it's got to go. Look, he doesn't even get, the worst thing about this is, look, he doesn't even try and play it. Look where the bat is. Now, here's the Yorker. Look, he's nowhere near that. And he's got to go. That's an easy decision for the umpire. Well, umpire Adnan out there with umpire Rafi. What a start. What an amazing start that is. Well, we've seen some fine bit of bowling today and fielding. With this in terms of bowling, the best bit of bowling we've seen, and he's on a hat-trick delivery. I tell you what, the same ball again. He's going to get his man, the captain. Hardeep work. Hardeep, I like what he did there. You see, he decided he was going to come out to this and try to stop that Yorker coming. And this reminds me of some bowling that we saw in Malta. And what a fine time to bring in Mr. Maximo. What a over that was.
What did I miss? Anything?
Not a lot.
Just hopped back. Only missed 5 minutes.
Just 3 batsmen.
Only missed 5
Come
minutes.
and go. Oh, what bowling that was.
3-3. That's the football scoreline, isn't it? 3-3.
Wow.
A highly entertaining 90 minutes. You might get 3-3. Here, in 5 minutes, you'll get 3-3. How about that bowling, though?
Wow.
And that was world-class bowling. That one, my favourite one, was probably the second one that kind of shaped in and then kind of, if anything, went away, hit the off stump. And I think you mentioned it's unplayable. It was.
Wow. Sensational stuff Well, at least Dash, if anything, is still there. But it's going to be hard work. And these two now, well, they've got some work to do, haven't they?
It's not going to get much easier with Delaware Khan at the other end either. Aaron O'Keefe really up and about here in the third quarter final.
Great delivery. That is the attack of the left armers. And we always say in sport, don't we, that if the left armers tend to always excel for some reason. And in cricket, it's because as a bowler, the angle that they get this ball coming to you, the trajectory, and Delaware Khan, he starts with a good in himself. Overpitched, and just looking at the umpires, they're quite happy with that. It was pretty high.
Look at the side on of this one. You be the judge at home. Yeah, I think it was probably just below. He did play it on the crease. Happy came out and certainly charged that first one. Just trying something against the swing bowling of Nasser, who's been outstanding. And surely you got to bring him back. I mean, I'll fall off my chair if they don't bring him back for a second over straight away, especially with the ball in the condition it's in.
Yeah. But that swing and that Yorker length delivery, didn't that take you back to Malta?
Oh yeah.
When
Bishnoi.
Yeah. Taking
That's
those,
right,
took those 6 wickets against your team, Gozo. I see you
Gozo.
wearing Gozo colours today as well.
Yeah. Hello to all the Gozo guys.
They just
Sure, if
couldn't
they have
place Yorker.
Do they have internet on that island? I'm not sure. So,
You're going to get a load of abuse now from the
love
Gozo.
Gozo. Love the Gozoans.
So it's just played straight back down. And well, they're going to create a run out here. If it's a good throw, he'll be in trouble. Well, he does get there. I think this is... It's certainly on there, but the two batsmen have to communicate. One wanted it, one didn't. And in the end, they do get there.
Oh, directed, he was gone.
Yeah, happy
Look
won't
at
be.
here. At what point? Because the non-striker does have to go back and protect the stumps. And I think the striker, he was keen all the time. Dash.
Yeah.
And not really negligent running between the wickets, really, because his partner was nowhere to be seen. Here's Delaware. They just need something to go their way now. Let's just think if there are any positives. I mean, two very capable batsmen at the crease at the moment. Still 8 overs to play. But it needs to be a counter-attack. I mean, it's got to be in the back of your mind, though, that you're probably going to get, well, almost certainly going to get Nasser in the third over. And how do you approach him? Do you gamble and do you attack and hope you get away with something? Or do you just play him out, but then that's chewing up an over? There's not too much time in these innings.
But ball, that's that Yorker length delivery again. They really are attacking these batsmen, not giving them any room at all. As the second over comes to an end, it's 5 for 3, so just 2 runs there.
Pretty good follow-up over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And let's have a look at where we're at on QFF. Quarterfinals Friday, day 11 of action in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Around a CC, the Group A team won the first match, and then Group A team again, Malmo, winning the second quarterfinal. And I can tell you, just the way these semi-finals are set up, it's the quarterfinal 2 and the quarterfinal 3 winner that will play each other in the semi-finals. So basically, the winner of this match will play Malmo in the semi-final tomorrow.
That's it. Hasn't had a run scored off him off the bat. Yeah, the run scored from him so far after he's delivered that. His 7th legal delivery.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch, though. A new ball bowler that can make the ball talk at pace.
Oh, and this one could have gone anywhere. It was right on the stumps, and the batsman swings, well, aimlessly. I don't think he had any idea where this was going. Gets to third man to get a single.
This is the slight off-cutter. You see there? Just kind of a slight off-cutter action. So that wasn't really the big in-swinger. And I feel like maybe he's trying to set up the batsman with that off-cutter and then the big hooping in-swinger to try and clean up the stumps or get the LBW.
That's done him with pace. What a delivery this is. What a spell of bowling.
They elected to field, and
Yeah.
I did say maybe it's because they're going to back their opening bowlers to put a big hole in this order. And at the moment, they're not letting them down, are they? And it was a good little second over as well from Delaware, not letting the batsman get away. Didn't pick up a wicket, but it set up the stage for a pressurised third over.
well played. And, well, they're taking rear guard actually at the moment. And I think this is probably the captain, Hardik Burke, is probably decided maybe alongside Dutch and Dash that, look, let's see off this second over from Nasir. And that's him done with. And let's hope when we get, it becomes a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think that probably is the strategy, but then I suppose the issue is it creates pressure in another way. You're kind of just moving the problem sideways, aren't you? Because then you're going to have to take more risks against the middle over bowlers, and that in itself can cause problems. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea to be careful and see him off. I mean, he's only got one delivery now, so I think you are just thinking, I've got to survive, but then you need to be productive as we head into middle overs. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Going back. Long one goes back, finally in the circle. I think that means he's really going to get 4 here. Try and clean up the stumps one last time.
Goes for it, but that's actually nicely played. Times this really well. The batsman should get 2. The fielder will stop it. But yeah, you called it, Vinny. You went for it. And, but this time, well, I have to say, Hardik Burke, from the moment he came out there, he knew what Nasir was going to try and do, and he's always been alert and used his feet well and stopped those Yorkers coming into it. But what a spell of bowling that. 2 overs. He's taken 3 wickets for just 6 runs, and he's put his team right on top in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, 8 for 3. What a power play that is. We haven't seen too many power plays less than that, believe it or not. Have a look at the scale. And the 3 wickets in the opening over. I mean, 0.2, 0.4, 0.5. What a start that is. And now they're not going to bowl Delaware again. They're going to go to Sadiq Sahak. So, I mean, this is the issue. You're saying, okay, you want to go after the middle over bowlers, but they've got some really, really good bowling options. Ariana Akif. And so I don't think it'll be particularly easy for Norton to counter-attack, but they're going to have to try to. I think we know that. Have any chance. There's no point just scraping to 50 or 60 and batting at your 10 overs. You do have to take some chances along the way.
Yeah, they obviously had the opportunity now to spread the field. As we see this first delivery. And let's play this. Well, that's a nice foot stop from the fielder. And he's just signaling to his guys, don't worry, I'm here. You don't have to worry about it. And they say, okay, okay. Well, Khalid Mohammed did the job. He's got back up behind him because both long on and long off are on our back. Mid-wicket in place. They're changing field here. So we're seeing that the man that was in extra cover comes into the circle. So they pushed the man at point back, and third man remains on the boundary. And Deep Vert playing this. See, I think here this is continuing on from a criticism that I had of Lund yesterday. I think they're playing these shots. They're not taking the single. I think they've got to go here. I mean, as soon as this hit, if there's communication between the 2 batsmen, you've got to take that single.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? If you both go, there normally is a single to those infielders.
Slow delivery, plays that nicely, but again, no
Another
single.
good example. Yeah. Especially when the boundaries aren't exactly flowing. It becomes all the more important. Look, it is possible, I suppose. Khalid Mohammed, I should say, at mid-wicket, he's a bit of an enigma. But if he picks it up and hits direct, well, then that's cricket. I think you've got to, the odds are in your favour, I think, to take that run.
Big swing. And a miss there. And the wicketkeeper does enough to stop it getting past him. He's got protection behind him. But, well, Ishan Shazad gets enough on it. He's going to be a key batsman, isn't he? I mean, at the moment, he's right up there as the leading run scorer for him. He scored a magnificent 57 not out. And at the moment, I think the team batting is this one. Even the loose one can't get away, goes straight to the fielder. And sometimes, well, we've seen that already today, haven't we? Lance Kroner.
Yeah.
They didn't have a good day out there with the bat. And now it seems to be the same sort of thing seems to be rubbing off on a day with the sunshine out there. You think it's a good day to bat for us, wouldn't you?
High quality bowling though. Once again, I mean, no single taken to the fine leg. Look, it does go quickly to him, but he's a kind of calculated risk. Still in single digits as we have 1 ball to go in the 4th over.
It's well bowled, and that's that Yorkland delivery. He's going to pass the third man. No, it's not. A good sliding stop there. And, well, the other thing here is, as the over does come to an end, well, we know that one of the key batsmen, one batsman that can get them runs, is the Butch and Dash. But he's just having to stand at the non-striker's end at the moment. He can't get onto strike, and his captain, who struggled there, blocked and blocked, didn't take the singles, gets a single there right at the end. But again, he's back on strike, and Dash is probably thinking, what do I need to get on strike?
Yeah, well, that's right. And there's nothing really going right for Lund so far. And I mean, it started their tournament pretty strongly with 3 wins, but then just falling away. And we thought maybe we could see them rebound here. They certainly had a lot of buzz in their warm-up, and they were up for this contest, but it's got to be deflated and lose 3 wickets in the first over.
Yeah.
Gives us an opportunity as well to look at some of the run rates between these two teams. Might do that after this ball as we start the 5th over. Oh, it was a fake. He faked us out. Well, let's have a look. And look, Lund, you see, they haven't been scoring as many runs as Ariana O'Keefe, 94 per 10 overs. They've been conceding 10.5. And I think when you consider the runs Lund are conceding and the fact that Ariana O'Keefe are making so many runs, then I think it's going to be hard to keep Ariana O'Keefe at bay. Both these teams, not too bad with the avoidables. Lund probably a couple too many. Up in the 7.6. This one is whipped away, and this should go to the boundary, and it does. Just beats the fielder out there. That's Sadiq Sahar, who had the chase to his right. And finally, we have a boundary that comes off the first ball of the 5th over.
Yeah, this is very nicely played, and well, makes a good impression on the banner there in the middle of the European Cricket Network.
The other thing is, Lund, they're averaging 9.4. And to be honest, in the context of Group B, that wasn't among the highest. That was below average for Group B. So they're only scoring 94 per 10 overs. And I tell you what, they'd love 94 now if you offered it to them at 14 for 3. But you see Lund in the end with a 3-4 record. And seeing a slight difference in between these two teams that you'd expect.
Full toss. This will be a no ball. But looks like it could go to the boundary and will go to the boundary. So that's the ball. I think going for the Yorker here, getting it wrong. Now there's a bit of pressure here on the bowler. So good call there from the umpire. So this will be a free hit. Ball also goes to the boundaries. So 2 boundaries. So great opportunity here with this free hit to get themselves right back in this. And the bowler is going to be careful now. He'll know that he's on a first and final.
Yeah, first and final. That's Srikanth Vedavarapu, who is a pretty handy player for Ariana O'Keefe. They've got a bit of a wealth of riches. They're previous ECS champions. They won the Malmo tournament last year. So it's an interesting one because also the Gothenburg champions from last year, Jönköping, we'll see them in the last quarterfinal as well.
This is hit up in the air. It won't be out. Take the single. Keep an eye with this ball ends up. So get the one.
Yeah. So, I mean, you have the previous champions of the 2 Southern Swedish tournaments last year. You also have Ariana CC, of course, who were runners-up and actually went undefeated until the final, which they lost to Ariana O'Keefe in last year's Malmo tournament. So we already know that Ariana CC are through to the semi-finals, and I'm sure Ariana O'Keefe would like to book their spot by winning this match.
This one's been hit and it's gone all the way. Balle. Well, this is better. I think they've been waiting patiently for something to go their way, waiting patiently for the ball to play it. And, well, Dash finally gets to the other end as well after Hardeep Virk played a few nice boundaries with this bowler. So, well, Medavapuru, he's the one who's offering them a lifeline at the moment. And he's still got a couple of deliveries to bowl. So Dash hits big. Goes for another one, but he hasn't got hold of this. Fielder comes in and just drops short. And this is what Dash can't do. I've made that observation already, that all of the batsmen on the Lund side, they make starts, they get into the 20s, then they get out.
Yeah.
This is the time with Dubach and Dash, who we've heard many good things about from a lot of the locals around here, saying this is a guy that when he gets hitting, he can score quick runs.
Yeah.
He's got to go all the way here.
Well,
he's got to bat 10 overs. In the air and drops just straight, safe again.
So 1 hop up. Now, I was just talking about Dash, and you know they often say when you're batting and the ball's swinging around, it's early, the safest place to be is the other end. Well, he only faced 4 balls in the first 4 overs, so he's kind of been lurking with intent at the moment. So I suppose he's survived the storm. He hasn't had to face too much of the bowling, but now it is important he goes on with it. He's on strike. He's on 10 runs.
Hard and straight. Well, this is coming my way. And thankfully, the box got front of the table. You probably heard the thud.
Hit us right in the box.
Right.
But not in that,
Yeah.
not in that box.
Not that box.
Thankfully.
This is a good shot, but look, I mean, there was half a chance here with the bowler. I don't know whether he, in the end, took his hands away from this, thinking, no, this is too hot to handle. But a firm, solid shot to bring the end of that over. And that's what they needed. They needed something special. And that certainly got the game. So they're in the 30s. So 32 it's going to be. But they have lost those 3 wickets. And we're also running out of overs. So halfway point, score moves along onto 32 for 3 or 5.
And that was the over they needed. I mean, that's actually an incredible reversal because the overs so far have gone 3-2, 3-2, 22. So a magical fifth. They've gone from 10 to 32 and at least have put themselves, you know, with the chance of getting some kind of competitive score, but they've got to go on with it. That's the thing. And Sahak's first over only went for 2. You know, they'll have to get after him, but certainly Metavarapu, very expensive in that over and has put a little, I guess it's opened a little window. Yeah, a little window of opportunity for Lund to keep the momentum going through these middle overs.
Oh, this one is hit hard and past the diving efforts of the fielder. It was a fantastic effort, I have to say. I mean, you see this man just appear from nowhere from the left of us, starting in front of Imran Khan. But again, another firm, solid hit, straight pass back past the bowler.
Yeah, that was a great effort, but unfortunately, he couldn't quite get it. Once again, full toss, fair bit of bat, and Happy, well, he certainly has played himself in. He's neutralised the threat of the new ball bowlers, but now he's got to get to work, and he certainly is upping the ante.
Sahak holds this one back slightly. He's played out into the gap. Chase on for the fielder. He will get there. The batsman should take the 2. They do. Yeah.
So, see, very interesting point in this game. Can Sahak break through? He gets one through at least. And yeah, I mean, this is the approach that we talked about, and it's a risky approach, I suppose, to, basically burn those overs, just trying to keep the wicket intact because they didn't want to. But you could see what they were doing. They thought that was their best play, but they needed a big over from somewhere, and the fact they got 22 off Metavarapu, no one saw that one coming. I mean, that was a stunning turn of events. We haven't had an over anywhere between 3 and 22 in this inning so far, the first half of the innings.
Oh, he's got lucky. There's going to be a chase on here for the wicketkeeper. Keeper's going after this. And somebody finally does get behind the stumps. And take the 2. Though leading the fight back, the captain. Deep work.
I've played a lot of cricket and I've played a lot of finals as well, and often there's just a point where you feel things change. So you need to know that when you get on top, you need to make that last as long as possible. As now you're seeing with over 22, just a few things happening. The runs are flowing a little bit more easily.
He's gone for this one, hasn't he? Thrown everything at this one. It's just not allowing for the movement away, I think, and just the foot is not in the right place. You see this again. Look where he plants the foot, and you see that it's got to get a little bit more across. Just not in the right area. That left leg has got to be coming outside the off stump, and so he's in the right area to play the shot.
Last ball from Sahak.
This is played pretty well, and the fielder should make the stop, and does. He'll take the single and keep the strike. He's had most of it so far, but as long as he's going like this, I don't think Dash will mind. Well, Dash, he's good at dashing. He's good at jumping as well. He had to hop that one. That was hit right at him. And that's another reason why it's a good idea to wear the pads.
It's remarkable. Dash has only faced 7 deliveries in the first half of the innings. That's out of 36 deliveries, and if you include the no ball in that as well, then I suppose it's 37 deliveries. He's only faced 7, so that's incredible. But I mean, he is still there. What's your 6 over check-in from here? Well, if they can go to a ball and have a big finish, that gets them up to 89. At least gives them something to bowl at.
Yeah.
And maybe they can get some early wickets. And I know chasing in finals, if the wickets start clattering, it can be a different ball game. We already saw Lance Kroner, who didn't lose the game batting first, and they completely made a mess of their quarterfinal innings and losing batting first. And now Ariana O'Keefe, who haven't lost chasing. They're 5-0, and I think that had something to do with the fact that they elected to field here. Here's Darmenda, the captain.
When he floats this one up, it was a full toss, but it gets a little edge, goes straight along the deck, past the wicketkeeper to third man.
Yeah, that one's full toss, slow full toss. You thought would disappear. Just skewed off the outside edge. So Darmenda, he's a very crafty customer as well with his left arm tweakers. He won't be afraid to take all the pace off the ball.
Certainly wild. He's got 6 wickets to his name so far. Here he goes again. This one is a better line, not so much width. Isn't as over pitched, and he's looking to do just create that doubt. This one's flatter, and he's taken him on, and it's straight into the hands of the man who did the damage with the ball. And now he's showing that he's a pretty good catcher as well. Abdul Nasir backing up his captain, and that's the wicket they wanted. And we were saying that Dash, he hasn't had too much of the strike. Well, he's not going to get much more either. He's going to have to go.
That was flat. It was going for 6, wasn't it? I mean, it almost took Nasser with it because that was a real blast. But they lose Dash for 14. Look good the balls that he did face, but just didn't face too many of them. And 42 for 4 in the 7th over. Dharminder Singh gets the wicket, and now it's important they start again, build another partnership. It's Wahab Hassan that comes to the crease.
This is played after. The interesting thing about Hassan, he played the first 4 matches for his team, but then he didn't play the last of the group one, so we haven't seen him since. Now he's got a healthy strike rate, and he has scored good runs as well. Scored 78 runs, so it's a good. They're still batting there, so if these two can stay there, it's a good opportunity to keep this comeback going. And well, if you hit the ball like that, this is absolutely huge. This is going a long way. What a 6 that is. Shaka Lagya.
Well, someone was asking us yesterday about the biggest 6s we've seen all year. This has got to be right up there. That was absolutely blasted. He went and fetched it from outside the off stump. It was a bit of a challenge delivery from Dharmender. Well, the challenge will be finding that one because that was a massive hit.
Yeah, I mean, this was, well, it's a monster strike, isn't it? Absolute monster strike. And, well, the ball is still saying, well, where is it? They're saying it's gone a long way. It finally comes back. And there you go. I'm sure the umpire might want to have a look at this as well. Dharminder Singh was hit for a huge 6. So, well, this is a battle of the 2 Singhs. And at the moment, the batsman is the happier of the 2. This one's out wide. And the fielder will come across and make the stop. They'll take the single.
It's the end of the 7th over. 50 comes up. Have a look at the height on this one. Yeah. That's one that I think may have just been above the waist. Touch and go at least. Might they get away with it? So not much going right for Lund despite that huge blast from Happy Virik in that over. End of the 7th. Score now is 50 for 4. Let's have a look at what we got coming up, and we're really looking forward to the European Cricket Championship. 15 European cricket nations going head-to-head over 4 weeks in Malaga, Spain from the 13th of September. It starts 1 month today, Rico, and it's so many fantastic people are involved in associations. Cricket España, they're the official host federation of the European Cricket Championship. I know they're an organisation you've had plenty to do with over the years, and I'm sure that Spain will be a fantastic host country of the first ever European Cricket Championship.
It's going to be amazing. And you see that view?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be seeing it outside of a window, won't we?
Yeah.
We've seen the hotel. I mean, magnificent setting it really is. This one's up in the air. It will be a chance. It will be a hot and spicy one. But no problem for Nasir. Well, what an impact he's had in this match. We saw probably one of the best opening overs you're ever likely to see in T10. And then he's taken 2 super catches.
Yeah, this is all about communication. See, the outfielder coming in, he calls him off, and then Hijazi gets out the way. Nasir takes the catch. And I've always said this, haven't I? And it's something in cricket compared to baseball, we don't often see this chain of command, but the outfielder has to call the infielder off that ball because it's an easy one coming in. But half the time, it's getting the infielder out the way, but he did it very well there, Nasser.
Very well, and a shout out to the 12th man, because when you look at his hands, you notice there's a little plaster on one of those fingers, and that was the slight injury he sustained taking the first one. Taking 2 and 2.
50 for 5.
This one's just wide of the infielder, but the outfielder does the job, gets the throw in. They think about 2. They're still thinking about 2.
That's kind of eye contact you don't want. A stare down between the bowler and the batsman who was running. Look, also I'm going to give a shout out to Mahmood Hijazi, who is the man that got out of the way in that catch. He heard the call, he got out of the way, cleared the area. Nasser, of course, we consider a bit of a safe pair of hands, fielding in that key position.
And, well, look, how often have you seen this? Okay, the wicket's gone down 5, and the player responsible, well, not responsible, well, certainly responsible for 3 of them, but the player who's involved in all 5, Nasser.
Yeah, amazing.
This one's gone through, and they should be looking to take the bye here. This is lazy wicket keeping for me. I mean, he's got time to get his gloves onto this. I don't know what Shazad was really thinking here.
It's a slower ball, so it gets him on the second hop. You see, fools the keeper as well, and I think he just tries to block it. Bounces off the pads. They do scramble a bite.
Gets a little bit on this. Is it enough to pass the fielder? And yes, it is. And that just goes to show you the speed of this outfield. Now that it's dried up, it came quite high upish from the bat, but enough on there. I mean, not off the middle by any means, but enough to take it to the boundary. And this is the most important thing that the batsmen have to keep doing. Each one to go out there. Now we know that Hassan can bat. He's joined by Properetti, and he's got to do the same. They've just got to keep getting whatever runs they can get on the board here, and have a good flurry towards the end.
Big borrower steal as we head into the final quarter of this innings.
With his well struck, and they'll push hard, but it may even go all the way. No, it's just slowing down, so the fielder does get to it. Here comes the throw. So 2 more runs taken to end the 7th over. So the score moves on to 58 for 5. 8 overs gone. Apologies.
Pretty remarkable innings, isn't it? With all the overs being single digits, except for that 22 run over from Medavarapu. So if you take that back and have a look, there's no surprises where it was. It was the 5th. It took a nasty bit of elevation. It's Lund elevated in the 5th, but a couple of wickets falling lately, which haven't helped the cause. But I mean, if you take that back a notch, it means that out of the other 7 overs, there's only been 36 runs. So it just shows you what good a job Ariana O'Keefe have done of keeping things tight. And now Demenda, who's been very effective with his left arm spin. 9 off his first over, comes back.
Nicely played. He used his feet here well. It was pretty wide. I think Demenda here was trying to go for the stumping, but the batsman, he did come, readjusted, and placed this away nicely. Good shot.
Yeah, probably would have been a wide actually, but if you're going to hit a wide, make sure it goes to the boundary. So that's handy. And look, from here, what can you do? I mean, 2 a ball, be an extra 22, so that gets them to 84. I mean, it's competitive, isn't it? It's probably a few less than they'd want, but I mean, when you lose 3 wickets in the first over, if you can post 80 plus, you feel like it's a win.
And, well, keeper was waiting, but wasn't able to get in the half of the stumping. Grady 80s though, Vinny.
Grady 80s. Yeah, they do make for great cricket games. And it all depends about how Ariana O'Keefe go about their chase. I mean, sometimes we see teams being a bit conservative, especially in finals. Just not wanting the early flurry of wickets, but knowing Ariana O'Keefe and the rate they scored at in Group A, which wasn't a particularly high scoring group, I think they'll back themselves to knock however many runs they get set.
Another single. Interesting action, doesn't he, Singh has? He sort of gets there and then it's all sort of pushes it through with his wrist rather than the arm.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I can bowl that really effective kind of extra slow delivery, which just hangs in the air.
This is going to be handy runs. Lobs it over the keeper. Not going to get more than 1 though. Good work Or chased down by the man at third man.
The other man to watch is at mid-wicket in the circle right now, Khalid Mohammed. He took one of the catches of the tournament, just a one-hand, kind of a cricket zombie type catch. And he's a very exciting player to watch.
And straight back at him. Can
Oi.
he take his second time? No, he can't. Can he get a run out? Well, maybe. Well, maybe not. He holds on to it. Well, this one was hit hard and just smacks out into his hand.
He consciously hit that up in the air, thinking I'll take it the second time because I don't think I'm going to grab it. Have a look at this. He just pushes it up, thinking, well, maybe I'll be able to get it in the rebound. It was just out of his reach. It would have been a remarkable catch.
More work to do for the outfielders, and it's nice to see good backing up as well. But that's safe hands.
Important 2 overs from the captain.
Yeah,
And
just
at the end of 9 overs, it's 66 for 5. But what do you think about that technique? The slap up,
well, look,
the intentional slap up. I didn't mind it.
I don't mind it at all. I mean, I think it's one of those, and they either stick, and we have seen that a few times, haven't we? Some amazing corner balls. We see it here again. But look, he's realised. He thought, well, actually, maybe I just if I can just push it in front of me and then take the catch. But in the end, well, too much power in that
Gives it
left
the
hand.
Call that the old Arnold Palmer. The Arnold Palmer up in the air.
Arnold Palmer.
And it did hang in the air a little bit, but yeah, I think if you try and grab it, probably you've got no idea where it's going if you drop it. So I guess that's actually an interesting technique. Quick bit of thinking. Didn't have too long to think about it, did he?
Well, I think one thing about it is it's a well. After all that, it was also a dot ball because I think if it went past him, it was definitely 4 runs.
Yeah,
that
well,
was hit too
that's
well.
right as well. He's obviously thinking, I've got to block it as my primary responsibility. So Digimurthy is going to get the last over. Hasn't bowled as yet, but he's a very good death bowler. A great man to be able to come in to bowl the 10th over. And where are we at? 66, right? So 66. I mean, if you'd somehow drag yourself to 80, it's hard to see them getting that many. I mean, what they have done is they haven't lost as many wickets after the 3 in the first over, but that really set the table for a pretty tough time in this third quarter final for Lund.
We need a magic over or a supersonic over.
Look, if you can get a magic over here, you really walk into the second innings feeling like you're getting all the momentum.
Yeah.
Something you get up to 90 or so. Regardless, here's the 10th over. Digimurthy with the ball.
He doesn't want the single, and I don't think you can turn these down, to be honest, for me. I know Hassan is probably thinking he's the more recognised batsman. He hasn't he has missed the last 4 innings, so he's not really, and he hasn't really hit the ball too well yet anyway. I mean, look, he's had 10 of 8, so you just got to take the single there for me.
It's good first up Yorker though from the bowler.
Goes for it hard, it's high up in the air, just dropping short of the fielder, but the fielder's done ever so well. He coming in, he thought maybe he could turn it into a catch, and when he realised, as soon as he realised that the catch wasn't on, then it was all about saving it from going past the boundary. That's really well done.
Yeah, really good. Delaware Khan has been brilliant in the field. Digimurthy again.
Short slice, and this one may go to the boundary. We've seen a couple that have stopped short, but this one, he swung hard, got plenty of slice on it, and that man's done plenty of chasing behind there. But this time round, it goes all the way. Babak could do nothing about that.
Yeah, if you're going to win a game from this position, you need a healthy slice of luck, and they get one here. And that one is literally sliced away over the outside edge. And 4 more runs to the total.
So we are into the 70, 72. 3 balls still to come here, so boundaries are on the mind of Hassan. Moves on to 16. And so 80, we're saying, trying to get this to 80. And this one certainly was there for the hitting, wasn't it? It was short, it was in the zone, and he's missed out on it.
Well, it wasn't that short. I mean, it's a kind of good length. He's made up his mind because there's no one behind square. That's where he's trying to go, but he has to go get it from outside off. So not an easy shot to play. Again, maybe there's an argument to go through the line.
Dot ball, gold dust, 2 to come. This one is Fuller, nicely played, trying to split the 2 fielders, and he does. That's a nice shot. I think he got a little lucky with the bounce there, didn't he? I think if this had hit the deck and bounced up higher, I think one of the 2 fielders would have got a hand to this. But look, when it takes that bounce, it just really just flies off. There you go, no bounce. And he splits the 2, 4 runs. So this is getting interesting here now. So a ball to come, 76.
Really threaded the needle. You see there was almost no space. Anyway, we'll have a short gap before the final delivery. He had to get that just right, didn't he? So getting set for the final ball.
And it's gone all the way through again. Well, he's saying... I think the wicketkeeper probably started saying he thought, oh, I won't bother. I think what he wanted to say is stop appealing, get back, because I've got to throw the ball to you.
Back in your box. Let's see if we pick anything up here.
Nah.
Rico says no. But you're right. He's saying, turn around, I need you. I need you. What do you want me to do? Look at me. All right. Look away, look back at me, and now back to me again as we reach the end of the 10 overs. And Lund have put 77 runs on the board. Walking sticks, well, we'll have to bowl and field out of their skins. Otherwise, they will be walking all the way out of the tournament after winning their first 3 games. Lund in some serious trouble. And the big trouble was for the top order batsmen. They had to contend with some amazing swing bowling from Abdul Nasser in the first over.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at this. You won't see anything better. 3 wickets in his first. This one, well, ball off the series so far. That certainly was a couple of fire ball. And then this one, plumb in front. The umpire, that's one of the easier ones he had to give. And wasn't he pumped? And at this stage, it was all trouble. And wickets were falling. Then rebuild had to come. And 2 men that were capable of doing it was the captain, Hardeep Virk, and the Witten Dash. And they started to play some nice shots. But you just got the feeling once we got to the halfway point, Dash this one, dodging this one, that the big shots had to come. And it was Dash the first to go. He hit this very well, but he hit it flat. And that gave the chance for the man who took the wickets to the ball to take the catches. And he took 2 catches and was successful in both. So at that point, the first 5 wickets all had his name on it somewhere. This one could be another one. That's good work from Daminder Singh there. But there was a recovery. He needed some luck along the way as well. But just goes to show Lund here. I mean, if you do, even though you get off to a really bad start, you can come back from it. I mean, they probably would be thinking if 10 more runs, if you've given us 10 more runs from somewhere, you certainly would have felt a lot more comfortable. Look, that scorecard tells you a story, all the damage done there at the front. Dash at one point, he was just at the non-strikers end, seeing it all happen. He didn't face too many deliveries. Look, 9 deliveries. But he did manage to put a good partnership together with his captain. Both of those men instrumental. And then Wahib Hassan there right at the end, 20 not out. I think he made a good contribution. He's a man that's been missing from their side for a while. But 77 they end up with. And well, I think there's no surprises who's going to be the hero when we have a look at the bowling stats. And one man comes to mind, Abdul Nasir. He was just absolutely outstanding. But take nothing away also from Daminder Singh. I think he bowled really well as well. He knew when the time to bring the spin on was. Look at that, 2 overs, 6 runs, 3 wickets. 2 of those 6 runs were wide balls. Dilwakani bowled impressively as well. He was held back to come in later, and he did a good job for his captain, 1 for 9. But nobody really, only one man, and that was that man there, Madhavarupu, who was expensive. He went for 22 off the 1 over. But it was an outstanding performance here. Madhavarupu, it was the over number 5. That was the expensive one. So midway through, when we have a look at this, it's 77 for 5. So there was a recovery, bear in mind those 3 wickets that went in the first over. And it wasn't until that over, the 5th one where the 22 came from, that they were able to get some sort of runs on the board. Up until then it was 10 for 3 at the end of 4. So when you look at that score, you can see that there has been a pretty good recovery there. At one point we thought they were going to struggle to get to the 50 mark. So it's very similar, I suppose, to the match that we had before this. The second quarter final, I think the teams have to go back, and it's going to be Lund this time that to be doing what Landskrona tried to do with Landskrona. They just finished on 52 for 10. Now Lund got a few more than that, but they're going to go back and say, look, we've got to believe. Okay, once more, we haven't got the runs that we would like on the board, but we've got to fight back. Do we want to be in final stage tomorrow? Do we want to be in that semi-final? Do we want to go on and maybe be the surprise package and win this? Well, if the answer to that is yes, then we have got to put in a performance of a lifetime here in the field. And you know what? They've got big key players that can do it for them. The question is, are they going to be able to deliver, or are Ariana Akif going to do what Malmo did and go out there and just blast these runs off pretty quickly? There's only one way to find out. That's to stick around and watch it all happen in front of you. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Malmo, and join me and Mr. Maximo back in, well, just under 10 minutes time as we come back for the end of this, the third quarter final. Hello and welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Ground, where things are really spicing up on quarterfinals Friday. Well, so far the teams that are bowling well seem to be on top. We've seen 2 quarterfinals already completed, and just to remind you, it was Ariana Cricket Club that beat Malmo in the first one, and in the second game, Landskrona, they were disappointing with the bat, and Malmo knocked those runs off very quickly. An emphatic win with 39 balls to go, chasing down the 52 that Landskrona scored all out. They had 9 balls to go as well. And in this one, again, it's a low scoring 77 for 5 that Lunda posted, but they were in severe trouble after the superb bowling that we saw from, Abdul Nasir. Certainly one of the best opening spells of bowling that I've seen, the best first over we've seen it in a long time, probably since that over from Avonai in Malta. But they have managed to get themselves to a score. It didn't look likely, but they did manage it. And I think if they can come out here motivated and focused, anything is possible, but they do need quick wickets. They need to get the big guns out early. It's as simple as that. So how focused will they be? What will the start be like? And we know when Landskrona had to do the same thing after they scored 52 against Malmo. They needed a great start, and it ended up being a disastrous one. Well, it's Deb. If anyone can step up for them, the Russian Deb could be... Well, it would be perhaps the unlikely hero. Certainly, they're under the cosh here at the moment, but it can come back. Quick wickets. There's no reason why they can't do the same thing that Ariana Akif did to them. So 78 runs required of 60 balls. Still 7.8, so just under 8 runs and over. So a couple of good overs here. Keep it interesting. Here's the first ball. It's played out. And Dash elects to stick a foot out to stop this, and not able to do so. See this here. Needed to try and smother this delivery, wasn't able to, so they do get off the mark straight away. So Ishan Shazad. That's his first run. Khalid Mohammed plays this nicely. We saw him do a good bit of footwork as well, but unlike Dash, he prevented the run being scored. Takes a single. Of course, as always, the team batting second are able to measure their reply. This one was short, and as soon as he saw and picked the length of this, he puts it away inside the power play. This is an easy shot to play. Only 2 men allowed outside the ring, and picks this up really well. And it's quite an easy shot there from Shazad. Not really got the pace, I don't think, to be bowling that line. The ball will come back to him. And he needs to be thinking about where this one is going to go, and really needs to be thinking about the line that was bowled by the opener of Ariana Akif. It's right on the money all the time. This one's up in the air, and it's a lovely shot. And it's the case of the umpires to turn around. And umpire Adnan says, my hands are up in the air, which means it's 6 runs, to the cry of delight to the teammate of the batsman. Crunching shot. And Dash follows up the short ball by one that was over pitch and too wide. And Ishan Shazad, the wicketkeeper, played 2 glorious shots. And make this another 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, árbitro, manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras más. Well, bang, thank you very much. And, well, it's not what you need. And for the second time in a low-scoring affair, when the team in the field need to get wickets early and put the pressure on, hit the batsmen that are taking charge. Slow delivery. It's up in the air. This will be a chance. Can the fielder keep hold of it? And he can't even get there. A desperate lunge, and maybe the man on the boundary is the one that has to be coming in to take this, similarly to what we saw in the first innings when it was the catch that was taken by Abdul Nasir. He claimed it, came in from the boundary and took it because he's running into the ball. But on this case, there was no call from that man and it dropped safe. So the over comes to an end. And it's 19. No, 19 without loss. And, well, another. It's almost like deja vu. It's almost like the game that we had before. There was a cracking first over, loads of runs. And Mr. Maxwell comes in and says, what do I miss? Well, first time he missed the wickets. I wonder if he missed those runs. Welcome back.
Couldn't have had 2 more different first overs in this match, could we? And Dash goes for 19. Good hitting, though, from Shahzad. Isn't it? I mean, sensational bit of ball striking, hitting through the line of the ball. 2 sixes and a 4 in the over. But keep an eye on Khalid Mohammed as well. He's a really entertaining batsman. He will swing for the fences. He's not necessarily the prettiest batsman. Let's just say he likes to do it with brute force, and he's a real entertainer. So watch out for him. If he gets to go, that is, because at the moment, Shahzad looks like he wants to knock these runs off by himself. And this is Haroon Malik, who's going to come into bowl the second over. Let's see if he can arrest the momentum back for Lund.
Up in the air, and, well, I think this is a chance for Dash. And, oh, he almost takes a brilliant catch. This was so difficult. But he goes down, but Dash, give him credit. He was still alert enough to keep the ball in play, stop it going over the boundary. This really was a tremendous effort.
It was, and he had to contend with just the communication. He was telling Ashraf Ali, no, I've got the best angle on this. But once he did that, he had to find the ball again when he made sure the area had been cleared and just not quite in the middle of the hands. So that's the second opportunity that's gone awry.
Chase on for the fielder. I think Khalid's got a good bit of bat onto this, but it will just be stopped inside the boundary rope. In comes the throw.
It's a very rare 2 from Khalid Mohammed. But he just gets a little bit of bat on this, and you just watch. If he hits one, it's going to go absolute miles. And I think Shahzad, there's a bit more a classical stroke maker. And they fancy him at the top of the order, but interesting they have gone for Khalid Mohammed to partner him.
There he goes. It has gone miles. It's 6 runs. It's another one that they're going to have to go and fetch. And it's raining runs at the moment here at the Landscronet ground. Big hit.
Well, that's maybe brought rain. I mean, the weather's been pretty good so far, but have a look at this. Don't you think you find this one in the coaching manual? That's a bit like my golf, that one. But it was straight and it went a long way. So Khalid Mohammed gets his first Maximo. He's coming to the party. Right now, his score is already flying away. Up to 28 in just the second over.
Yeah, it's amazing hitting, it really is. And, well, not only is the bowler losing his shape, he's losing his number. And this one's going to be 4 more. Effortless. Went for the short ball, went for the effort ball. And the batsman, Khalid Mohammed, just waits for it and says, there you go, don't be bowling this at me. Now you can go get it.
Yeah, no fine leg back, so I mean, it's almost impossible to defend against that. I mean, trying to change the length, I think you don't want to get too full to Khalid Mohammed. If you are going to go full, I think you've got to go Yorker, and we've seen him miss a few balls that have been hitting the stumps. But, I mean, I just love the approach from Aaron Akif. I think they're chasing 100 and 178 the way they've come out opening the batting here, but that's what they're going to do. Yeah. And that's why, look, that Group A, it wasn't as high scoring, but Ariana Keefe were head and shoulders the fastest scoring team. And you can see why with shots like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's certainly been an interesting quarterfinals day, isn't it? I mean, we saw the first match probably between Ariana CC and Mumhouse was a little bit closer in terms of, it was 8 balls to go when it came to an end. But the next 2, well, it's just been all one-sided affairs.
Yeah, it has. And look, you'll get that on occasion. But it's finals cricket. It's a slightly different atmosphere. The pressure's on, and sometimes things go right for you. Sometimes things go wrong. How you can deal with it is big. But also, we have seen some changes in momentum, haven't we, in the games? Even in the last game, at one point, we saw, a 22-run over in the last innings, I should say, in this match we're watching right now. So that's finals cricket. That's what makes it so gripping.
The other thing that's interesting, and this takes me back to a point that you were making, and the point we were making in Q, that asking teams whether it's good to play your games, have a break and come back, or is it a disadvantage? Now in Q, a lot of the teams decided to have that break was a godsend because they were really tired. And here, the way these matches are going, and this one's another one that is sailing over the fielder, and it's the fielder this time that signals the 6. Another big hit, and this one, well, it's just effortless. Look at this. It's just all about timing. And, well, the bowler is probably thinking, what do I have to do? Well, one thing you don't have to do is pitch it up. You've got to try getting this ball outside the off stump. Try getting him playing another shot. Try to see if you can cut the ball. Putting it there all the time. Well,
if
you're
you're
going to put it away.
If get it up, Lund have to get it up in the block hole. They got to get it right up there, because if you give him anything that bounces, he's just going to go under it, and he's whacked quite a few out of the ground already. Now he's tied. Shirzad at 19.
This one's up in the air, and it's another one. Balle. Well, he's on the attack. Patake Jalpe, the Parnui ground the pitch in the Landskrona cricket ground. It's fireworks around this ground. And at the moment, it's Khalid Mohammed that's having some fun. What a big hit that was. Another 6. The score has raced on to 44 of just 2 overs.
I told you to watch out for him. And he hadn't faced too many in the first over. Certainly made up for it in the second. 44 for no loss after 2. Just a reminder, from Monday morning, we'll be in Dresden in the east of Germany for the next FanCode European Cricket Series. Go to europeancricket.com right now and you'll see some information. All the fixtures will be there. Also, stay tuned for team previews and, of course, the daily preview article, which will be there over the weekend. We have 48 more matches. And after the final in Dresden, which will be in just over 2 weeks' time, that will be 699 matches. Wow. And it looks like the first match in Holland actually will be game number 700 of the European Cricket Series this year. How exciting.
Amazing.
Here is Wahab Hassan. See if he can stop the bleeding. That's why I think there haven't been enough balls bowled there, right up in the block hole. And, that last over was very, very expensive, wasn't it? In the end, the first over went for 19, second one for 25. Ariane O'Keefe. We know that their finals performance, I mean, they won the final last year in Malmo against Ariane CC after losing at Ariane CC in a golden ball earlier in the tournament. That was their only loss in that tournament. Right now, they are flying.
Well, I'll tell you what else has been flying. That's the Kookaburras, especially from
that's better length, though.
Man, but it's better length.
That's the length I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He can't really get under this. And he just has to dig it out. And how about that for a little bit of fancy work from Shirzad? He's got all the tricks, even at the non-strikers end. Let's have a look at this. Number 33 at the bottom of your screen. And then the look away. Well, that's a proper highlight.
This time, well, it is shorter, but at least it's a better, I think for me, to the batsman that's hitting the ball the way we've seen him hit it. A better line. He's outside the off stump. He's not giving him anything straight to drive. The field, there's one man out there, but really, where do you set a field to a man that's hitting the ball so well? Remember, we're still inside the power play. Only 2 men allowed out. And this one's too wide. It's a very good stop, actually, from the wicketkeeper. That was very low. And just getting his fingertips to that. And it's the captain of the work. And, well, it's going to be another day that he won't want to remember. And it's another defeat here looming for them. I mean, they started so briskly, didn't they, Landskrona? Then all of a sudden, the wheels came off.
Here's the thing, though. Last year, Hardeep Virak, or Happy, he was playing for Ariane O'Keefe in that champion team. He took a blinder of a catch in the final as well.
Short. And this one goes through. So a couple of dot balls now coming into to Khalid Mohammed. So they've taken some time but finally decided what line they need to be bowling to him.
Yes, they need something to happen, and quick, don't they? You just got to hope that maybe there's some, take a wicket or two, maybe some panic can set in. We have seen some dramatic collapses in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Each time he just plays it out and fakes that he's going to take a run and decides not to.
Looked up at Ihsan Shirzad. He was leaning on his bat, chewing his gum in the other end, saying, I don't think running's our thing. And now 1 ball to go in the over. And so, again, I think Shirzad has a bit of FOMO at the moment. So I think he'll be pretty happy to set up camp at that end and face the first ball the next over. 46, last ball the power play.
And this one's gone up a long way. I think this is probably going to drop inside and then just bounce over. Yeah, but both the men are on the offside on the boundary. Long off is there, and right close to him is another man. That's where they expect him to hit it, but this has been hit. Look, just crashes it away. It's just whips it away, doesn't he?
Isn't he
Whips it
fun
and
to
gets the
watch?
power. Yeah,
Isn't he fun to watch?
It's all about having a good eye, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got such good hand-eye coordination. So that's 4 to end the power play. And the 50 comes up. And 50 off 3 overs. And with that kind of a power play. And that's actually after a pretty quiet 3rd over that only went for 6 in the end.
Yeah.
Not a bad over by Wahab Hassan by any means. But now, I mean, what do? I suppose you turn to spin and hope for the best. But now only 28 runs required. That run rate required is down to 4 and over. I think if you're a Lund supporter, then might be time to start coming to grips with the reality. That looks like the journey in this year's FanCode European Cricket Series is coming to an end. Amazing for a team that played so well early in this tournament, but they just haven't been able to put the performances together in the final few matches.
Yeah, this is really a big throw at the dice here with Inder Singh coming on to bowl. And this one's been switch hit, and the ball just, even though it wasn't the best of contacts, still goes to the boundary. This is a nice shot. He decided he was going to do the early look. Yep. Keeps his eye on it.
Switches the hands around. That's a proper switch, isn't it?
Well, we saw him do the switch when he was at the non-striker, so maybe that's what he was practicing.
Yeah, well, he knows how to handle the weapon, doesn't he? So, unorthodox but effective.
Yeah, it looks like he knows how to handle Lund as well. This one's gone up in the air. He's going to drop short of the fielder, is it? No, he's done really well, and he's taken a very good catch. Well, there has to be some highlights, and that's one for Lund. He's come a long way, and he's committed himself to taking the catch. And in the end, he's taken a comfortable one. I think the ball did try and roll out, but he grabs onto it.
Yeah.
So one of the openers is dismissed. So at least he's certainly not going to be by 10 wickets as Ihsan Shirzad makes his way back after, well, a healthy 24 off 9 deliveries.
Yeah, it was a good innings, wasn't it? And did the job early. It was a good piece of fielding to chuck it down. Inder Singh gets the wicket.
And well, this one is to Khalid. Could he get 2 in 2? Oh, dash. Well, that's a surprise for me. Just didn't go for this.
Yeah,
we saw him make an incredible effort to one earlier.
Yeah,
this one.
I think when you see when it bounces, you'd think, well, maybe it's no use trying to save the boundary at this stage. Definitely would have been a one for the highlight reel had he got there. And now we'll get to see the left-hander, Delawar Khan, who is on strike for the first time. Inder Singh's going to go round the wicket. It's a tough situation for the spinner as well, but give him credit. He's come up with a big wicket. It's a nice catch as well by Ali Ihsan out there on the boundary. That brought about that dismissal.
Sharper being called out there. Just plays this, gets in line and just box it out. And this is nicely played. It's up in the air, it's over the fielder there, and it just picked up inside. And I was thinking about taking the second there, Khan. I think it's a good job he didn't. It was a good throw. It was thrown in quick and flat. And this As we know, we've got plenty of supporters around the ground here now, but what myself would really like to see is the stars of the future coming into the equation. And Vinny, who have we got with us today?
Yeah, well, a little special guest coming up. And quite a few spectators, actually. Of course, being Saturday here.
It's just going to drop short again. Once more, the shot from Khalid Mohammed is dropping short of the fielders.
Yeah, he'll retain the strike. So 57 for 1 off 4 overs. Only 21 more required. And that run rate, 3.5 required, is not too onerous at all. Now here's a man, we saw him actually in the first week. This is Ahmed. I know you weren't here, Rico, because Andrew was here with me. Ahmed, and you can see who he's supporting, Ariana Akif. Now, Ayub Azizi is his father, and I'm sure he'd be very proud of Ahmed here. Now, how are you feeling? You must be very, very happy that it looks like Ariana Akif are going into the semi-finals. You feeling happy?
Yes.
You're very happy, yeah? And they've played very well. And tell us again, because I remember this from last week, who's your favourite team again?
Ariana Akif.
Well, there you go. No doubt about it. So I hope you're doing a great job there. You can give a special wave. So many people watching around the world today on quarterfinals Friday. I'll tell you what, is this kid a model or what? He's got perfect bone structure. A little bit jealous, actually. Here's Hassan, comes back in for a second over. He was pretty tight the first time, but it's not going to be the same story this time around. First time, Maximo. And Mohammed, he goes bang. Can't stop this guy. And there's another 6 to start a new over.
Yeah, that was a, well, bludgeoning blow. Powerfully struck. And they're getting ever closer. And at the moment, as you would probably imagine, body language is pretty flat from the Lund side. They've had to try and rebuild. Things just haven't gone well for them. They've lost 4 on the spin. Lost 2 games yesterday, and we knew it was going to be hard for them to try and get themselves in the right frame of mind for this one. They did try hard. And Hassan, who's bowling here, came back into the side.
That's the length I think you got to bowl. And you have to just keep doing it until he misses one.
Yeah.
And it's easier said than done, I know. Yeah, Lund, they just seem to have run out of gas in the second half when it mattered. It's unfortunate, but you know they're a proud club, and you know former Swedish champions, and I'm sure I'll be hoping to look at this and perhaps next time make the necessary changes. I mean, they certainly have a lot of talent in their team. It's going to be sad to see them go, especially after they started so brightly. But great bunch of guys. I did the warm up with them yesterday. I feel like put the jinx on them though, because after a good three or four overs, it all kind of went wrong, and it's never turned around for them over the last couple of days. Now it looks like they're going to go out in the quarterfinals.
Good length again from Hassan. Better, isn't it? That's where you need to be. You need to be right up there, not give the batsman any room. And Khan, who's just going out there, just getting in line with that at the moment. He knows that there's no rush here, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Lund, they looks like they're going to fall short again of the semi-finals, but they'll be back up again. And they'll go away and learn from this, and they'll be thinking positive. Oh, well, that's good quick delivery.
Yeah.
Right at it.
Hassan's bowled really well. I mean, Lund have some good quickies, and he's one of them. And it's nice to see he's still really running in. He's giving it 100%, which is, you wouldn't expect anything less. I mean, all the players are so excited to have this platform to go out there and show what they can do. And that one was a nasty one for Delaware Khan, getting some of his own medicine.
Let's see what he tries to do with this one. He'll probably try and whip this away. Well, he followed him. It's good, clever bowling. Really is good, clever bowling. I thought he was going to try and do exactly this, try and get inside the line and play the ball, probably in that vacant area in the fine leg spot. But the bowler has just followed him. He's angled it straight at him. Yeah, and you can see, you've got to remember, even in this situation, all right, 14 of 31 balls, but, well, few bits of moment of magic. Anything can happen. Takes just one ball to remove a good batsman. This is a nice looking shot, and fielder's not going to get to it. This is a lovely shot, you know. It's been executed brilliantly. This one is top draw.
Yeah, this is an amazing bit of timing from Delaware Khan. Let's have a look at the balance here. Look at that. Just bends that back knee. gives himself a little bit of room, but he absolutely timed the cover off that. That's the end of Hassan's spell. Look, I think he bowled better than his figures suggest. He'll finish with none for 17. But at the end of 5 overs, it's 68 for 1. There's not long to go in this one. Now let's have a look at what's coming up. The final match of the day, the final day of quarterfinal Friday, match 44. And it's Gothenburg City versus Yon Shopping. Again, a bit like this match. I mean, it's a similar matchup for me. Gothenburg City only dropped 1 match along the way in Group B. Yon Shopping, they won their first 2 matches, then they completely lost the plot, losing their next 5, and then they had a washout. So, the news from the toss, though, Yon Shopping have won it.
Well, this is up in the air. This is the opportunity. They can't afford to put this one down, and they don't. So they get the wicket in the end of Khalid Mohammed. And what an excellent 38 he's made of 16 deliveries. So they get another breakthrough. And as long as they keep picking up wickets, there's always hope.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think this is also one of the things, Khalid Mohammed, not as comfortable against spin, I don't think. And I think some of the other teams that are going to make it to finals day might just make a little note of that. But he goes for a very entertaining 38 of 16 balls. 4 big maximos and 2 fours in that innings. And striking well over the 200 mark. So 68 for 2. And still 10 runs required for victory. It's going to be, well, for me, I think he's my man of the match, Abdul Nasser for the way that he took those 3 wickets in the first over, which really set the tone for this whole match. Just going back to Yon Shopping, they are bowling first. They've elected to bowl first in the fourth quarter final.
Nicely played, but straight to the fielder, dot ball. Yeah, I'll go with that. I think the way things are here, Nasir certainly is right up there as one of the man of the matches. I think if you can stick around here.
And he's catching, don't forget.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he was involved in the first 5 wickets, gets a few runs here, brings the game home. I'll be very surprised if it goes to anyone else. But I have to say, the bowling, when he took those wickets, was fantastic.
It's the way he took them as well.
Yeah.
It's the way he took them. It was very, very skillful.
And this one has gone over the stumps.
That's
the
a keeper
ball
killer.
is going to make its way to the boundary. That's going to be byes.
Yeah.
And 4 more runs. And, well, you've got to hand it to, I think, Indra Singh as well. I like the way he's come back well. When I first saw him for the first time, we see this one, he can't believe it's missed. He can't believe it's missed. But once again, it's a good indication of what we talk about the LBWs. You've got to remember, the ball does tend to bounce well, even off the spinner.
That's
so
true.
A good example there of why the umpires have got such a hard job to do. Hit hard, straight, 4 runs, beautiful shot, good comeback. And this time, Indra Singh flights it up. There's 4 runs, so they're almost there now.
Yeah,
Just a couple of runs required, but he's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Under these circumstances, coming in, and Indra Singh, he's just kept his cool, got the ball in the right areas, and he's picked up the only wickets to fall so far, both of them.
A lot of time for him. Yeah, that last one, the reverse one, I think it's the fact the keeper thought the ball was going to hit the stumps. I think the ball got hit. It was going to put an exit wound through him. It was going to go straight through him because he got nowhere to hide there as a keeper. 2 to win. This could be it. I think it will be. I think they'll come back for 2 here.
Well,
oh, no. No, they're very aware of the score.
I think they probably want to make sure that Abdul Nasir gets to face the ball and maybe get a run on the ball for him and maybe hit some winning runs.
Well, I think it'd be fitting if he hit the winning run when you consider the fact that he really set this victory up with that 3 for 3 in the first over. What a crazy start. And whoever they face, looks like it will be Malmo they'll face. I'm sure their openers won't be sleeping very easy tonight, knowing what they're going to have to face tomorrow.
He's going for the shot, and well, that'll be it. And I think appropriately, the winning run's been scored off the man who, well, for us, we don't have a say in it, of course, is the player of the match. I think he just bowled brilliantly. He blew away, literally, the top order of Lund. And Lund, well, they just didn't know how to deal with it. He just kept coming and coming and coming and knocking them over.
Yeah, it was a comprehensive victory. 24 balls to spare in the end. Looks like they might even do it quicker at one stage. That's Ariana Akif, who set up that showdown with Malmo in the second semi-final tomorrow. And just a case of not enough runs on the board for Lund. Unfortunately, it's the end of their tournament. We've really loved having them as a part of the European Cricket Series for the first time. And saw that a couple of half opportunities. This one, Tash would have been a very good catch, you'd have to say. But Lund, you know, their former ECL qualifiers haven't been able to get them on the network before because of the postponement of the European Cricket League in the last 2 years. But it's good to see them out there, and they started brightly, but ultimately, despite all the circus tricks, it was Shazad who was turning it on, and he showed another reverse there. His day wouldn't last much longer, but still the damage was done by this stage. Shazad falling for 24 off 9, and then Talwar Khan with some nice shots as well. But for me, Khalid Mohammed, gotta love the way he goes about his cricket. Eventually he holed out to Inder Singh, but the result was beyond doubt by then. And this one, that'll shorten your lifespan as a wicketkeeper when you see that coming at you. It was all bat, all ball. But in the end, it was all over, bar the shouting. And with 4 overs remaining, Ariana Keefe become the 3rd team through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. Well played, and a very dominant performance sees them into the semi-finals. And also, sadly, as we have a look at the scorecard there, we need to say adios to Lund. I mean, they came, they performed, they gave it their everything. It wasn't enough, but well, I'm sure, like all of the teams that we've had to say goodbye to, that they, from the experience, they'll get stronger and they'll get better, and no doubt we will see them again. But that scorecard, well, is dominated by the top 2 batsmen there. Shazad 24, Khalid Mohammed, an entertaining 38 from him. And then fittingly, towards the end, I like that from Talwar Khan. He could have taken 2 to finish the game, takes 1, and leaves the last, or the winning runs to be scored by the man who put in, well, a memorable performance here, Abdul Nasir. And if you ever want to see what opening pace bowling is all about, and what you need to be doing and where you need to get the ball and getting extracting the right amount of swing, but just go back and watch the first over of this contest.
It was world class.
Yeah,
I mean, when it comes down to it, it wasn't just the movement in the air, but also off the pitch, getting the seam in the right spot. It was an exhibition of swing bowling. So once again, a bit of an early finish. Actually, I don't know if Rico gets paid by the over, but he's going to be crying poor after this because he had a couple of early finishes. Join us in around 30 minutes. We'll take you into the 4th quarter final. It'll be Jönköping who are bowling first. They won the toss. They've elected to bowl against Gothenburg City. And so far, we've had 3 Group A teams all through to the semi-finals. Well, can it be 4 out of 4? Can Jönköping pull off an upset against Gothenburg City and reverse their form slump? We'll soon find out. Join us in half an hour's time for the Biostrath coin toss. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more cricket, action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Malmo in the south of Sweden. The sun's out and we're having some fun on quarterfinal Friday. We know 3 of the semi-finalists already, and the 4th place in the finals day lineup will go to one of these 2 teams, Gothenburg City and Jönköping. They are locking horns in the 4th quarterfinal. Match 44. It's time for the Biostrath coin toss. Thanks again to Biostrath for their support of European cricket. They have been improving the health and wellness of their customers for over 60 years. It's wonderful to have them partnering with us at the ECN. So Sir Rob Kemming, the match referee, is with the 2 captains for the Biostrath coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
Heads, tails, your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
What would you like to do?
We're gonna bowl first.
Jönköping win the Biostrath coin toss. They elect to bowl first, so a bit of a gamble. And look, this team, Jönköping, they won their first 2 games, but haven't won since. They've lost 5 on the trot, plus they had a washout in their final group match to only score 4 points. And they really went off the boil, a little bit like Lund really in the end of their group matches. But look, they'll be relying, I'm sure, on contributions from Zabiul Zadran and Sahagul Shirzad. I think that's part of the reason they're bowling first. They do have some good bowlers with a new ball. Also watch out for Sabri Ibrahim Kil with the bat. He loves to throw the bat and he's a very exciting player to watch. And look, as far as Gothenburg City, they're flying. They're 7-1, only losing 1 match through the group stage, and they have a big 3 which Jönköping are going to have to get through in this 4th quarter final. Rahim Safi is a firecracker at the top of the order when he comes off. Also a very slippery bowler, but also Mahib Shaheen, who's likely to open the batting with Safi, and Abuzar, the stylish left-handed captain, at 3. So it's all to play for. It's Gothenburg City who'll be batting first, because the news from the toss, it's that Jönköping who've won the toss and they'll be bowling first. Thanks again to Biostrath for their support of European cricket. And Rico Full is a man that always takes his Biostrath. He's got plenty of energy and I'm sure he can't wait to get this one started. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu there, doing the intros for this all important, the very last quarter-final. And so far, it's been the teams that have had the break that have been performing well. The teams from Group A. And, well, is that going to change here with John Copping coming back, or Shopping as they call it? Never mind how it's spelt. That's what they say to me. So, yeah, John Shopping. Sounds a bit like going shopping, doesn't it? But Gothenburg, well, look, we know the man that's been in very good form here. And he was once again on form yesterday in the last of the groups matches. And it was Rahim Safi in those matches against Hisingen. First one, he scored 40 of 19. And in the second, he did get to his 57 of 21. And was well supported in the second one by Jitniana Kilrari. And there's no surprise there. That's why Rahim Safi is right up there at the top of the standings for the most runs scored by a batsman. Followed closely behind his captain, Abuzar. Both those gentlemen scored more than 200 runs. Well, what about their opponents? So, John Shopping, well, they've got good players in Shizad there, 82 runs. Ibra Kahil as well, 88. But Zawudul Zadran, he's their key player with 128. Also, he's taken 9 wickets in the series as well. As we join the umpires out there for this last match, it's going to be umpire Ashish and umpire Suprit. Just get ready to start, and you can see there's a real glow about this ground at the moment. The sun is shining beautifully in this afternoon, and that lovely blue pitch is really standing out magnificently. And a bit more of a breeze around this ground, but I think it's very important here that Gothenburg City make a good positive start. And one thing we do know is that man we were talking about right at the top there with the run scored, he just knows one way to bat, and that is to hit the ball hard, hit it big. And just wondering whether teams that have been watching will try and take the pace off him straight away, but that's not the case. The game with pace, Shizad bowls, and there it goes up in the air. This is what he does. This is a start. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, this is what he does. He hits hard, he hits big, he throws everything at the ball. Look at this. It's muscle power. And this one goes the distance, 6 runs. So the first ball disappearing to the boundary. Well, what's the reply going to be from Shazad? Short. And this one he hasn't able to get hold of. Certainly, it's a bit more intent in that one from the bowler. Shahgul Shahzad. Well, so far also today, not only is it the teams from Group A that have been victorious. Shahzad comes in again. Better delivery, but it's been smashed away. Well, this one has smashed into the tower, and that's probably vibrating all the way up to Kristaps up there. You're right, Kristaps. Gives a thumbs up if you're okay, because this one was blasted. And hits the scaffolding tower. Well, they'll examine that ball to make sure it's okay. Well, what a shot that is, and what a start. 2 sixes. What I was going to say, the teams that have been chasing have also been victorious. So are we going to see a change in this, the final match? Hard, straight down the ground. Fielder comes across but can't stop it. Well, after 2 sixes, it's 2 sixes, but there's more, and there's more in the centre 4. Well, great start, big hitting. Well, this is what you're going to expect from this man. This is the way he plays. He hits hard, he's all out attack, and he tries to give his team the best possible power play that he can. So the bowler's certainly got something to think about here. And I think he's got to try and get the ball outside the off stump, but he's going to come round the wicket. Now this one, well, he's got to get it right, isn't he? Looking to go right across him, see if he can. Well, this is sliced away, gets a bit fortunate. It goes to the man out behind square. It'll take a single. We get the opportunity to see another batsman that's been in good form at the moment, Shaheen, to face his first delivery. And Shaheen as well, I have to say, he's not one that hangs around. He likes to play his shots as well. Good delivery, good comeback. Last ball of the over. So once again, we've seen many overs where the batting team are on top, scoring good runs. We see this one again, good Yorker, and nicely played out. 17 without loss at the end of the first, and it's time for us to welcome back Mr. Maximo. Oh, Maxi, I like the way you're dressed today. Very much Swedish colours.
Yeah, gone for the Swedish colours. Got a bit more of a Skåne flavour to my outfit I'm planning for tomorrow. Stay tuned for that one. Of course, that's the region of Sweden that we're in at the moment. The people of Skåne, very, very friendly, very diverse community as well now. And well, how about this? I mean, Jönköping, they've sent in Gothenburg City. There you go. Have a look at that wonderful flag. That's a little bit of a clue to our outfit tomorrow. That's the beautiful Skåne flag down here in the southwest of the country. Yeah, but, you know, I mentioned the opening combination of Zadran and Shahzad as key for Jönköping. So let's see if Zadran can get anything going here in the second. Well, Safi's after him, but he misses out. And look, and they were very, very good. And despite the fact their batting kept letting them down in the group stages, it certainly wasn't due to the bowling of Zadran and Shahzad opening the bowling. That does seem to be their strength, so they're leading with their strength. But they've run into a bit of an issue with Safi because they're fighting fire with fire, and Safi's after him, and that, you could see that put Shahzad on the back foot, and then he's trying things going around the wicket, and he had it all his own way pretty much in the group stage with the new ball. Safi Zadran's a good bowler as well. Safi's after him as well. He's getting enough on this. This one's out of here. It's lifted up and away. Maximo! Safi moves into the 20s in style. And the counter-attack continues. This time, Zadran feels the heat of Safi.
Yeah, big shot here again. And I'm just wondering whether this is something, I was thinking about this before the start of this match, whether you try and do something different. He likes the pace on the ball, Raheem Safi. He really does. And just wondering if there was a chance that a team would say, well, okay, we're not going to give it to you. We're going to get it a bowler, a spin bowler, that's just going to bowl it full, slow, outside the off stump, and let's see how you deal with this. Zadran trying to come back with a reply. This one goes right through him. And certainly one of the most sprightly of run-ups from Zadran. He certainly steams in, sort of starts pretty wide as he runs in, and then he gets close to the stumps and whizzes it through. One thing he doesn't get, I mean, despite all of that, the pace and the effort, doesn't get an awful lot of bounce, and that's what Raheem Safi has to watch out for. the ball isn't going to come up to him so much. So if he's going to play the shots, he's got to get right under it. Otherwise, the chance of him playing on and knocking onto his own stumps. And this one has been hit big, and it's more runs. It's going, it's gone. Shaka Lagia. Well, I tell you what, somebody's gone out there and bought a whole load of fireworks for this quarterfinals Friday, because they keep going off around this ground, and this one too short. And I think the bowler here trying to beat, and Rahim Safi's trying to outgun him. He's trying to go with fire for fire. But, well, the firepower at the moment of Rahim Safi is doing all the damage. He's got to try something different, maybe a slower ball. Bowling it as quick as he can is not the answer.
Yeah, definitely got the bowler on the back foot. Safi, this time, there's a little edge on this, I thought. I don't think it's carried to the keeper.
There was noise. There definitely was noise.
Yeah, and I think it's the kind of edge. It was like a bottom edge that just went straight down. And they got to neutralise the threat of Safi at the moment. They're just holding on. Yonchiping, let's have a look at this on the replay. See that one? Yeah, doesn't carry to the keeper. Safi almost plays the same shot every time. He likes length. That's the thing. He likes length. He seems to be able to take good length balls, exactly where the new ball bowlers are trying to bowl them. And he's able to just lift them out of the park. Here's the last ball of the second over. Zabi Zadran desperate for the wicket of Safi. He's after him. This one doesn't get the wide call. It's the end of the second over. Entertaining stuff so far. Well, there's 29 on the board, and there's 29 to Safi, all off the bat of Safi so far. And you can see this is what we've been through so far on quarterfinals Friday. This is match number 4, and as you can see here, all 3 semi-finalists so far are from Group A. So it's a complete turnaround from the Stockholm series, where all of the semi-finalists were actually from Group B. So Ariana CC winning the first match of the day, knocking out Malmohus. Malmo Cricket Club knocking out Landskrona, the hosts, in the second match of the day. Then Ariana Keefe with a comprehensive win over Lund in match number 3, quarterfinal number 3. So here we are, and one of these 2 teams will be going through to join teams I just mentioned in the semi-finals. This is a good cover drive, and this is going to be for, well, don't forget about Shaheen. He's only faced the one delivery. Hasn't had to do too much at all, but Mahib Shaheen, he's more of a classical stroke maker, isn't he? And I think he's a good foil for Safi at the top of the order for Gothenburg City.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like you said, he plays classical, more authentic shots, but he also doesn't like to hang around. He will attack. He does like to attack. He doesn't have the mindset to say, well, okay, I'm going to plod along because Safi's batting well. He'll go for him as well. And quite often we've seen he actually has gone on and accelerated and taken over Safi.
Block hole. I think it needs it. When in doubt, I think this is a good backup plan to basically treat it like the end of the innings and get the ball up there, because the one false move and you can get a wicket. There's so many ways you can get a wicket here. Bowled, LBW, occasionally you can get a catch chipped up. It's not an easy ball to get the middle of the bat on. That was a good comeback from Shirzad.
Just making some adjustments in the field here. Remember, after this one, they'll be pleased that they can try and plug a few more of these gaps.
Just struck away straight to Mohammed Ismail. He doesn't prevent the single. That will bring Rahim Safi back on strike, so don't look away.
Yeah, Safi, one thing we do know, he doesn't really pay too much attention where he is, what score he's on. While he's out there, all he's concentrating on is hitting this ball as hard as he can, and well, you'll see exactly that. Throws everything at it. And there we go. This one has gone a mile. What a hit this is. Oh my word. This was a master blaster shot. It's still going.
Well, he swings himself off his feet here. Look at this. He's walks out a little bit, and it's just the swing. So 360 degrees of heat. That one, good luck. That one's horse food.
Wow.
Again, it's that length, isn't it? It's the length. It's actually the length which opening bowlers are trying to bowl. But he just seems to be able to lift it for 6 with remarkable consistency.
Yeah, Mohammed Ismail though here, I think he's got to be thinking. I mean, we're into the third over here now. I myself would have thought, I would have been thinking it before the match, but you've got to take the pace off. For me, take the pace off the ball, because all he's doing is hammering this all over the place, and he's using the pace to do it.
We're just trying to get out of the pace, out of the power play with the paceman, but not really paying off. This one is another one of those Almost a block hole delivery. Now, they might come back for 2 here, but I think Shaheen was snoozing. He didn't run the first one hard. Still, little things are important, and I think that was an opportunity to get back for a second. But didn't anticipate the misfield.
Definitely, and explosive start. So you can see here, Gothenburg City keen to make sure they represent Group B in the semi-finals.
Another good low full toss, but driven away. Even that, that's pretty well struck, but because of the length, it's a hard one to get under. It's the end of the power play. What a power play it was as well. It's 42 for no loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, so we've seen this many a times from Gothenburg City, but I have to say that if you get these wickets, you get the wicket of Safi. I know you've got another, it will probably be the captain, Abuzar, that will come in. He plays his shots pretty well as well, but we've seen them stumble several times. They make explosive starts, but then when the wickets fall, they do sometimes fall quickly. And when those wickets fall quickly, it allows the other team to get back in the match. And that, I think, is what probably Abuzar has been saying to his team. He's probably saying to his team, like, okay, look, it's important here that we do go all the way. It's important that we don't fall apart and fade away towards the end of the end of our innings. Still no change. Short, sliced away, and he's been lucky. He's got it over the fielder. The chase is on. Well, not only is the chase on, the heat is on here. The batsman taking charge, batting confidently, batting assertively, and this time it's runs, boundaries coming off the bat of Mahib Shaheen. Now, the thing is, it's being positive, it's being assertive, he's attacking the ball. He didn't just lunge the bat at it, he tried to hit it as hard as he can, and that was what allowed this to go over for 4 more runs.
It's been destructive, and Kasey got 2 attacking batsmen at the crease, slightly different in style, but both remarkably effective. They're sticking to their plans, sticking with their opening bowlers, but at the moment, they're getting towelled up. Yon Shaping.
And this time he's got the wicket. And it's the important one because it breaks a partnership that was starting to get going. And we saw that Shaheen there after playing a nice shot for the boundary. He was trying to keep up with Rahim Safi, but he goes for his 7th delivery. So they've got the breakthrough. And they come after just 46 runs. And this is a, good time, a good opportunity for us to maybe see the captain coming out, Abuzar. I think this is important as well because I think Abuzar is probably the right man to have out there. If he can get himself in and start playing the shots in his fluent way, he'll certainly be talking to Rahim Safi, the younger man as well, and say, look, just stay here with me, enjoy it. I mean, yesterday he just exploded his way to 57, didn't he? And we thought, well, look, if he stays there another 15, 20 more deliveries, because that's how quickly he scores his runs, well, he could go on to score a magnificent 50. Look, 36 of 13. So you just think if you match 20 more balls, what he could get to. So maybe he needs that little bit of coaching and encouragement now from the captain who steps at the bat.
And he's faced the bulk of the delivery so far in the 4th over. And so, Abuzar, agree. It's good foil. Left-hand, right-hand combination as well. And well, Zadran has come up with the goods, but he needs to go on with it. And you feel like they need to take another couple of quick wickets and work their way back into this game. Yon Shaping, in comes the right armour. Abuzar just uses the pace. Now we might have a run out here. Oh, that could have been a disaster for Gothenburg City. And let's see what happens here. And it seems like Safi goes straight away, but then the captain hesitates, so he hesitates. If this hits the stumps, that's out, but the keeper didn't have a chance to get there in time, so it had to be a direct hit. Once again, it's one of those half chances, isn't it, Rico? That could make a big difference in this match.
I mean, there was a big, firm shout of yes there. Now, I don't know who that came from. And then the batsmen looked at each other, they stopped, and we thought, this is going to be nasty. But in the end, got away with it.
I think it was Safi that said yes. And so the captain went, but then the ball was fielded so cleanly that Abuzar stopped, and that caused Safi to stop. But eventually they decided they will go on with it. So things are happening. And they're happening even more. This one is a no-doubter. Maximo Safi goes into the 40s, and that one was a rocket ship to the moon. It was never coming back.
Qué fuerte, qué grande. Madre mía, este jugador de Rahim Safi. Tiene fuerza, Tiene mucha fuerza. 6 carreras más. Es genial. Eso es cricket. Eso es Titan.
Wants the reply from Zadran. Does he try length again? He's only got 2 deliveries left. Oh, this is a good delivery. See, this is the one where I think sometimes we see Safi still going for that shot, missing it, getting bowled, but he had the presence of mind to at least jam down on that one. And there's a nice little moment where even Zadran gives a little fist bump to Safi, saying, "Look, you're doing great," and he's saying that was a good delivery, that was a good comeback. So it's nice to see those moments between these two teams. They know each other very well.
Yeah, look, they're also 2 top campaigners, aren't they? Zadran also is a fantastic all-rounder, just like Safi. And I think both of them appreciated that. That was a good bit of cricket from batsman and from bowler. Zadran. And again. He tucks him up with this one. Just bangs this one into the deck. And not allowing Abuzar the freedom to play the shot. That's the end of the over. And it's a much better one from Zadran. But so he's used up both the openers here now. I certainly would have been inclined after seeing what's happened in the first 2 overs. Would have probably held them back and tried something different. But the captain not wanting to do so. Well, look, here's something that keeps us going. If you're wondering how we do it, well, it's got a lot to do with Biostrath.
Yeah, it's a very good product, isn't it? And Rico's got all the science behind it as well. But they are a very science-based company, actually, Strath, and they put a lot of work into their R&D and scientific analysis of exactly how they can develop products to make people feel better, give them more energy. It's a fantastic family company that's been in existence for 60 years this year, and certainly we appreciate the support of Biostrath in providing us the energy to do what we're doing. And I think I mentioned in a couple of weeks, it'll be 700 ECS matches and heading towards 800 actually in total on the European Cricket Network this year. Find out more, go to biostrath.com/cricket. Find out how you can feel better every day with Biostrath. And there's some great deals. They ship to over 100 companies. Biostrath supporting Game 4 today. And what a match it is so far. And I think I agree with you. I don't know if I would have gone back to Zadran straight away. Maybe he would have taken some pace off. But he did get the wicket of Mahib Shaheen. Right now, here's Watu, who's getting a bowl. First one's driven away. And he's everywhere at the moment. Zabi Zadran does the fielding. Yeah, Jönköping, they've got some pretty exciting stroke makers of their own, Rico. I know that you're in Germany, so I know you've only caught highlights probably of Jönköping, but yeah, they do like to swing the bat as well. In fact, Shirzad, Zadran themselves, pretty good batsmen. Ibrahim Keel likes to throw the bat. Mohammed Tanvir, well, he's a 6-hitting machine as well. And might have to get a few the way things are going at the moment. Now he's overcommitted here. Safi will be out if he hits. And once again, we have an opportunity missed.
Young blood. Well, he's just falling about all over the place, isn't he?
Yeah, have a look at this. He wants to go. Captain said no thanks. Yeah, he would have been gone by some distance. The throw sailed high over the stumps.
Well, he's got a ball of energy about him. Well, no doubt he's on a bit of Biostrath himself. But he's struggling to contain it. And this time there is. And Abuzar, I think, here. Just got to have a chat with him and say, look, calm down. The last thing that we want to be doing is having to run out here. You don't want to run yourself out.
Absolutely true. Let's have a look at these two teams. You can see Gothenburg City have been good with the bat, and Safi's got a lot to do with that, but also Abuzar and Shaheen, who's out already. They're averaging 117 per 10 overs, only conceding 91. And Jönköping, you see, they haven't been as good with the bat. Oh, this was too short, and if you're going to pay the penalty, then you do it this way with a pull shot. He pulled this out of here, and Safi goes to his 50. What a sensational innings by the opener. He is an excitement machine. He brings up his half century off only 17 balls.
Yeah, watch out there. The guys in the production tent as this one sails over your way. Spring Productions, our partner. Hope you're enjoying the coverage that they're giving you. It's fantastic. And Martins, Karina, Chris Tapps. With that one, I think it's wasn't far off from hitting the old production room there. Big hit.
Watu. This is better length again. Still hit very well, though. He's just seeing him so well, isn't he, Safi, at the moment? And it's about, for me, the 50 you can turn that into 100 here. We're not even halfway through the innings. Again, the other thing I'll talk about is the avoidables. Now, both these teams probably giving away a few too many in the avoidables. They're basically wides, no balls, buys, and penalty runs per 10 overs. See, Gothenburg City giving away 8.5, Jönköping even worse 9.6. But the best teams are around the 5 mark as far as the avoidables are concerned. Here's Abu Zar, hits a full toss. Once again, slight hesitation, but fielding is done. It's the end of the 5th over. What a speed we've had so far in this game. Quarterfinal number 4 at the halfway point. In the first innings, it's 64 for 1. Here's another bit of information. It's the stats gun key insights, and you can see it. The Gothenburg City first in Group B. Jönköping, they ended up being 4th after losing a doubleheader to Malmo. And the other thing about Gothenburg City, they're 5-1 when batting first. So look at that. In Jönköping, they've only chased once in the series. It was an unsuccessful chase. And batting first, Gothenburg City averaging 113, but they've always put at least 90 on the board. And to be honest, it looks like in this innings they could even beat that 126, which is their best. And look at their leading run scorer, Safi, 226 before this game. And he's putting in a really impressive tournament. And, well, Zabi Lazadra, the leading run scorer for Jönköping, so maybe he'll have to step up. But, I mean, Safi, he's really putting up tournament MVP numbers at the moment, the way that he's going about it. Also, you think about his bowling as well. He can bowl both hands. Can you believe that?
Both hands.
But he bowls a very good Yorker as well, doesn't he?
Take that away from his fielding as well. He'll be out there in the long on position. He's taking some great catches as well.
Bhavya Patel to bowl to Abazar. And this one just gets inside the wide line. Thanks to Ravi for all his insights, putting that statistical information together for us. Yeah, that's a good delivery. Comfortably. Not really moving his feet, Abazar, that time, but dangerous play. And I know you're a big fan of the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Just keeps throwing the bowlers off their lines. Just pulled away on the leg side. Has to hustle, but he gets there. Well, the difference there for me is they both went straight away, and there was no hesitation. And even though it was pretty much straight to the square leg, they were able to get to the other end fairly comfortably.
Much better. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की है अपने रहीम साफी ने 50 बना लिया 17 बॉल ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग बहुत explosive player हैगा
Patel. Yeah, once again, you see that if you can get the ball there, he just has to dig that one out and settle for a single.
Yes, well bowled because he took the pace right off it as well. So not only was it full, took the pace off it, just trying to beat him in the air. But so far, Safi's been up to it. He saw him got a very good Yorker from Zedran as well that he kept out.
Abazar goes bang, and he's going to be out though. Oh, Rico, where did he come from? He hit that pretty well, but he stood tall. And Abazar, he goes. Never gets going in this innings. Unfortunately, the captain. But once again, when you're getting a pasting, you need to take your opportunities. That was a good catch held on the boundary. Otherwise, it was 6, and the wheels would have been off Jönköping. Instead, they're fighting back 1 wicket at a time. It's 66 for 2.
Yeah, and what was good there for me, well, not so good for Abuzar, I think. Not only is this going to be, of course, streamed live around the world, but the catch being taken, but very good work there from Diana, the ECM photographer. You see her there just to the left of your screen. So she's got a very good photograph of that. I wouldn't mind seeing that one. A bit of a nice action shot. But yeah, look, as soon as that was being hit, I was about to say, well, here's another one that's going to sail over. But
you're about 1.5 ballets in, I thought, when that came off the bat. I must say I was agreeing with you the way it was hit, but it was an excellent catch. Patel with the wicket. This is not Safi because they didn't cross. It's going to be 4 anyway. And this is just a nice shot across the line in the end. That's Kazim Mahmood. Comes out, very first ball. Takes this one from outside off stump. And despite the wicket, no pause for thought for Gothenburg City. They're still rolling away. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, Watu, you won't like to see this again. Everybody's saying, stop it, come on, it's yours. And Watu just deciding to stick a foot out to it. He's really got to slide in like we've seen sometimes here. But you've got to get that slide and get body behind it.
Last ball of the 6th. Oh, this is a big edge, and it's going to fly over the man in the circle. And this is going to run away for 4. So Mahmood taking his chances. He gets 2 boundaries. The first one was intentional. I'm not sure about the second one. And still, Gothenburg City rolling along at a rate of knots at 6 overs. It's 74 for 2.
Yeah, I think it's important here what all the batsmen will be saying to themselves. Say, look, we've got off to a good start here. We're looking like we're going to be going on to set a total around about the 120 mark. We've still got Rahim Safi there. We don't want to go in and slow this down. We've just got to keep going. We've got wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And the chances or the likelihood of them with 4 overs to go to be bowled all out, well, that's going to take some doing. So I think they're just saying, look, be positive, go out, play the shots.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, one positive, I suppose, for Yonchping, they haven't given up any extras in this innings. They haven't given any away for free. But it's been Safi that's been destructive. They get rid of him. Maybe they can just work their way back into this game at the moment. It's going to be Riaz Khan to bowl the next over. Safi's after him. There's no one back square on the offside. And I think this one will have what it takes to get up the hill and go for 4. So he will come back for 2 runs. Now, I don't think they're going to take a third here. I think this is another case that Safi just got in the keeper's way. So that appears to be good sportsmanship. But I suppose if I was Yonchping, I'd say, no, please take the other run. You can watch from the other end. You see here, he just knocks into the keeper. It's sporting, though, by Rahim. And we've already seen some really good examples of sportsmanship from these two teams. Safi's after him, and he's nailed it. And it's going to be 6 more. 6 carreras. And Maximo, 6 more. Is there any stopping Safi? Dare I use the C word? And I'm talking about century, because Safi keeps hitting like this. He could bring up the 2nd century of the series.
Look, once again, you've seen he hits it so hard, he ends up on the floor. But doesn't he hit it well? He had to do a lot to get under this, to get this over for 6. But look, yeah, I said this yesterday, and he fell flat. So I'm not going to say that he's on, could be going to be the 2nd man to score the, you know what. But one thing that has got him out a few times is when he's playing towards mid-wicket. But what I notice here, there is no mid-wicket back. So the area where he can be out, there's nobody there. So he'll certainly take it on, because if you bowl just slightly slower ball, he gets quite under it, goes up in the air. So, well, he's got a great chance here.
That's true. Sees this one. It'll be a wide, because it doesn't hit his pads. And the bowler's saying, why is that a wide? And Safi's saying it's definitely a wide. There's a bit more byplay between the batsman and the bowler. So we're a second ago. Join the live chat. There's been so much going on. It's been hard for me to get in there today. But Sifat Rahman saying Sweden, probably one of the best countries in cricket in terms of ECN, in terms of talent, power, quality of batting and bowling. And Rahim Safi getting a few raps in there as well. Oh, this one's straight up in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this. It's a big moment in the game. It's Ismail, and he's not going to get there. I think he was just looking straight into the sun there. Well, this went so high. And, well, yep, I get it. He couldn't really see it at the end. That's why he backs off. Luck's a fortune. I mean, they got to find a way to get rid of Safi. And that does seem like the best opportunity yet.
Yeah, he's got right. I mean, he went a long way up. The fielder, Ismail, did have enough time to get to it. But maybe he needed to get a dive in there. But I do think he probably just lost it.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Safi, a lot of people, Ronnie thinks Rahim Safi is the best all-rounder in the European Cricket Network.
Well, they've made that change now. They've pushed the man back.
Yeah.
And they brought another one across. So this is, this is a
pushed
better
him
field.
back. Might have to go back another 100 metres. The way they've been disappearing over that region. This time it's over cover. It's just going to fall safely, and this will probably be another 4. It will. And so Kaiser Mahmood also has been able to find the boundary with regularity at the start of his innings. Gothenburg City up and away. They're up to 88. 3rd boundary for Mahmood.
Yeah, Mahmood just come in, and he's just, I think he's been told by Abu Zar when they crossed, as Abu Zar was making his way back to the dugout, look, be positive, play your shots. That's exactly what he's doing. This one's up in the air. It's gone a long way up. Well, the bowler's called it. And in the end,
it's going to be a run out
put
here.
It down as well, but they've got a chance.
Oh, no, what's happening?
There's the Tortuga bounce. And they take another one. Luckily, there was some backing up there. It's all happening out there. But at the moment, it's all going well for Gothenburg City.
End of the over. That'll be a long single. 89 for 2 after 7. Okay, look at this. He thinks he's gone. He's walking off. And Safi's saying, well, got some news for you, Buster. You're not out. And then the ball bounces over the keeper. This is the catch. And it wasn't an easy one by any means for Riaz Khan, who pretty much eats it. I think he must have called for it himself.
Yeah, he did.
And the infielder said, all right, over to you. So 7 overs down. You gotta love the action and excitement. 89 for 2 is the score. And just a reminder, we have more cricket coming up tomorrow. It's finals day, Rico. The winner of this game will play Ariana CC in the first semi-final in the morning. Then we already know semi-final 2. It's going to be Ariana Akif versus Malmo. And there's all sorts of possibilities, I suppose, of who would meet in the finals. Now, one possibility is we could have a rematch of last year's Malmo final between the Ariana teams, Ariana Grande in the final. And I guess there's 2 other teams. We'll have something to say about that tomorrow. Now, this is in the air. It's going to carry, and it's taken. That's an excellent catch. Very, very good catch by Mohamed Tadveer. And he removes Mahmood for a very entertaining 13. He obviously wasn't there to defend. He was there to attack. But it was a very good piece of fielding that ends the innings of Mahmood for 13. On Friday the 13th.
On Friday the 13th, yeah, don't forget that. I mean, but this one was very well taken. Dipping on him. Kept his eye on the ball, and like the way he got the balance in, bent his knees, which meant that when the ball was coming to him, it wasn't going to thud out of his hands. Good catch, and he gets the roll in there as well. So, they get a wicket, but that man, the danger man, while he's there, anything can happen, and this score can be huge. He can take the game away from you. And at the moment, he's on 61 of 23 deliveries.
Shadi Mahmood's a pretty good batsman. He comes to the crease at number 5. He'll be facing Patel. He's got 2 wickets now. He's bowled very well. 2 for 10. His first one just gets past the bowler. They'll get a single here. Well, Mohamed Rahman Hussain has made up his mind. He thinks that Ariana Akif will take on Gothenburg City in the final. He tagged me in that. There's one man, Nosratullah Sultan, that might have something to say about that.
Yeah.
And can you imagine that as a potential matchup tomorrow? You'd have Safi against Nosratullah. 2 of the most dominant batsmen quarterfinals today, going head-to-head in the semi-finals. Plenty of cricket to go on this one, though. This one is out square legs. A long chase for the man on the boundary. It'll give them heaps of time to come back for 2. Safi will retain the strike. He moves to 63.
Yeah, well bowled there by Patel. He just took the pace off again. But the way that Raheem Safi has seen the ball so far, Safi just changed his approach slightly here. I think he realises that the team are trying different tactics to try and get him out. He's not just concentrating just on all-out power. He's making sure he's keeping an eye on the ball as well now here.
On 63. Gets a full toss, and you know what he does with those. This one is out of here. Maximo! It wasn't quite off the middle. We've seen longer, but this one, it's good enough. He gets 6. He gets it out of the ground. And, well, the Gothenburg City, the train, just keeps pulling away from the station.
Yeah, went for the double bluff of the slow ball. This one was meant to be the Yorker, but you can see just drifting, swinging into the legs. No mistake from the batsman.
This time, it's a bad delivery, and it's hard to pick holes in a man that's scoring so quickly, but it does seem that is the delivery where he seems to find it most difficult to lift it up out of the ground. But the fact is, if you miss it, even by a little bit, if it bounces, it turns into a half volley. He seems to have the power to get it over the ropes for 6. Last ball of the 8th. It's hit down the ground by Mahmood. Asafi will want 2 here, but he won't get it. It's good fielding down the ground. It'll be the end of the 8th over. The 100 comes up for Gothenburg City with 2 overs to spare. It's 100 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I think, what they would have had in their mind the way this inning started. Get to the 100, with 12 balls to go, and then really now's the time where they've got to go ballistic. Now's the time where, you know what, I could see them getting to the 130 mark here, maybe beyond.
Yeah.
But Safi, he's the key. He's got to try and get on strike, and I think the batsman who's out there with him at the moment, he's got to make up his mind. He's got to either hit big, or he's got to just say, look, take the single, it's over to you.
Yeah, all the bowlers in double-digit economy. Patel, probably the best of the bowlers, 2 for 21, though, at this stage. It looks like Riaz Khan will get a second over. It all happens in the 9th, Rico. And you're saying that there'll be maybe an upward gear change. It's hard to see if they've got any more gears to go to, though, because they've been going pretty much top speed for most of this innings, if not all of it. So 12 balls remain, and Riaz Khan, can he deliver? Now, good over here. Could swing things back a little bit towards Yonchaping, but this isn't going to help because this is going to be 6. And now Mahmood getting in on the action, and that one's into the cheap seats. Maximo, 6 to start the 9th.
Shukalagia, and this is exactly what I was saying. He's got to decide here and know he's got to go big. He can't use up balls He doesn't be playing and missing at them. He's got to make them count, or he's got to get the single and let Safi there. But that's a good positive stroke.
Once again, it's just the length. It's a length ball. And Mahmood took up the challenge. He'll be after him again. Goes shorter. Yeah, gives him something he can smell. Now it's a bit of an appeal. Umpire says, well, nothing yet. We'll have a look at this one.
That was a. Sometimes you see a bit of a shake here from the umpire, but you're just focusing.
He just froze. Let's have a look. Mahmood. Let's have a look at this one.
But it's a dot ball, though. That's the important thing. Get a dot ball in there. So 6 was off the first, then get the dot ball in there. Then now, bowler makes his way back to his mark. Khan.
Let's have a look when the ball comes in here. Oof,
very, very
was
close.
Just got away with it.
Split second.
Next ball. This is cut away. There is a man down there at deep point. And Mahmood will get the one. And I think it's just shows you they're not wasting any balls.
Yeah, I mean, there's been very few dot balls in there. I mean, we saw
the new
that
bats.
one.
How many often have the new batsmen come to the crease and hit boundaries straight away?
Yeah.
And I think that's been the real key. But look, you know, I mean, maybe they're heading for something around 125 at this rate. I mean, we've seen that chase before. Have to be a killer of a chase, though. Here's the main man, Safi, on strike. Well bowled. Really well bowled. Riaz Khan's learned his lesson. Now, he'll want 2 here, Safi, but he won't get it. I suppose it also gives him the confidence knowing Mahmood's just hit that 6 as well. To give him the strike, you don't need a needless run out at this stage. So, looks like he's just been starved of the strike a little bit in the last couple of overs. So, it looks like he might fall a little bit short of that century. Still, it's been an outstanding innings from Raheem Safi. Mahmood goes up, and he hasn't quite got it, but it's in a gap. And, well, this one I think is 4 runs. Just pitching inside once again. Well, maybe a bit of fortune there, because if the fielder was in that position, it's probably a catching opportunity. Instead, it's 4 more runs to Gothenburg City.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on this, though, Vinny? I mean, we've seen so many times a lot of runs are being scored in that area. I still think when the ball has been hit all around the park, you've got to have surely a mid-wicket in there.
We see a lot of catches at mid-wicket, don't we? I mean, they've got the... Depends also what your plans are. I mean, they've got the deep point back. He's probably the man they'd sacrifice. They've got a deep extra cover and a long off. Slower ball. No ball called. And it won't be out because I think that's a front foot no ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, it just shows you nothing working.
Well, that is the first foot fault no ball that we've had. Or that I've seen. Let's rephrase that. First one I've seen the week that I've been here.
You don't see too many.
No.
There's a reason, because it's a big penalty to pay. You don't really get an advantage out of it. Safi on strike for the free hit. Last ball of the 9th. Oh, that was an effort ball all round. And Riaz Khan, he's fired up. He gets one past Safi. Not too many have got past him today. So a dot off the free hit at the 9 over mark. It's 114 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's got away with that, hasn't he? I mean, if he's able to get something on this, if this goes aerial, 120 going into the last, well, you're seeing a big score being posted there now. The other thing is, of course, not that we're saying that Sahadin Mahmood has been slow, but look at that. It's not often that you see
The water slide.
the old 45, the old 45
That's a
angle
stick.
line.
That's not a worm. That's a stick. Because the reason is they've been so consistent all the way through this innings with what they've done. And that's why, and with Safi there, all of the 9 overs so far have been double-digit overs, ranging between 10 and 17. So, very consistent scoring. Watu, he is the man who is going to bowl the last over. He'll be bowling to Mahmood. He's not afraid to go after him. This one's into the gap at mid-wicket. The one we just spoke about then. It's going to be a long chase. I think that's probably 4. I just saw the rope move, and my feeling was that the foot was on the rope when it touches the ball. There, see, I think that'll be 4. And we'll wait to see what the decision is.
The umpire's just taking, there you go.
Yeah, it was a good decision by the umpire. Of course, that's right in front of the officials' tent as well, so you're not going to get away with too many over there. So it's a boundary to start over number 10, and the score moves up to 118.
Watu thinking what to do. Stop these runs.
Well, he tries to get inventive, and he scoops it down. And will they take a second here? Safi, begrudgingly, takes the 2.
Very reluctantly. I mean, you saw the body language there. You know his mind. He's saying no. but he knows he's got to take it.
Yeah, when you're in form, you're in form. And I think Mahmood's already shown he can clear the boundaries. Safi was like a child being sent to his room, wasn't he? Said, all right, I'll go. Not happy about it, though. 4 balls remain. Mahmood, quick fire 20 and more. Make that 26. This one's out of here. Lifted away. Well, that's why you take the second, because next second, the ball's out of the park. Maximo. Gothenburg City moved to 126. And, well, I tell you something, Rico. Already we can see this looks out to be the biggest chase of the series if Jönköping are going to make it into the semi-finals.
Yeah, Bordacha shot. Just love the way he walks into this. Preempted the shot, but he kept his shape perfect, hitting through the ball. 6 runs, lovely shot. And now some adjustment being made in the field. They are setting the mid-wicket back. I think this field has chopped and changed a lot.
We'll get one here for leg by. That's one that maybe I'd throw to say, all right, get Safi back to the non-striker's end. take the overthrow if you want one. But still, we're going to see 2 more balls in the innings. Now, 100% we know it will be the biggest chase required. Even bigger than Malmo's 127 chase. That impossible chase a week ago today. It was almost exactly a week ago. Safi hits this hard. Now, what do they do here? Are they going to come back for 2? I think it was just hit so hard, they've got no chance.
Yeah.
So, Safi's going to finish, it looks like, on 72, not out. What a knock. I mean, he has faced 29 balls, so pretty much half the deliveries, I suppose. It's Mahmood will get the chance for the big finish. 128. Gothenburg City lighting it up in the 4th quarter final. And down
Wide
the leg
ball.
side.
Down the leg side.
That's actually good sportsmanship. I think that Mahmood's just saying that it did come off my pad, so don't call the wide. So the umpire will retract the call. Have a look at this. Yeah, it's just a little deflection. You could see it. I think the umpire doesn't have the best view of that as well, because it's almost behind the batsman when the deflection comes.
Yeah.
But that's actually really, really good
Very
sportsmanship.
sporting, isn't it? Very
And,
good.
and you know, so many of the players are, and you see it now, the way they're congratulating Safi on his innings. Of course, Jönköping, their previous ECS champions in the Gothenburg tournament last year. So they would be desperate to make it to finals day again, but they're going to have to do it the hard way, because after sending in Gothenburg City, it's been all action all the time. 10 double-figure overs. You don't often see that in an ECNT 10 game on the way to this score. And in the end, it's going to be a final score of 128 off 10 overs.
Well, it was all action-packed, wasn't it? We knew what to expect from that man, Rahim Safi, who batted all the way through the innings. And he played some good shots, and so did Shahin there. He played 2 lovely fours before he went. He was beautifully bowled. It was Zedran that got his man in the end. And that brought the captain in, and Abu Zar didn't quite get going. Well, there was a few opportunities between him and Safi, and either one of them could have been run out on several occasions. But then, well, while Rahim Safi kept on hitting the 6s, we thought that Abu Zar was going to hit one here, but a cool catch taken by the fielder there, and it was the end of the captain. But that brought out a batsman who was intent in just hitting the ball for fun, and that was Mahmood. He played some lovely shots, finding the boundaries. He started off with an edgy one.
This is funny. Thought he's gone.
Yeah.
And no one's dropping that. And Safi's saying, don't you watch ECS? And then he says, all right, we'll go now that you're on the ground. And that was Riaz Khan. Doesn't drop too many catches.
No.
Maybe it wasn't his catch either, because he was kind of running an awkward route to the ball. Tanvir with a good catch. That followed up from the good catch of Sami Ibrahim Kil, who took that one from Abuzar on the boundary. But Safi, what an innings it was. 9 Maximos, just the 1-4 in that innings of 72, batting all the way through the innings. And you actually identified it, didn't you, Rico? You said if he can bat all the way through the 10 overs, well, that's going to be a great result for Gothenburg City.
Absolutely, and I said that that's one way they're going to get to a score around about the 130, which just fell short, but still 129 to get. Like you said, it's going to be the highest chase that we've seen, but that looks, well, that's what you say is a healthy scorecard. And remember, his 50 came off just 17 deliveries, and before they started to bowl targeted to him, they started to get the ball into the block hole, but he still kept on going. And I think everybody else contributed really well. I think Abu Zar be disappointed, but look, the captain, he won't be too disappointed. I mean,
Yeah.
with his own score, yeah. But I think the guys, as soon as he was out, I think Mahmood, when he went out there, was hitting the balls 13.5, didn't
Yeah.
waste any. And then, well, I think Shahidin Mahmood, he himself, 26 of 12. I think that's a good
They've
knock.
been waiting for Mahmood to get going,
Yeah.
and they've tried him at the top of the order, and just hadn't had enough cricket into him, and obviously that paying off. The fact that they were able to get him into the key time in the final. All the bowlers went double digits. Like I said, every over went between 10 and 17. Remarkable consistencies. No one really escaped, but no one really went for plenty either. I mean,
Yeah.
it was 30, I suppose, for Shirzad, but no one was in the 20s or anything like that. It was just a remarkably consistent batting performance from Gothenburg City. Well, when we return, it'll be the final innings of the day, and we'll know who will be joining the other three semi-finalists on finals day tomorrow. It's Gothenburg City with the runs on the board after being sent in by Jönköping. They have 128, so Jönköping will need 129 in the final match of the day if they are to progress to the semi-finals and have a chance to win another ECS trophy. Thanks again to our official partners, Strath, for their support of European cricket, as well as Bizaway Travel and Kookaburra. For now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Join us again in a few minutes. Rico Full by my side. You're watching the fourth quarter final of this fantastic FanCode European Cricket Series on the European Cricket Network. See you shortly.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, wherever you've tuned in from. And as you know, we're into an exciting final innings of the day. We've had 4 quarterfinals played here. And so far, the trend has been the teams that have been chasing have knocked off the runs, and all 3 teams that have registered their place in the semi-finals so far were from Group A. Well, I hope you're going to see a change in that. We've got Berg City, the team that's aiming to do it so far. The team from Group B, they've gone on and put, well, a very, very respectable total on the board, 128. But look, I have been saying that I do believe that as this series goes on, that 120 is going to be about par score. So it's not by no means on this pitch a huge score, but still, it's better than what we've seen so far today. And as you heard Mr. Maximo say, it also will be the highest chase in this series. So, if this is to go the way the pattern has been so far, then Young Shopping are going to have to score 129 runs if they are to continue the trend and join the other 3 teams also from Group A in the final. The umpires are ready. And shout out to them again, Ashish and Supreet, led brilliantly by the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. Quick shout out as well to the Blue Army, Sam Williams, John Woodward, Andy House, Maz Wolfie, Kuber, and also to the photographer around the ground, Diana, part of the European Cricket Network crew, all doing a marvellous job. And we're getting ready at the start here, so it's going to be, I think, an interesting approach here from Berg City. What do they do? We know that they can change and vary it around. They're quite successful. They have been quite successful in the way that they use the bowlers. I think Abuzar, one thing you will see from him, and he's a very experienced campaigner, a very experienced captain. He reads the game pretty well. And I'm sure there's an edge here straight away. I heard that. And it sort of half carries. He'll be disappointed. Shaheen not to have got the wicket here. No. Swing and a miss. And a dot ball, but we don't get the chance to see the first one, but that was an edge, and the keeper be disappointed that he wasn't able to take that. And what a start that would have been. And it's the man, well, maybe he's a little tired after his batting, Mahmood, who's behind the stumps. Maximo, what do you think?
I think this is trouble, and it's out of the second attempt, and it's the captain, Abuzar, that takes the catch, and it doesn't work for Riaz Khan. Hasn't had a good day so far in the quarterfinal. He goes without scoring. Yeah, that first one, it felt like maybe didn't carry to the keeper. I think that was the reason. It felt like just bounced before. But this one, it's another one of those juggled catches, isn't it? He just knocked it up the first time. Riaz Khan will be so disappointed. He goes without scoring, and it's none for one in the first over.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't able to really get any kind of real power into the shot. We've seen the power hitting, haven't we, in the first innings here. And because of that, Abuzar gets hands to it. And not for the first time today. We've seen that on the second attempt, the catch taken.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about him, that he's an experienced campaigner, knowledgeable player. He certainly uses all of those traits when he's doing his captaincy, and he'll be pleased with his contribution there straight away. A wicket, so Shaheen gets the breakthrough.
Mohamed Ismail, the captain, comes to the crease. Well, if ever they needed a captain's knock, it'd be right here. I'm going to call it another impossible chase. It's impossible chase the sequel if they can do it from here, especially after losing one of their key batsmen without scoring. There's Azam, and he's doing a great job with all the kids, wrangling them at the moment, and he's been so helpful, hasn't he, to us this week and throughout the whole 4 weeks of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Sweden.
It's an amazing man. He's always busy working away.
And of course, he'll be watching this with interest this next couple of days because he does play for the Albies Army team that won in Stockholm. They won from 4th place as well, believe it or not. And they will play the winner of this series for an ECL spot. Here's Shaheen again. We finally get a run. Mohamed Ismail comes up with it. And look here, you need 13 and over. I mean, you have to look at that from the get-go and what you need to be. You don't want to fall too far behind. So I don't think you can afford to defend here. And I actually know for a fact Sami Ibrahim Kil will not defend because he will swing the bat. That's what he does. And you see Shaheen's going to come around the wicket to him.
Just changing the field slightly here to the left-hander. Down the leg side, this will be a wide.
Yes, I mean, things can change very quickly. We know that. It's a lot of runs to get. I'm not saying it's not, but we've seen some big chases. We saw Cluj set a new record chase. 159 they chased, and that was in a finals match as well. So,
yeah,
can be done.
Swing
Gill
and a
misses
miss.
out on this one, yeah. Let's have a look at this one on the replay.
Yeah, I know that. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, look, just not. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. But he's just taking himself away from the ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now, folks, I know you're always interested in this point of the day about some of the food that
Food and
we eat.
drink.
Now, look, one thing I didn't know, and it was interest to me, bearing in mind I've got a food restaurant myself, but this one has been hit absolutely beautifully. And I thought for a moment that Mr. Maximo was going to take a diving catch.
Well, that was almost my
in the
dinner.
marquee, but it was just to the other side. But this is a really nice shot, really well played.
Holds the pose.
Yeah, he held the post. But yeah, one of the things we found is that the kebab here is very nice as part of the culinary food around in Malmo and also in Sweden, but also falafel. But we found something.
I found something.
that
So
goes
I was
with
out
it
last
perfectly.
night, and look what they found. I said, "What red wine have you got?" And this, I'm not joking. I didn't even notice it on the menu. It was Maximo brand wine. I didn't give my permission for this, but I can tell you it was delicious, and I can tell you that the contents, you can probably notice it's empty, but I had a great time, actually, and thanks to everyone for making us feel so welcome. And there you go, Maximo wine.
Maximo wine, yeah, I mean,
Seen it all.
and that goes down very nice with the culinary delights that Sweden, or especially this part of Sweden, have to offer. And the falafel, well, everybody talked about falafel, and yesterday decided it was time to try the falafels. And yeah, they are.
Did you get it delivered?
They're good. They're good. No.
Oh, you went out, actually left your room, did you?
Left my room, had a nice walked around the fountains, went up to where the castle is as well.
Yeah, that's nice up there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice evening
Just
for
wait,
a
we've still got
walk.
Friday and Saturday night here. I'll show you a few things.
And
Kasim Mahmood to roll the second over. This is over the offside. Should be stopped. I'll just get one. So, I mean, 8 for 1 off the first over. So you're 5 behind where you need to be. You can make those up, but I think you can't be too conservative here. I mean, I think if you're not sure, you have to go on the aggressive side. And, you know, once that rate gets up 15, 16, especially in an elimination match, it can all get a bit too much too quickly. So, especially they've got to make the most of this power play. And Ibrahim Keel, you already saw what his approach is going to be. It was a really nice shot straight down the ground. Absolutely nailed it. He'll be wanting more of the same against Mahmood.
wide ball, just not getting it right to the left. And what was interesting before that delivery is the captain Ismail's at a few seconds having a nice chat with Ibrahim Hakil, and I'm just wondering what he was saying. I'm probably saying to him, look, we do need you to get going, but I don't need you to get out, not yet. Stay here with me for a bit as well.
I think my favourite bit of coaching I ever got. Just go score at 12 and over and don't take any risks. And okay, next coach.
Next ball,
So we're in the big bucks.
ping.
This one pretty close. I think it's heading down the leg side though, so it won't be out. I think it's pretty good tactics from Mahmood. I think attack the stumps. I think the more balls you can have hitting the stumps at this stage, you know they're going to go for it. It just means if there's one false move from the batsman, that you get the wicket. If the wickets keep falling, it's hard to see them chasing down this 129. Does exactly that. Low full toss. Deep square leg is in place. They'll just get one here. An exciting series though. I mean, there's something really special about quarterfinals Friday, isn't there? Because we get to see the teams we've already gotten to know so much through the 8 group matches. But if anything, the pressure meter, it's up a gear, isn't it? So you get to see how they perform with that extra bit of pressure with their tournament on the line. And it's thrown up some very fascinating contests today. He goes for this, and this is going to be 6. Maximo. Ismail, the captain. Well, they need something big out of him, and this was big. Just picked it up off the length, got on the front foot, and deposited it over deep mid-wicket. 6 to Jönköping.
Yeah, every time you say that now, I think you're asking for a bottle of wine.
Oh,
But it'll probably be a bit Maximo
yeah,
after you've had a few.
in moderation. But just
good shot, though.
yeah,
Wasn't it a good shot?
It was
Just,
a good shot. Do you think that's how I should order it though? I get kicked out of the bar.
Well, if you're buying them for everyone, they probably wouldn't mind.
That's my style to buy for everyone. You have to turn up first. You're too busy researching for the games the next day. So don't worry about that, Rico.
Well,
Do that over a couple of glasses of Maximo. So you got me a very nice bottle of wine. I think we had it in Malta, didn't we? From your restaurant, Rico's.
yeah, Rico's one, yeah.
I'll have to visit Rico's
Did you
one
keep
day.
that bottle as well? That's safely stored away somewhere?
Yeah, of course. Did you steal it? Fell asleep by the end. All right, next one. Inside edge. I'll just get one here.
Good running, good backing up. Called it and
Well,
went
then
straight away.
Maybe, I mean, the Maximo wine, I should say, it's a
Yeah.
Tempranillo. And it is actually from the middle of Spain, which is one of the largest winemaking areas in the world. And so I'll be able to get some of those. I'd like to see you selling some Maximo
Some
at
Maximo?
Rico's. I
I'll
think
do
it's
some.
fair.
I'll do some research when I go back. Maybe you can have them on in your bus.
Certainly will. Okay, full toss, and this one is blasted. This is a rocket ship. Now, where's it coming down? Nobody knows. It's Maximo time. Oh, talk about well judged. This one was one of the highest balls we've seen this year. Never mind this week. It just goes straight up. And this boundary, if it was 1 metre longer, I think it would have been in some serious trouble. Instead, it goes the journey, and another useful 6 runs to Jönköping. Also brings up the end of the over. It's 24 for 1 after 2 overs. Rico, so much excitement in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and it's going to continue over the next couple of weeks. You see, this is where we are, quarterfinals Friday. And we have the 3 quarterfinalists that were victorious today, Ariana CC as well as Malmo and Ariana Akif. Now, whoever wins this game, they will play in the first match tomorrow morning against Ariana CC. So regardless of who wins, I think it's going to be absolutely huge. Gothenburg City, well, they're just trying to represent Group B because none of the Group B teams so far, despite playing some highly entertaining cricket, they haven't been able to get through. Now, you know, we talked about Group B being quite high scoring compared to Group A, but I think what we've noticed, and this is what we thought as well, the Group A bowling has been a little bit more disciplined, I think, and so some of the Group B teams have struggled. One man that hasn't struggled, though, is this man, Rahim Safi, who blasted that 70 with the bat. And now he gets his opportunity with the ball. And I think his overs is going to be really important because they've already fallen a little bit behind the rate. And they're going to get 2 overs with Safi. You have to find a way to score runs. It's not good enough to just survive. 24 at this stage. This is actually hit really well, but it is a catch and it's spilt. Oh, this was, I think that's Harinder Singh. I think he was satisfied just to make sure it didn't come off his fingers and go for 6. But I mean, it is one. I still think you probably want to hold this if you're at the long on boundary.
He went to take it all wrong there. Look, he's getting in line for it. Then he went side on. He didn't opt to take it with, as we've seen so many times before, thumbs crossed, fingers open, and he's been replaced straight away. I tell you what, when Safi...
He didn't protest it, did he?
Safi,
Get me out of there.
Safi did not stop staring at him until he got replaced.
Well, fair thought for him to see. He did stop the boundary, though.
Yeah, I give
that
him
would,
that.
that would have been 6. I mean, he was just off balance. That's the thing. And he wasn't... He was conscious of the boundary. I don't think he was very sure where his feet were, and that just takes a bit of concentration off taking the actual catch, which is important. So this will be an interesting battle. Ibrahim Kill against Safi. Just tries to dab him. Safi with a big follow through. Safi's a very interesting cricketer. Apart from smashing them with the bat, he can bowl right-handed. Actually bowls very well left-handed as well. We saw him bowling some left-hand pace yesterday. That's something you don't see very often. Something we've seen twice in this series because Galami, the spinner, who couldn't play for Lund today because he's on national team duties, can also bowl both hands. Those are the things you see in the ECS.
He's done him twice, 2 and 2. This is good bowling to the left-hander, right across him. Yeah, now look, we were talking about the difference between the two teams, and we know about the runs. So 304 runs more were scored by the teams in Group B, but the teams in Group A took 25 wickets more. So that again just underlines how the groups were. So Group A very much about bowling dominating most of it. Group B, it was more about the batsmen.
It goes for this one, and there's no one back in this region, so it'll fall safely. Won't be an easy one. And I think he's just stopped this somehow. Abuzar, he's the man who replaced Harinder Singh. This one, let's have a look at it. I think this is a clean stop. Yeah, certainly hasn't come close to the rope there. And again, the officials are right there. So if that touched the rope, they'd be all that touched the rope, they'd be all over it.
Good stop, wasn't it, at the end by Abuzar?
Safi's fired up here. Goes full, and this is going to be a Maximo. Ibrahim kill, and really, he's late on this but still is in such a good position that he's able to hit it late and still get enough bat on it to get it over cover for 6. A remarkable strike.
It is a really good strike, and that was all about hand speed as well. And again, you see there, Ismail, the captain, just keeps talking to him, trying to keep him switched on, trying to keep him focused, doesn't want him to sort of lose his concentration at any point here. So Safi has got something to think about. Probably over-pitched slightly in that one, have to be said, but still, it was a tremendous shot to put it away for 6 from where it was.
Just getting the Maximo every time, that just keeps them in the hunt, aren't they, at the moment? And they want to be 39 after 3 overs. They're 33 with the ball to go. Once again, it's a little bit late on this. Safi pushing it through, but he will retain the strike. Sami Ibrahim kill moves to 22. An important player, to say the least, in this Yonchiping reply. And after 3 overs, it's 34 for 1.
Yeah, 34 for 1. Just conditions changed a bit here now. The sun that we were blessed with for the bulk of the day has disappeared. The wind picked up slightly. Wondering what part, if any, that could play here. We certainly have seen, well, we saw even in the sunshine today, the ball, when it was used well, was swinging all over the place. But how about that? And that's something you don't see from Cottbus City. Every over went for double figures.
Yeah.
That's amazing, and it's not often we've seen
it's like a full set of teeth. That's like seeing a full set of teeth on a British person, isn't it? Normally there's a tooth missing or something a little bit wrong with one. And that was a nice set of choppers. But we're going to go to the 4th over. Vikas Dixit will be the bowler. He's going to come around the wicket. But you do feel if they can get Ibrahim Keel here, that's going to be really tough for Yonchiping to come back into this match. But he's keeping them close to the pace. They're just about 5 runs behind where they want to be at this stage. 4th over coming up. He misses out on this one. Fumbled by the keeper. Enrico, you mentioned Group A and Group B and some of the key differences between the bat versus ball battle in those two groups.
Yeah, there you go straight away. So in terms of runs, Group B were dominant, and that's highlighted not only with the number of runs that were scored, but also boundaries. Talking of boundaries, this one needs to be stopped, and it has been. Good work there, and they only keep it to the single because there was a bit of reluctance, I think, from Ismail to take the single last ball when they could have taken the bye. So look, the difference in the 4s and in the 6s.
6s for me.
And a similar chart, if we had one, would also show the wickets as well. So good work there again, though. So thanks very much to Ravi.
Yeah, Ravi does a
our
great
stat
job.
man.
Yeah. The other thing is, some of the big 6 hitters in Group A didn't fire. Like Nusratullah, for example, got 1 score, but I would have thought he would have made a lot more runs. He got 75 once, but apart from that, got out cheaply on a few occasions, which you wouldn't expect. A few less 6s than I was expecting in Group A. Certainly we've seen plenty of them here on quarterfinals Friday. Next one's a dot ball. They'll always be handy. Dixit, Mr. Dixit, because he comes in and just normally keeps things pretty tight. Doesn't do too much to the ball, but it's all about accuracy and control with his bowling. He's bowling to the Yonchiping captain, Mohamed Ismail.
So far the field has been set more, strengthened more on the offside, so you know where Dixit has been asked to keep this ball. He's done well there, and that's unfortunately made contact with the non-striker, so there will be no single. So yeah, 3 men out on the offside, so you got point, extra cover in, and long off as well. Got long on in place and mid-wicket. That's your five fielders. But what I like is the fielders that are in the ring are quite close.
Yeah, trying to save the one. Ismail goes square, and he picks this one well. There's a gap at deep square leg, and so he made up his mind. He was going to get outside the off stump, no matter where it was. He was going to target that gap, and he nailed it. He moves to 14. That's a clever bit of batting.
Yeah, and once more, that Banners Made several handy stops, isn't it? Stopping the ball
you know
going
what?
through to the horses.
The ball before, Ibrahim Kill was kicking himself because it would have been a single. He would have been on strike because the ball was hit towards him and he had his bat back in his crease and the ball hit his bat, so it prevented a run. But I guess it's worked out okay because Ismail has come back and hit a boundary the next ball.
Captain just taking his time to steady himself. Dicks it now to Ismail.
Goes for this. Now, our fielder's back here. He backtracked first. Now he comes in and the catch is taken. And Ismail goes after hitting the boundary. And this is a really good catch. And yeah, you're right to clear yourself for takeoff. And you know who it is? It's Harinder Singh, who dropped that one a minute ago. But there was no mistake in this one. And credit to him, because he called for it, Rico. It went between two fielders. He took the responsibility.
But it's not just that. Look, he raced past him. And we don't know when that, if you see that sort of a little bit early, if you got it, there was a race on. He overtook the fielder. There's the dance as well. Hi, hi, hi. Ginna, Sona. Well, this is good cricket. That's a really good catch. And look, 100% to the fielder there, because after dropping one thing, he may have not have fancied it, but he went like a bullet.
I think he did fancy it. That's the thing. He said, no, I'm going to take the responsibility and go for it. Because really, I didn't actually see who it was at deep square leg, but they backed off originally, I think, thinking it was going to go over their head, and they just then had to reverse their momentum and come back in. But it was Harinder Singh, like an 800-metre runner, is coming home with a wet sail. This one's worked away down to long on for just a single. And that's going to hurt a little bit, but it does give Zabi Zadran a chance with the bat, and he's their leading run scorer leading into this game. So you feel like he's going to have to do a lot of work here if they're going to pull this off. The rate's already over 15 and over required.
Yeah, but you've got two batsmen. I mean, Ibrahim, we know what he can do. And, well, but extras, they will take those as well. I think this one was, he saw Ibrahim coming and thought he'd fire it down the leg side. I don't think the wicketkeeper knew about this plan. But in the end, I think he did well to stop this.
I don't think it's planned. I think it's a bit of an error. Good ball to a right-hander. But Kasir Mahmood trying to come back after quite an expensive first over, and it's going to keep getting more expensive as this one's lifted up out of the ground. That is a super Sammy strike, and he must have had his bias draft because this one was an energetic on drive, lofted out of the ground. Shakalagia, 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. All about getting himself in the right position. Good hand speed, good bat speed, good contact, and keeping this game alive for his team.
Come back by Mahmood. Gives him length, and this one sliced away. And, well, almost got away from the fielder there. It was always spinning away from him. But it will allow Ibrahim Kill to come back for a second. But still, that's pretty good work to cut off the boundary because it looked like that one might just spin past the outfielder.
Yeah, did well. It looks like he was going to get done. Outfoxed by the bounce here.
How's Vickers Dixit, though? Hardest working hips in cricket. When he takes a wicket, you know, he's a bit of the old...
He likes to wiggle it, doesn't he?
Wiggles it like it's going out of fashion. Mahmood goes short, and this is going to be more runs. It's an uppercut, and that one I fancy is going to go all the way. Maximo! Ibrahim Kill playing a lone hand at the moment, keeping Yon Chaping's faint hopes alive of chasing down these runs. As long as he's in the crease, you wouldn't count him out, Rico.
No, not at all, because, I mean, you're saying 15 runs. Well, look, he's hitting sixes for fun at the moment. The bowlers are not bowling a particular good line. They're not getting those full-length deliveries, Yorker length deliveries in at him. They're bowling it short, and he just, well, either way, either on the onside, and that way, you saw there, on the offside, he's putting away, and he's getting maximos from it.
They want to be about 65 off 5 overs, and they're not that far behind now, especially if I get another boundary here. Ibrahim Kill on 37. He has 37 of the 55 runs that have been scored, and he goes again. This one is down. So one hopper to the deep backward square leg. And for a second, he might have got that in the gap. Got 4. Instead, he moves to 38.
Still not a good delivery set. Still, it was short. I'm not sure why they're believing, or certainly Mahmood seems to be believing that the short ball is going to help him out here. Now, can he finish well here with a couple of good balls now to the right-hander?
Last ball of the 5th. It's hit hard. But it's hit straight at the long off. And Abazar will just lob it back to the bowler. It's the end of 2 very expensive overs from Mahmood. He finishes with none for 34, and the score is 57 for 2. Hello to all of our viewers. Hope you're having a fantastic QFF. We certainly are here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And what a day it's been so far. And look, partnerships are very important in cricket, on the field as well as off the field. We're very happy to be partnered with Biostrath, and they provide a fantastic product. And look, what they do is they provide perfect balance, a bit like our entertainment here is in perfect balance.
That's right. Yeah.
And, it's a very fantastic product, and you can find out more at biostrath.com/cricket.
Yeah, 100% natural. That's the key thing here. And also suitable, if you're wondering, for vegetarians and vegans as well.
Yeah. There's also formulations for kids and even pets. What about pets that are kids? Probably they got that too. This one is sliced away, and this is going to be an epic chase for the fielder. Siddiqui is not going to hunt this down. Zadran gets going with his first boundary, and perhaps these are the two. If they get going, Yonchaping, maybe they can pull off an impossible chase of their own.
Yeah, well, at the moment, bowling has been the wrong length. It's been too short. And if we've seen the benefits of getting the ball right up there, and if you're giving the batsman room to manoeuvre, then they're going to put you away, because this pitch, at the moment, it seems to be, once you get yourself in, you can go and score good runs. So Zadran hitting that one, that's going to make him feel very comfortable as well. Ibrahim also going to be feel far happier knowing he's got a batsman that's able to also play the shots.
All right, goes big, and Siddiqui goes back. He's not going to get it. Oh, watch out, Chids. It's coming your way. Maximo! 6 more. Well, we saw Dixit wiggle his hips. This time, there's no wiggling, just brute force. And that is 6 more. Zadran getting going now.
Yeah, big hit. So back-to-back boundaries. And, well, when you're seeing this sort of batting, you're thinking, well, that 15, which is now going down to just over 13, doesn't look too complicated.
Well, they're pretty much at the rate now. And this time it's in the air, but the fielders are circling. It's just going to pitch in between the 2 fielders who are square on the offside. And Zadran will just get a single. I mean, I think this is a pretty good field if that's your plan, to bowl length outside the off stump, because it's a difficult one to actually clear the offside with a 6, even though we saw it the ball before. But also, if you don't quite get it, it's a catching opportunity. But Zadran survives and moves to 13.
This is now bowling to the left-hander, Ibrahim. Key moment.
He runs at him. It's a thick inside edge. This will just be 1. So, yeah, so after 6 overs, to be at the rate, they'd want to be at about 78. So, once again, they've been around 6 to 10 runs behind for most of this innings. But you can make that up in 1 or 2 balls. That's the thing. They're not falling further behind. I think that is the key. Dixit, are we going to see one final wiggle for him? Inside edge onto the pad. Anti-dot ball. This is probably one which is missing the leg stump. I'm going to tell you what, when you're frustrated, sometimes you punch your bat with your gloves. This isn't how to do it. Have a look at this one. That would have been a wide down leg side. Come on. That was actually a little bat twirl.
Killed his bat.
Who was it? It was Shizad in the previous game that could do that. Now this is in the air. Now where's this coming down? It's back, it's back. It's just out of the reach of the fielder. Kasim Mahmood, Maximo, 6 to Zadran. Well, he might have dropped his bat the last ball. This time, he does get the bat on the ball. And really, Mahmood could not have done a lot more. He pivoted, he plunged that back foot right inside the rope. He knew where he was.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't arch his back to keep it inside the field of play. So, after 6 overs, I said they want to be 78. They're 75 now, so they're not too far behind where they need to be. 75 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, game on. And just thinking the way this is going, this is probably where Abuzar is thinking, okay, I need to get a bowler on here that can really get good over here. If something like just 8 runs from it or a wicket from it, that can get them the upper hand again. And I'm just wondering how long he's going to wait before he goes for his main strike bowler, Rahim Safi, to come back on again and give him something. But at the moment,
he wants to keep Safi up his sleeve for like a full-blown emergency. They're going to Harinder Singh here. Now, I think this is a good move because Harinder Singh's bowled very well in this series in the middle overs. And he's had an interesting 6 overs so far in the field.
Yeah.
But I think this is important. If he can get a couple of good overs in here, he can almost ice this match. Still got 2 to bowl. Ibrahim Gill on strike. It's driven through the covers, and it will be Raheem Safi. That's a rare fumble from him. It'll only cost him 1 run though. Fortunately, doesn't run into the rope.
Yeah, he's attacked this, and he's wanted to make sure that the batsmen don't take the 2, but by attacking it, misfielded it. But yeah, you're right. It could have been worse. Could have ended up being 4, but that's a better start, isn't there, though, from Singh. He's got the ball a bit fuller than what the other bowlers have managed to do, and I think what the wicketkeeper's probably chatting to him and say, look, just try and get it in right up there. Don't get, if you're going to bowl the off stump line, get it full outside the off. You probably don't need to have all your men back on the leg side, and maybe we can strengthen the offside field up a bit. Well, let's see what he does.
Well, he doesn't get any contact on this. Well, he'll be kicking himself here because there's no fine leg at all. There's a deep backward square. If he gets any bat on this at all, doesn't even have to hit it hard. That's running away for 4. He just had to get inside the line of the ball. But he couldn't connect with that horizontal bat stroke. We'll have a look at this on the replay. Little inside edge onto the pad. This next one sneaks outside the off stump. So Harinder Singh, it's been effective so far. Only 2 off the first half of this over.
Yeah, that's the line to be bowling, isn't it? He's just going across the left-hander. I mean, they haven't got the 3rd man back, but he's basically saying, well, look, I'm not going to let you play the shot that you've been playing at strength.
Tries it again and is going to get another dot ball. Yeah, this is the one, isn't it? If there's anything, Ibrahim Keel doesn't really move his feet a lot out to these balls outside the off stump. Yeah, and that one's fine. When it passes the popping crease, it's probably a good 15 centimetres inside the indication line. So if anything, maybe Ibrahim Keel just shuffle his stance over there a little bit. He does it again. And this is really good bowling. He hasn't taken a wicket here, Harinder Singh, but it's almost as good as.
Yeah, batsman very frustrated. He's looking at the umpire, saying, why not?
Yeah, but all these are fine. Have a look at that. That's comfortably inside when it passes the popping crease.
Keeper had his chance, didn't he, to get the run out there as well. Oh, this is really quality. There's nothing, well, this one's even closer, so this time the batsman can't complain about it. What an over.
Oh, very good bowling, but also, just say a couple of those were significantly inside the line. I'm sure that Ibrahim Keel would want to do better. He seems grounded on 41. Excellent over at the end of 7. It's 77 for 2 coming up tomorrow. Well, one of these 2 teams will be up first thing in the morning against Ariana CC. That'll be semi-final number 1. And then we have the lineup for semi-final number 2. Ariana Akif versus Malmo. What a mouth-watering clash. That will be in the second match of the day. Then the teams that don't win their semi-finals will go and play off for 3rd. They'll still have a medal to play for. The bronze final, match 47. And then the final match, the big one, the gold final. We'll see who will win this Malmo ECS. And they will play off a bit later, maybe in a month's time or so, with the winner of the Stockholm series, Albi Salmi, for the right to represent Sweden as the champion club, the domestic champions of Sweden, at the 2nd ever European Cricket League early in 2022. Here's Safi. So they have brought him back, and well, this one's going to be 6. I'm sure it's going to go all the way. It does. Maximo Zadran. Remember him. He was stuck at the wrong end for that whole over, but he hasn't cooled down at all. This is a remarkable shot.
What a great shot. They go for Safi, and I think this is where, after that great over from Singh, I think I was thinking, well, if I can get another similar over in here, and that can really be game, set, and match. But Zadran, he doesn't want to play ball. He's got his own ideas.
Goes fuller, and he misses out. He's lucky to still have his wicket.
He could come back. Just gone for the fuller line. I mean, he'd be kicking himself there, Zadran, though, because I think he did have the opportunity, if he played straight, to get onto this.
Yeah, this one doesn't miss by too much, but he survives. That rate's up at around 3 a ball now, and we know that's very, very tough. You need a magical over, really. You only got the rest of this over, and then 2 more after that. So they got to do something. They got to do something quick. Yonchaping. This one doesn't beat the infield. That one, I think it would have been out if he hit, but it's a tough throw from side on, off balance. It's Yonchaping. Game is just drifting away from him at the moment, isn't it? And it's all to do with that last over from Harinder Singh.
Yeah.
He showed how important control is and accuracy. It's something sometimes we see bowlers struggling with it, but he obviously had a plan and he's executed it to perfection.
Didn't he just? And it's interesting if Raheem Safi would take the same approach and go for that line. Doesn't want to go anywhere near his legs though.
Yeah, it's hard to give him length as well. I think got to get up there. Gives him length. And once again, I think Safi was paying attention in the last over. He says, well, if you're struggling with those, I'm good enough to put the ball there as well.
Yeah.
And that's it's not often you see an innings like this. Ibrahim Kill has just completely hit the wall here. He's on 41 off 24 balls. And you look at that and you go, well, he's going great guns, but geez, this last over, I don't have the exact stats, but he's just struggled to lay bat on ball.
Yeah, Zadran, I think, had just said to him here, look, you know what to do, you know what it's going to be. And, well, this is in the air. The fielder has to try and stop it. He does. In comes the throw. Backing up is there. They're taking him on, and he's gone. Well, they had to push, I suppose, but it was a great throw from the fielder. Good pick up and throw, and he's got his man. And, well, that's nice to see as well. That's lovely. That's what this whole series has been about. I mean, they play hard, but at the same time, they love each other.
Good call by the umpire as well. Excellent call. And actually has snapped a streak of 6 consecutive dot balls for Ibrahim Kill, but this isn't the way he wanted to do it. Took a very ambitious second run. And unfortunately, he's just a little bit short of where he needs to be. Have a look at this. You see, pretty much the ball's being thrown. He decides to go, but the ball's already in the air. And you know, any kind of decent throw, it was going to be big trouble. And it's good to see that kind of sportsmanship. And well, I've got to say something about the umpiring. And I've been really impressed with how they've adjudicated line decisions. This is what he sees at normal speed, right? And we see a lot of times umpires at various levels of cricket will say, oh, I don't know, it's close, I'll give it to the batsman. But, you know, you can get better at these. And we see so many of them in the European Cricket Series. So it's good to see the umpires doing their bit. This next one is cut away, and it's going to be a one bouncer. And they're going to come back for 2 once again. Well, one batsman's lost his bat, but he's not the one in trouble. I suppose his bat's still grounded over the line. It's only a problem. There's no one holding it.
He probably thought, look, my bat's in. Well.
Yeah, you see that? 2 bats. Does someone leave this here? What happened here? Oh, it's not Mahmood behind the stumps creating issues again, is he? Let's have a look. There you go. Yeah, that's probably not how to ground your bat. I suppose it did get grounded. End of the 8th over. It's 87 for 3. Now you actually need a magical over, or watch out because the game will be over. I think 42 required off the last 2. And look who they got to bowl. They've got Mahib Shaheen to bowl one. They've got Harinder Singh to bowl one. Yeah. I'm sure they're gonna. Yeah, we'll go back to Harinder Singh now. Why wouldn't you? And he doesn't have Sami Ibrahim killed to bowl to, because he, of course, was run out in the last over.
Yeah, having a long chat here, Singh with the keeper. And once again, you probably find that Mahmood is just saying to him, look, exactly what you did before, the same line, but bowl that to the right-hander. But one thing is that Zadran, we have seen him play some cracking shots.
Yeah, that's true.
Over the offside. So maybe Zadran is maybe a bit different. He will certainly try and get right on the ball. This has to be a special over.
He didn't face Harinder Singh in the last over. No. There was a 2 and then 5 dots. That's what happened. So, I mean, it's a different feel to me. You need boundaries. You need them fast. In Yeonchping, they haven't had a successful chase in this series. Looking unlikely at this stage. This one, he'll be disappointed with this, I think, because this is missing the leg stump. So if he can get across the line, get inside the line of the ball here, he'll get this one again. But instead he will just get a dot ball. And you really can't afford dot balls at this stage.
Yeah, he's disappointed. He knows he's missed out on that. And he's got to go big this one. This is a pressure ball for me. I think he's in his mind. He knows lost out on one. He's got to make up for it. Let's see what he does.
He gets the ledge and he's going to get 4. Well, that wasn't the plan, but it'll do. And I'll tell you what, Harinder Singh cannot believe it. This one, get a good look at it. Get this one, ends up bouncing into our camera. Yeah, I think, look, my plan, I know he's hit a lot of good offside shots, but Harinder Singh's going to angle in at the stump. So I'd actually probably be getting outside off stump and trying to flick it away on the leg side with the wind as well. I think that's probably your best chance, because you know what Harinder Singh's going to do. He's going to angle it into you. Well, this is the other way you can go inside out. Again, it's not an easy shot because they've got the field placed out there. They've got 3 men, and now we're going to have a run out. And, well, this is just crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Well, what happened here?
Ludicrous. There was never 2 there, but Sadran wanted it. I think if it was thrown to the other end, he would have been out.
Well, this is a total disaster. Have a look. They've obviously miscommunicated here. They're both watching out there, and I think it might have been a little bit of a no, but in the end, it's actually going to be Zadran that's run out, and that one hurts. Sargul Shazad on the opening partnership as far as the ball goes, but their running between the wickets partnership leaves a lot to be desired. And Zadran goes for 31 off 13, and really you think with him walking off, also the hopes of Jönköping pulling this off are walking off. It's 92 for 4.
Yeah, once again though, you have to say good work from that man out there who's been doing the patrolling the offside boundary, getting the ball in the right place, and now Singh knows different ball game now. 2 new batsmen, bangs this one in short, not allowing the batsman to get anywhere near it, and he came on, didn't he, at a very difficult time, Singh, and he had to get a good over in. Oh, well, he couldn't have got a better one than that when he was bowling to 2 attacking batsmen, just 2 come off him, and now he's come good again for his captain. This is hit up in the air. The 3rd man will chase it. It will go to the boundary. But we're at the stage of the game where just 1 or 2 solitary boundaries in the over are not going to make a big difference. Again, it's another edge. But it does go all the way down to where the 3rd man, if he was back, would be. So they're making a change here now. I thought maybe they will just leave it. So 3rd man has now gone back. So we've seen 1 man come back into the circle. Just trying to see. But yeah, so mid-wicket has come up. And this one's going to be a chase on. It's going to be 4 more. This was not the best of bowling from Singh. We were just singing his praises. And after the slice that went to the boundary, 3rd man, he's banged this one in short. But it was at the batsman on the leg side. Is getting a little bit on this. And he goes for 4. That's the end of his spell. He went for 15 in the end of his 2 overs. The first over was only just 2 runs, but the way this match is standing here now, well, there's an awful lot to do.
Yeah, and look, when we reflect on this, as we see the 100 coming up, 100 off 9, so it hasn't been a terrible innings. It's just they were battered out of the game, I suppose, and Safi had a lot to do with that. But, I mean, I actually think the fact they're having to play the top team in the other group, Jönköping, is because of their poor performance at the back end of the group stage. They won their first 2 games, maybe took a little bit easy, thinking, look, we've done enough to make the quarterfinals, but then they just fell off the pace, and particularly those 2 losses to Malmo, including going down in that impossible chase, wasn't a great feeling to then have to wait on that for a week, and they end up finishing in 4th place. If they'd finished 2nd or 3rd, then they wouldn't have had to deal with the top team of Group B. And they haven't played badly today, Jönköping, either, but it hasn't been quite enough to knock over Gothenburg City. Oh, this is a pretty good one, though. Well, let's not count it out just yet. They'll need something almost supersonic. But Tanvir, actually, if there's one player I'd want to hit 5 sixes to win a game, it's not Hamad Rafiq from Malmo who actually did it. It's Tanvir, because he is a 6-hitting machine. That's the first ball he faced, and it disappears for 6. Maximo.
A huge hit. And so let's not think it's all over yet, because just think it gets a wide ball in here or something, a no ball, because look, it can be done by just hitting every ball.
Yeah.
It's big to the boundary.
We need 5 sixes.
Can he get
a
dot ball in? It's all over. Well, this one.
Got to go for 2, I think, now.
Won't go to the boundary, but they're not running like they're looking for 2, which is unusual. I mean, he wouldn't have made it, you have to say. It was a good throw, and I suppose there's no point running yourself out.
Yeah.
And then when especially you're the one who's hitting the ball well. So really, that's all he needed to do there, didn't he, after seeing that huge 6 go?
3 sixes and a 4, excluding extras. So this has really got to go. If it stays in the ballpark, I think it'll be all over. This one's sliced away, but the field's there. Sure, they'll make the stop. There's Daniel Siddiqui. Hello to Ksenia, if you're watching again. If you're watching all the way to the end, I'm sure you are. Well, the good news for you, Ksenia, is that Daniel will be playing again tomorrow in finals day. And first thing tomorrow morning. So set your alarm, because 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 noon in India. We'll have the first semi-final tomorrow. It will be Gothenburg City versus Ariana CC. As long as Gothenburg City can hold on, and it looks like they will. Is Tanvir on strike? Again, gets a fair piece of it. I think this will run away for 4. So again, Tanvir, we haven't got to see that much of him. And he is a very, very good striker of the ball. But it's just the way this match has played out. And you can't really say anyone didn't go fast in this innings at all, because everyone's been scoring a better run of ball that scored any runs.
It all goes back to me to those 6-dot balls that were bowled.
Yeah.
By
Well, they give anything to have those
yeah.
6-dot balls back. And then the run out of Ibram Kill compounded the problem. This is in the air, and probably Harinder, he gets to take another catch, and this time he will off his own bowling. So that's the icing on the cake. And Tanvir will go for 11, and Yonchiping will just have one more ball to face, a 112 for 5, as they are about to head for the exits in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and hats off to a very good professional performance here from Gothenburg City. First thing was about getting the runs on the board. They went about it in the right clinical way. And then here, even though John Shopping has kept them, given them a bit of a scare, especially early on when the ball was being hit to all parts of the ground.
This will be the last ball of quarterfinals Friday. It'll be another consolation boundary. This time Shazad, he's going to finish on 15 not out, but he'll only get the chance to face 6 balls. Well, they don't end up that far short, do they, in the end? The final score will be 128 to 116. But we have our quarterfinalists. And look, as we say goodbye to Yonchiping, you know, they've been great team to have around. Obviously, previous ECS champions, started very strongly in the series, but they couldn't win another game after that first day that they played.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we say goodbye to them, but we certainly wish them all the best for the rest of their season. But look, let's take nothing away from Gothenburg City. They're now 8-1 for the series, and that was a really impressive display built on the back of an incredible innings from Rahim Safi, who essentially batted Yonchiping out of the game in the first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what you've got to look at, key moments of the match. I think the partnership there, I mean, Safi was in, but I think the wicketkeeper, Shadin Mudir, going in with him there and putting that partnership on towards the end. They kept on going. They didn't take the foot off the pedal, did they? Kept playing this shot. And then I think they showed good, mature attitude in the field as well, just because there was a couple of overs that were expensive. They didn't bottle it. They didn't get nervous, and the shoulders didn't drop. They kept supporting it, and I think a good example of that was with Hardeep Singh. I mean, we saw him drop that catch. It was a difficult one. He dropped it, but he still came straight back and took the all-important catch that he had to. And then when he came on to bowl, well, I think he's bowling really, especially that first over. That killed this game.
Yeah, that actually completely summed it up for me. He wanted the ball. He wanted another opportunity, and he certainly made it count. These are the semi-finals tomorrow. You see Gothenburg City will play Ariana CC. Now, what a match that will be. You'll have Safi against the Sultan. Safi against the man they call the Hulk for Ariana CC in the first semi-final, and Ariana Keefe, who've looked so good. But Malmo, they're just a team that seem to be able to pipe up when it counts, and they're never out of the game. Then we'll have the bronze and the gold final in the afternoon. So 4 more matches. Make sure you join us from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 noon in India tomorrow morning. You don't want to miss finals day. And why don't we have a look at some of the highlights of the second innings? It was a lot of runs to get, wasn't it? 129 for Yonchiping to sneak into the semi-finals and had the worst possible start as Riaz Khan went 3rd ball for a duck. But this man, Sami Ibrahim Keel, he did keep them in the game for a long time, batting very well for his 40. That was the one Harinder Singh put down, and a bit of fancy footwork from Abu Zar. But, you know, the interesting thing was Ibrahim Keel, he just seemed to be able to hit Maximos when required. Dixit came into the crease, and that's just an interesting one, because then Ismail, he went 4. He shouldn't have been on strike, really. Then the very next ball, he found a way to get out. And it was Harinder that took the responsibility and took a very important catch.
Yeah, it was a really important catch. And, well, do you say match changing? Well, Dixit there, he was mixing it around and shaking it around. But, well, he took a bit of punishment, though, afterwards. He wasn't doing too much dancing after that. And maybe he was starting to get a little bit concerned, especially when Zazran joined Ibrahim out there. And the two of them were putting a really good partnership together. But in the end, it was, well, a run out that well, 2 run-outs really that played a massive part in this match.
Zabi Zadran did bat very well, didn't he? But didn't get too many opportunities. And then this was the one, broke the run of 6 dot balls. But this isn't the way he wanted to go. Look at that. That's a bullet from Daniel Siddiqui. 1 hopper. And great decision by the umpire, getting it right. And well, Ibrahim Kil was kicking himself about that. And then, well, we saw a bit more unusual stuff. We saw Zabi Zadran trying really hard to keep his team in the game. He was their leading run scorer, but then a complete mix-up with his opening bowling partner, Sahil Shahzad. Both at one end. That was the end of Zadran for 31. And Shahzad, well, he tried hard as well. Look, everyone from Yonchaping, they did whatever they could to try and get close to this target. But ultimately, I think you're right, it was just some very clever bowling by this man, Harinder Singh, just outthinking the batsman, particularly Ibrahim Kil, at some key points. And that made the difference. Last ball was hit to the boundary, but it was all in vain as 12 runs was the margin. It is Gothenburg City that will be the 4th semi-finalist, and we'll see them first up in the morning against Ariana CC. Well, that will be a sensational game. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And you can see, look, everyone that batted, they went at a decent clip. They didn't waste too many. But have a look at those extras. Only 3 wides, and both teams were pretty good in this game. They've struggled a little bit with the avoidables, but not giving away any extras. And that's even more remarkable, those 3 wides, because the fact they had a plan for quite a lot of the innings to bowl outside the off stump, but they still kept it within that tram line, didn't they? And in the end, in a game where there's only 12 runs in it, it's only 2 swings of the bat, and it made all the difference.
It certainly did. It was all about getting... Well, we always say that in T10, dot balls are gold dust. And, well, the gold dust was coming with the man with the golden arm, really. Harinder Singh, and he bowled a few dot balls, and he bowled those dot balls to a batsman who at the time was in his 40s. He'd smashed the ball to all over the place. In fact, he got to 40 of under 20 deliveries.
Yeah.
And then to bowl that line to him, those dot balls. I mean, Ibrahim himself probably maybe a little bit guilty of not trying to, not realising what the plan was. Maybe he could just step across and wait for it and play it towards third man. Even if he got a single, because don't forget he was batting with Zadran at the time, who was hitting the ball big as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that was what it's all about. I mean, he's the best of the bowlers for me, Harinder Singh. Didn't pick up a wicket, but only went for 15 off his 2 overs in a game where people routinely went for about 2 a ball. So if he goes for 27, they lose the game, essentially.
Yeah.
So as you hear the European cricket song in the distance, you know that it's almost the end of the day. But yeah, Ibrahim Kil, he'll probably be thinking about that a lot tonight, and these are the things... And that's what it's like, I suppose, in sport. Cricket in particular, you tend to play the bits you don't like over in your head. And he played some sensational shots during this innings, and look, take nothing away from him. But it was just that period, he needed to at least move his feet, get across to it, maybe shuffle his stance as a left-hander, perhaps get further across to negate that wide ball that isn't quite a wide, maybe try something. I mean, I'm sure he'll be thinking of these things now, but when you're out there in the middle, you don't really have too much time to compute these things. But I tell you what, there's a very exciting finals day coming up. In fact, I think that tonight we might even celebrate with, maybe we'll get the Maximo out, Rico. I can actually show you where you can get them. It's not too far from the hotel.
There was plenty of Maximos, weren't there, today out there? And we saw some, emphatic run chases, didn't we? And we saw teams going out there and winning in style in a couple of those quarterfinals. And we just thought, well, this is going to be another one. Is this going to be this last match? Was this going to end up with the team chasing, winning again? Were we going to see quarterfinals with all the teams from Group A? Well, it wasn't to be, and Gothenburg have flying the flag at the moment for Group B, and I think a good performance from them. They're a team that can get better and better as well, but same can be said about the other teams, and I think the semi-finals tomorrow, we've got some cracking games lined up there.
Yeah, absolutely, and they deserve their spot, don't they, Gothenburg City? I mean, they've really impressed me the way they've gone about their cricket. Their no-holds-barred approach. Even they kept setting out Safi opening. I thought maybe they'll give someone else a go. No, they want to get as much batting into Safi as possible, and they're kind of all in on him at the top of the order. Not that they don't have other players that can bat, and we saw, it was nice to see Shadeen Mahmood coming up with a nice quick-fire innings as well, and Kasir Mahmood as well. Abdul missed out in this game, but we know what he can do. So it's going to be a really interesting clash for me, that first match. It's so mouth-watering. It is Ariana CC versus Gothenburg City, and that will be Safi versus the Hulk. So there's going to be so much to look forward to on finals day. He's just walking past there. He still looks fit as a fiddle. Looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat. But then, of course, Malmo, their surprise packets. Ariane O'Keefe, they have to be favourites going into that second semi-final. But it's one of those days you can... Honestly, you have no idea who's going to be raising the trophy. Reminds me a bit of Stockholm. Last day, we had no idea because the teams were so even in the finals. Turned out to be Albi Zalmi, who actually finished 4th in the group stage to lift the trophy ultimately. But anyway, I just want to say a big thank you to you, Rico, for a wonderful call again today. Looking pretty in pink as well. And we certainly have enjoyed the company of all of you. Everyone in the live chat, it was such a hectic day. I didn't even get into the live chat as much as I normally do, but we thank you. I saw some discussion going on in there from various people, and hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. Don't forget, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and have a look at the daily preview article tonight. I wonder who they'll predict. I don't know who I'm calling in the morning. It's an impossible one to call.
No, the reason being is when you look at all of those 4 teams, and certainly what we've seen today as well, that they all contain dangerous men.
Yeah.
And if one of those dangerous men, if they get going, game's theirs.
Yeah, and
that's the beauty of T10.
Yeah, it is. It's the beauty of this form of the game, isn't it? Don't forget, you can also go to our social media at European Cricket and have a look at some of the highlights you might have missed. There were heaps of highlights today. I want to see some of the Vikas Dixit. I think that'll be there.
Dixit,
A little bit of that one.
A bit of that.
Chuck in the hut there, as you would say.
Yeah,
thanks
we
again.
like it.
Yeah, mostly I want to thank all of you guys, our viewers. We couldn't do it without you. It's a very exciting month. We're 1 month exactly away from the first ever European Cricket Championship, and that will be sensational. But for now, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 12 p.m. in India. But from everyone at the European Cricket family, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
Good night. God bless.